Afadhali mzee ambaye ni mtulivu, ambaye hana haja ya kujaza mifuko yake, ambaye atachunga masilahi ya watu yake, badala ya mdomo tamtamu 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 tamtamu. Lakini akiingia ni wale wa kufanya moja yako, nusu ya mwananchi, mbili yako na
Karibuni tena na karibuni nyote, njoni tujadiliane. Na muona Omolo, karibu kwa studio, na wasi wengine wote ambao tuko kwa comment section, wengine wote ambao tuko kwa panel. Njoni tuzidi kujadiliana, njoni tuzidi kuchanganua na kudadavua. Wale ambao wanatufuata kwa Facebook, kuna tashwishi kidogo, ila nimewajaribu kuwasaidia vile mtaingia. Nimetumia link, nimetuma link ya kuingia kwa studio na tunaingia. Tumetumia Shadizo Pro, nimeweka link kwa comment section. Tumia click link, wacha stream hadi configure your camera and your audio, and then utajipata kwa studio. Nani mwingine anauliza link tena? Watu wa YouTube mnaweza tupata, ama mtumie link, come to YouTube Sound Candy Talk, then utapata link kwa comment section. Join the studio, njoni nyote, karibuni tena, ili tuzidi kujadiliana na tuzidi kudadavua kiundani, tujue tatizo lipo wapi. Mbona nchi yetu, uchumi wetu na zoroteka, serikali na miradi za serikali zinakuwa na ufisadi? Kwanza poll question inauliza kwamba wewe unahisi kwamba kuna mradi wote wa serikali ambao hauna ufisadi? Hebu tuonyambie pale na tuzidi kupiga kura pale. Like the video. Watu ambao tuna like video bado likes bado ziko chini sana, na tunatazama peke yetu. Acha kuwa mchoyo, ita mtu tukaweze kujadiliana. Tumefika awamu ya pili, awamu ambayo tunakuwa na isukuma walisali, tunakuwa na isukuma awamu ya pili, na tutazidi kujadiliana. Na muona Omolo amekuja kwa studio. Wacha ndamkaribisha Omolo alete maoni yake, na ndio tuzidi kuendelea kutoka hapo. Omolo, unanipata?
Asante sana bwana Shadiza, nakupata.
Karibu.
Asante, na nawasalimia wote wale ambao wako katika comment section, wale ambao wanatufuatilia kutoka kwa platform tofauti kutoka Facebook, YouTube, na mahali popote ambao wanaweza kuwa na kusikiliza. Pili, natoa fursa hii kushukuru kwa kuweza kutupatia hii nafasi tuweze kutoa mada yetu na kuchangia vile tunavyoona nchi yetu inavyoelekea. Kwa kuwa kusema ile ukweli, tuko katika janga kubwa katika taifa yetu la Kenya, ambao ni historia ya kwamba tuko na uongozi ambao inaenda kututia gizani, na ni jambo la aibu kwamba tunatiwa gizani tukiangalia na akili ya mtu mmoja. Kwanza na mambo mengi sana ya kusema, sababu kwanza, kama kuna Mkenya mahali popote ambao watakaa na afikirie kwamba William Ruto atalete mabadiliko yote katika nchi, basi ningekusii uweze uamke katika hiyo ndoto na uweze kupiga magoti na kuomba na kukemea hiyo ndoto chafu ya mapepo, sababu hakuna siku hii Ruto atalete mabadiliko ile tunasema ni positive katika taifa letu la Kenya. Ukiangalia kama hii miradi yote ambao analeta, kwanza Ruto kwanza ako na sifa ya kuwa yeye ni mchonganishi, ni mtatanishi, ni mtu asiyependa amani. Yaani yeye toka katika uongozi wake wote amekuwa ni mtu kwanza wa kupiganisha nchi. Kutoka wakati wa Moi alianza yeye mwenyewe hata kuweka uadui na Moi, akakuja wakati wa Raila akasema Raila ndiye alimpeleka Hague, akakuja wakati wa Uhuru akasema Uhuru anamzuia kuingia State House. Sasa yeye peke yake ndio yuko sasa na bado pia anakaa sasa, mara majaji, mara sijui Okiya Mtata amefanya hii. Juzi ameenda Meru. Kwanza nataka niwasalimie watu wa Meru na niwaambie pongezi na niwaambie watu wa Meru tunawapenda sana, na kama taifa lote lingekuwa kama Meru ambao wanakataa kudanganywa kama watoto wadogo, nasema kwamba hata tungekuwa tumeona about time. Sasa juzi hata ameenda Meru, watu wanajaribu kumwelezea hisia zao, alafu anaanza kulaumu watu wa ODM, watu ambao hata hawakuwa na habari kabisa eh? Sasa yeye ni mtu ambao wakati wote anajaribu kujenga chuki left, right and center. Huyo kwanza si kiongozi, huyo ni mpidhuli. Ukiangalia pia kama hii mambo ya hizi miradi zake zote anafanya zinakuwa na tatanishi, sababu anatengeneza zile miradi ambazo zinakinzana na sheria, na ukiona mtoto ambao afati sheria hujua ako na ila. Maanake mtu ambao ni msawa, ni mkweli, wakati wote atahakikisha kwamba anaenenda na mienendo ya sheria vile inatakikana nchi. Na kama ni kweli unataka kuongoza ukiwa kiongozi, lazima ujue kwamba nchi inaongozwa na katiba, kwa mujibu wa ile katiba ambayo iliwekwa. Sasa huyu bwana amekuwa yeye kila kitu ambayo anafanya, na ndio rais anafaa kuwa kielelezo. Anakaa akitafuta zile miradi za kuchonganisha tu watu, za kupiganisha. Unaenda unatafuta barabara ambao unajua kwamba watu wanaishi. Watu wakikwambia kwamba huwezi kuja kuweka barabara hapa na ni mali ambayo tumeishi miaka, watu wanaenda kotini kwenda kutafuta utafsiri wa sheria, unakuja unasema kwamba watu wameonga majaji. Kuna barabara nyingi sana ambazo zinafaa kutengenezwa, lakini wewe huoni hiyo, unatafuta ile ya kuchonganisha watu. Sasa inafika kwa mambo ya manyumba. Mambo ya manyumba hii unapata kwamba it is a scam. Ni mambo ambao hii ni kama ile ilifanyika wakati wa Moi ya kuibia watu mashamba zao, sababu wewe unaita mtu mmoja developer ati akuja achukue shamba free ambao ni shamba ya wananchi, ati alafu ajenge nyumba. Na ukiangalia hata hizo nyumba, hizo bei ambao wanasema zinashinda hata wale watu ambao wanauza mashamba za kawaida, zile ma private developers. Na ningeomba bwana Shabizo na siku moja bwana Bernard hapa, tuleteni hao watu wanauza mashamba na manyumba, watuambie vile wanafanya zao na vile bei zao ziko, na utaangalia kwamba hii ya Ruto ni utapeli. Amepatiwa kuuza simiti ambayo imetolewa tax, vyuma zimetolewa tax, alafu nyumba bado anauza milioni 5, milioni 6. Hiyo kweli si udanganyifu? Jambo lingine ni kuwa tunaona watu wanaenda wanavunjiwa manyumba ati ndio ujenge manyumba zingine, yaani ni kama kujaza kikapu pepo. Kwa hivyo Wakenya si wajinga, lakini kitu moja ambayo inanishangaza na inanihuzunisha bwana Shabizo, ni pia watu ambao tulikuwa tunatarajia kwamba wanaweza kutokoa. Naongea hii, najua kwamba labda itakuwa ni ngumu kuelewa, lakini nataka mnisikize vizuri. Chama ya ODM saa hii inaenda ikifanya ile recruitment katika taifa, ambapo wanatimiza mujibu wa sheria za vyama. Hiyo ni sawa, lakini kumbuka ikifika mwezi wa 8 hii tutakuwa miaka 2 baada ya uchaguzi, ambao tutakuwa tumebakisha miaka 3. Na tukiangalia katika nchi yetu ya Kenya huwa ni kama miaka 4 tu, maana ile mwaka moja huwa ni siasa. Sasa hivi tunavyoongea hatuna electoral commission, na wabunge wote, maseneta wote wamenyamaza, ambapo mi naona kwamba ile Ruto anataka kutumia, anataka kubuy time, anataka kuja kuongoza maisha uongozi wa kidikteta, anataka kubuy time tufikie karibu hapo na uchaguzi, kama hatuna IBC, alafu ndio tuanze kuletewa propaganda, wacha tufanye hivi, wacha tu extend kidogo, unaona, ama watuletee IBC ambao watakuwa ni ile tunasema kwamba ya kuokoa katiba, ambao watakuwa wamewapanga. Kama unakumbuka, maanake Wakenya huwa ni watu wa kusahau, mahali ambapo tungeanza kusense danger, wakati UDA wakifanya nomination yao, walitumia Chebukati kufanya nomination yao, na wakaanza kutuma zile nyimbo za praise and worship kuhusu Chebukati kwamba waliwasaidia kufanya nomination ya vyama. For the first time tukiona chama moja ikitumia electoral commission kufanya uchaguzi wao. Chebukati wakati huo hakutuwekea wazi vitabu atuambie kwamba walilipwa pesa ngapi, sababu kumbuka Chebukati alikuwa analipwa na pesa ya taxpayers kwenda katika chama ya kibinafsi kwenda kusimamia uchaguzi ukitumia facilities za wananchi. Kwanza ilikuwa ni kukiuka katiba, na kama ni hivyo angetuambia kwamba it is okay. Ni kama vile polisi unaweza kuamua you can hire your private police na ulipe, na hakutuelezea kwamba walilipwa pesa ngapi. Sasa hizi ni mambo ambayo saa hizi Wakenya tungekuwa tunafaa tunaangalia. Mimi unajua, kwa mtazamo wangu nilikuwa nafikiria tutamuondoa huyu jamaa hata before 2027, lakini inanishangaza sana nikiona viongozi saa hizi wanajipanga wakisema nani atasimama 2027, nani atafanya hii. Kwa hivyo ni kumaanisha kwamba washatu set sisi wa Kenya kwamba waacha twende mpaka 2027, ambapo 2027 saa hizi tunaongea hatuna electoral body commission, na sasa imebaki miaka mitatu ama tukihesabu miaka miwili, na hata hakuna dalili. Maanake at least hii kumekuwa na majina ambayo zimependekezwa, tungekuwa tunasema kwamba kuna dalili. Kwa hivyo Kenya kuna shida kubwa sana sana, ndugu zanguni, na ile shida iko ni kuwa Wakenya lazima tujidetach na hao viongozi ambao wako irrespective. Maanake ile shida tuko nayo si ya Ruto peke yake. Wakati historia ikitengenezwa ya nchi ya wale watu walipeleka nchi katika shimo, hatutasahau jina ya spika wa bunge Moses Wetangula. For the first time tukiona spika ambao analalia upande moja, very biased. Hata anaenda akisema kwamba chama yake ni UDA, akisema chama yake ni Kenya Kwanza. For the first time mtu ambao anafaa kuwa neutral. Hatuwezi kusahau kwamba Ruto alishirikiana na Amazon Kingi ambao alikuwa ni corrupt Kilifi. Alichukua pesa zote za Kilifi County akaenda akanunua nyumba ya karibu bilioni 2 beach Nyali kule, na yeye alikuwa ni governor wa Kilifi, na sababu watu walishindwa akatawala mpaka saa hii akatumia hiyo pesa akakuja kujipatia tena kama speaker. Hii ndio ile shida ambayo tuko katika taifa hili. Kwa hivyo wakati tunaangalia Ruto, tusiangalie Ruto peke yake, sababu kama tungekuwa na wabunge, tungekuwa na spika ambao amesimama kweli, tutamkosa sana spika Marende. Maana yake spika Marende ndiye alikuwa spika peke yake ambao tunasema kwamba alikuwa anajua kazi ya uspika na alikuwa anajua kutetea katiba vile inatakikana katika bunge. Lakini saa hizi hatuna bunge. Bunge iko katika bedroom ya William Ruto. Saa hizi ile kitu ambayo tulikuwa tuna imani nayo kidogo ni koti. Maanake ile kitu ambao Wakenya wamebaki nayo, kesho ukija kufungiwa nyumba unafaa kwenda kotini. Ukija kuambiwa barabara inafaa ipite kwa bedroom yako unafaa kwenda kotini. Naye koti ndio hiyo imewekwa katika jiko, imefanyiwa sasa kuwa ndio sufuria ya Ruto. It is very sad ndugu zanguni, na I think it is the right time tuambie viongozi wetu hata ambao wako kwa ODM wakaze kamba na waache kulegea na wafocus. Tunataka kujua hatima ya Wakenya hata before 2027 itakuwa namna gani, maanake tunaona kwamba hii mapigo na hii kumia hatuwezi kufika huko 2027. Ndugu zanguni, tuko katika hali hatari, nchi yetu iko katika hali hatari. Tunaangalia tumeanza hata kukwaruzana na nchi majirani for the first time. East Africa Community ambao tumechangia pakubwa sana kama Kenya, maanake tulikuwa tunataka ku-expand market. Tunaona saa hizi tumeanza kukuwa na mgogoro na majirani zetu. Uganda wametupeleka kotini, East Africa Court. Somalia walitupeleka kotini. Haya, tunaona pia Rwanda hawako marafiki vizuri na sisi. Tunaona hata Mama Samia Suluhu Hassan mpaka juzi anataka kutufungia mandege. Kwa hivyo Ruto amechonganisha Kenya. Ruto ndio amefanya watu saizi wanaiba kama kuiba. Hakuna ofisi hata moja ya serikali saizi ambayo ina function normally. Tuambiane ukweli, hakuna ofisi hata moja saizi, kutoka ughaibuni wale maembassy na mpaka nyumbani. Ofisi zote za hizi zinaendeshwa kama mali ya watu binafsi, na corruption imejaa kila mahali na tunadanganya. Jambo lingine ambalo tunashangaa, for the first time president, tumeona ukatili ambao inafanyika katika taifa letu la Kenya. Wasichana wanakatwa kama kuku wakiwawa, kitu ambao hata imeshangaza ulimwengu mzima, na president na bwana Kindiki wamenyamaza kabisa, hata waongelei. Inamaanisha kwamba labda wao ni wanajeshi wao ambao wanatoa hizi kafara, because huwezi kuniambia kitu of this magnitude mpaka saa hizi president hajakuja kuongelea. Kindiki ambao alikuwa huwa anajua kuongea safi ikifika wakati wa maandamano, mbona saa hizi hakuji kutuambia kwamba ameweka intelligence kiasi gani kujua what is going on with our young girls, with our sisters, with our aunties, ambao wanauawa kila siku. Ukifungulia redio, ukifungulia TV, lazima usikie kwamba kuna msichana amekatwa kichwa, imeenda. Kuna msichana sehemu zake za nyeti zimenyofolewa, zimeenda. Na serikali imenyamaza, hakuna kitu hata moja inaongelea, kama ambao si watoto wa Kenya ambao wanakufa. Kwa hivyo tuko na serikali ambao ni ya ukatili, ni watu wa roho mbaya, na nafikiri hata hawa ndio wanakunywa damu za watoto wetu. So ni mambo mengi ambayo inaendelea tu Kenya, yani hakuna kitu hata moja ambao unaweza sema. Ruto ukisema ni mambo ya corruption yuko ndani, tukisema mambo ya roho mbaya iko ndani, tukisema mambo ya kuchochea watu yuko ndani. Ni wapi, ni kitu gani kizuri hata moja ambao tunaweza sema kwamba tunamsafisha naye? Hakuna hata moja. Kwa hivyo mimi ile kitu nasema ni kuwa Kenya tuko katika hali hatari, na ile kitu ambayo itatuokoa tu saa hizi ni tuache kukaa na kufikiria kwamba kuna kiongozi atakuja kutuokoa. Ni Kenya wajue kwamba sisi kama Wakenya, hii nchi ni yetu na hatuna nchi nyingine. Tulipewa nchi moja, tuna Mwenyezi Mungu peke yake ambao tulipata, na tuko na haki, wala hatuishi katika jini ya mtu. Na ujue Kenya si ya Ruto, Kenya si ya Raila, Kenya si ya Kindiki, Kenya si ya Wetangula, Kenya si ya Kingi. Kenya ni yangu, Kenya ni yako. Na Mkenya lazima ujue kwamba ukilegea unaharibia maisha ya watoto wako na wajukuu wako katika kizazi yako ambao inakuja, ambao hata watakuja kushangaa. Saa hizi tunakaa tukisifu mababu zetu wale ambao waliondoa mzungu. Sasa ikiwa kweli generation yetu ingekuwa ni wakati tunazaliwa na mzungu, tungewahi kumuondoa kweli? Ikiwa tunashindwa tu kuondoa mtu wetu ambao anatudanganya hapa, tungeweza kumuondoa mzungu kweli? Ni lazima saa hizi tujikakamue, lazima tujitoe kafara, lazima tujitokeze na tuseme enough is enough. Kenya ni yetu na lazima tuprotect kwa hali na mali na damu. Asante.
Asante kwa huo mchango wako, na naomba usiondoke. Wacha nichezee clip moja na tuzidi kuona mambo zaidi ambayo yanaendelea, kwa sababu kwa yale ambayo umezungumzia. Kwanza tuanze na hii mambo ya masuala ya nyumba.
20,000 per square meter. Honorable Speaker, this issue of affordable housing is a scam. Why am I saying it's a scam, Honorable Speaker? If you look at the government giving land for free, number one, the same government is giving tax-free building materials. Same government is giving value-added taxes free. And also transferring that land is free of charge. And how, I don't know what kind of calculation they're making. After giving free government land, which is a public land, to an individual, and then that individual builds properties at not affordable price, but at an affordable price, commercial price. The Speaker, if you go today, Honorable Lomonen is my witness. He bought 104 square meter property in Great Wall. He bought 2 maisonettes, 2 apartments, at the cost of 3.5 million shillings. He has the documents. I am his witness. And if you look at 104, you divide 3.5 million, divide by 104, you're getting that land at 34,000 shillings, 34,000 per square meter. So why should somebody tell me that after giving this land for free, this land, the price should go to 90,000 per square meter? I don't know why. Honorable Speaker, lastly, in that committee, my view was that the government has lost land to fraudsters in the name of developers. The Speaker, I'll tell you today, after 10 years, there is no land that will be left for Kenyans to use, because all the land that is supposed to be developed by the government has been taken over by fraudsters.
Upande wa manyumba. Nani anakuwa? Nani anakuwa? Nani anakuwa? Nani anakuwa?
Mzana uliza nani hana kwao? Nani hana kwao? People in the comment section, welcome to this video. Again, let us discuss this out so that we can have a better solution. Not just a solution, but a permanent solution to our problems and everything that are facing us as Kenyans. Njoo tuambie hii awamu ya pili. We are welcoming you so that you can tell us that where is Kenya going? Because mambo ni mengi, maswali machache, ila mambo yenyewe kuwa mengi yameanza kuleta madhara zaidi, kwa sababu ukiona kiwango ambacho ufisadi inakuwa ni haipendezi. Unaona vile senator anaongea pale, na wewe ni senator wa UDA. Hebu nikusikie Omolo. Wewe maoni yako ni vipi kuhusiana na hiyo senator wa UDA?
Ndio, ni kama ile mambo nilikuwa naongea, nasema kwamba unajua, ukiangalia hii mambo yote ya nyumba, kwanza haina uwazi hata kidogo. Unaona, kwanza auambiwi ni nani huyu anapatiwa hizo manyumba kujenga, anajenga na kiasi gani. Alafu wewe umekusanya pesa za Wakenya, umeweka katika pool moja, ukisema kwamba unajenga tengeneza hizo manyumba. Hatujeletewa ile hesabu. Manake ukitaka kujenga nyumba, ndugu yangu, hakuna mtoto mdogo hapa. Kila mmoja, hata mwenye ajenda shule, anajua kwamba ukitaka kujenga nyumba unafanya kwanza evaluation. Unataka kutumia pesa ngapi kujenga, ama hiyo nyumba itakost pesa ngapi. Sasa mpaka sasa hivi hata hatujatangaziwa hiyo pesa umecollect pesa ngapi, how many billions, unaona, na itajenga nyumba ngapi, na nyumba moja inafaa cost how much, and who is going to build it, unaona. Okay, hiyo land iko entrusted to who, unaona, sababu serikali imechukua hiyo shamba, lakini hiyo shamba imekuwa entrusted to who, sababu hiyo shamba umechukua ilikuwa entrusted for the public, na sasa umetoa for the public. Ukiweka hiyo mradi imethaminiwa na nani? Hiyo plot itakuwa imethaminiwa na nani? Unaona, hiyo shamba ambayo unajenga imechukua sasa, nani ameweka kama mthamini? So hiyo unaona kwamba ni mambo ya kugrab mashamba za watu. Who knows, hata maybe ya watu wote ambao wanajenga ni watu wa Ruto, maybe ni kampuni ya Ruto, maybe ndio sababu anasukuma kwa kifua, anataka kuchukua hizo mapesa na cronies wake. Kwa nini mambo ya nyumba imekuwa yani ndio jambo la muhimu sana kwake? Hata watu waoni watu wanakufa hospitalini, watu saizi wanakufa na kansa Kenya kweli, you know, hata inashangaza rate ya watu ambao wanakufa na kansa. Instead of uambie unatuletea mashine za screen cancer na kuweza kuprevent watu wengi wasikufe, saizi accident zimezidi kuliko katika serikali zozote. Because why? Hakuna expansion za mabarabara. Wewe uone hiyo, unakuja tu unatuambia mambo ya manyumba. Kwani hizi siku zote watu wamekuwa kiishi katika miti juu? So watu wamekuwa kiishi kwa manyumba, you know. So ukiona hii kitu ambao analazimisha, unajua kwamba there is a interest in it, unaona, there is selfish interest, na haiwezi kuwa tu bure kwamba atalazimisha to this extent. Kwa hivyo it is a scam, na itakuja baadaye kujitokeza kwamba itakuwa scam kubwa kushinda ya Goldenberg, kushinda Chicken Gate, kushinda Triton, kushinda scam yote ile ambayo ishafanyika katika taifa letu la Kenya ama to ulimwengu. These are Ponzi scheme kabisa. Hii ni Ponzi scheme ambayo inataka kudefraud watu mashamba pamoja na pesa zao. Sasa koti juzi imejitangaza vizuri, ikasema that thing is unconstitutional. And when ikisema kwamba it is unconstitutional, ni kuwa wale watu ambao walikata pesa zao wanafaa waregeshewe. Alafu watu wakiregeshewa, watu pia wanafaa kwenda, wanaweza enda kuclaim damage, unaona, sababu wewe umefanya nivunje sheria. Citizen ambao nimekuwa nikifuata sheria, alafu umenisukuma mahali na koti inasema kwamba nimetoa pesa kinyume na sheria moja ambayo ilikuwa sifai kukatwa, you know, even the employer also, Na sasa wakienda kushtaki serikali, who is going to compensate all of them? You know, people are not seeing that repercussion. It is only because hao watu wanaona kama sheria ni toilet paper, wanaona kama constitution toilet paper. Lakini kama wangejua ile uzito hiyo constitution iko nayo, wangejua kwamba hii ni kitu ambayo inaweza leta repercussion kubwa sana katika taifa. Ingekuwa ile taifa ambayo imeendelea. Hawa watoto ambao walikatwa mshahara kinyume na sheria wanaweza enda wakadai damages, you know, wanaweza enda wakadai damages and vitu vingi, na sheria inawabaka sababu hiyo tayari imetoa kwamba it's unconstitutional. Hiyo imetosha. Kwa hivyo vile Ruto anajulikana toka akianza siasa yake, alianza siasa 92 wakaprint pesa fake, ile ambayo tuliita jirongo, na hata yeye alikuwa amejificha tu nyuma jirongo, lakini yeye ndiye alikuwa pioneer, yeye ndiye alikuwa master plan. Haya, wakatoka hapo. Alipowekwa hata minister wakati wa Kibaki, mara tunasikia alikuwa akiwa Kekacha akaiba mahindi akaenda kauza Sudan. Ni wapi hatujasikia scandal? Kuiba maploti Nairobi, ile mali amejenga Weston Hotel, hata hiyo kesi iliendaje mpaka watu wanapigwa tear gas. So ni tabia ambao hawezi kuacha, you know. Nyani akiwa amezoea kuruka juu ya mti, hata umpeleke katika mbuga lazima ataruka. Kwa hivyo ile makosa tulifanya kumweka kwa kiti, ingawa alijiweka na iko wazi, ndio sababu ita hand Kenya for the rest 100 years to come. We will not recover this damage very soon. It is not us that we are going to recover. It will be recovered in our maybe third generation. And the more we wait, the more damages it's going to do. The more we give him chance, is the more is going to do a lot of damages. Ambayo itatuteka another century to recover. Uvitu wa Kenya wanafaa kuangalia hivyo. Ni nini sahizi Mkenya ajepitia? Mara unaambiwa mtoto wako, ndugu yako, wewe mwenyewe na kisomo yako kwenda fanya kazi Warabuni. Kwenda osha Warabu kule. You know, yani kwanza upokonyo kanzi that enjoyment of that your sovereignty. Unaona, ya enjoy peke yake. Mtu kukuambia naenda fanya kazi kwingine ni kukuonyesha kwamba hana nafasi hapo kwako. You know, anajaribu kukudisorient, you know, kukudisorient kabisa. Utoke, manake ukitoka, kumbuka hata ile hesabu anafanya. Watu wakienda kufanya kazi nje wanatuma madola. Na niliwaambia hapa vizuri, kumbuka in every shilling Mkenya anatuma mwenye ako nje kwa Arabuni ama kwa wapi, in every 1 shilling anatuma, amewacha shilingi 9 kule. Sasa hizo shilingi 9 ambazo zingekuwa produced hapa nyumbani, tukakuwa na shilingi 9 hapo, unamwambia hapana, wewe nenda kule fanyia watu wengine shilingi 9, wewe ututumie shilingi 1. Yaani ni kama ule mama anatuma mtoto wake akajiuza ndiye alete sukari asubuhi. Very shameful of it. Very shameful.
Thank you, Omolo, for that contribution. Indeed, it somehow is bringing up because it shows that we are selling Kenyans. Wacha nicheze hiyo clip kwanza ndo tuzidi kuzungumzia zaidi. You have brought up another topic, another question. Yaani maanza kujibu swali ambalo nilikuwa nataka kuuliza. Ila wacha tuoneshe wa Kenya kwanza ndo tuzidi kujadili hilo swala na hiyo kwa vijana kwenda nje.
Na tumempatia pesa ya kujenga. Hiyo ICT hub 6 tunataka vijana 200-300 in every ICT in every ward. Na mimi nitaleta kompyuta huko, tutaweka internet, tutaweka walimu, na tayari nimenegotiate ajira kule Ulaya, kule Marekani, kule Ujerumani, kule Ufaransa, ili hawa vijana watafanya hiyo kazi. Vijana hapa wa South Mendi, mko tayari? Mko tayari? Hapa South Mendi tunajenga ICT hub 6 na tumekubaliana na huyu Mwiti. In 6 months all the ICT hubs must be ready. Kwa sababu mimi nitakuwa na tayari na makompyuta na internet, ndio tuweze kupanga nyinyi vijana. Nyinyi vijana mko tayari? Pale kwa kompyuta hub mtashindwa kufinya kompyuta nyinyi? Mko tayari? Kufinya tu kompyuta inaweza kuwashinda? Sasa sikia wewe. Mimi tumejenga ICT hub, tumeweka kompyuta, tumeweka internet, tumeweka mwalimu, tumekupangia ajira tayari kule ng'ambo. Wewe kazi yako ni kwenda pale, unajifunza in 1 month, uko na skill, unaendelea kufinya kompyuta, unaweka dola kwa mfuko, unaenda nyumbani, unapanga kazi yako. Watu wa South Meti, mko tayari? Mko tayari? Na wale ambao hamutapata kazi hiyo kwa hiyo mpango mbili, pia tumesign agreement inaitwa bilateral labor agreement na kampuni karibu 10, na sio kampuni, na nchi karibu 10 for export of labor, ili vijana wengine wanaomaliza kwa TVET, wanaomaliza kwa university, wanaweza kwenda kufanya kazi Ulaya, wanaweza kwenda kufanya kazi Marekani. Nasikia mtu ya kitendawili ati anasema nisipeleke Wakenya wafanye kazi ng'ambo. Kwani anataka wafanye kazi mahali gani? Ati nimemuuliza ati hautaki waende ng'ambo, unataka wafanye nini? Ati anapanga maandamano. Kwani maandamano ni mahali mtu anaweza kwenda kufanya kazi? Sio, ni ukumbavu ama ni ujinga ama ni yote mbili? Bure kabisa. Sijui kama tunaelewana watu wa Nkobo. Mimi nataka niulize nyinyi, nipange ajira ya hawa vijana ama nisipange? Nipange ajira ya hawa vijana? Nipange housing hawa vijana wafanye? Nipange digital jobs hawa vijana wafanye? Nipange ile ya kwenda ng'ambo? Nyinyi mko tayari? Wale wanasema tuko tayari, nione kwa mkono. Hiyo ndio mpango. Nasikizeni jameni. Na ndio mimi nataka niseme nikiwa hapa South Meti, na niseme nikiwa hapa Meru. Nataka niwaulize viongozi wote. Nataka niwaulize viongozi wote. Wale viongozi wa mahakamani, wale viongozi wa bunge, viongozi wa serikali, jameni, tuungane, kwa sababu vijana wengi wa Kenya hawana kazi, na mamilioni ya watoto wetu tuliowasomesha na pesa nyingi wanaangaika madukani, wanaangaika vijijini, hawana ajira. Sasa tuko na mpango kwa mara ya kwanza. Serikali ya Kenya has a plan. Tuko na mpango ya ajira ya hawa vijana wetu. Jameni, na wauliza viongozi wote, wale wako mahakamani wasikie, wale wako bunge huko wasikie.
Sasa bwana Shadidi, nikuulize kitu kimoja, ndio ujue tuko na president who is you have a mental problem. Mi bado nashikilia kwamba kuna siku nimeongea hapa na Bena, na hata tulikuwa na mtu mmoja tulikuwa tumesema tunahitaji tutafutie lawyer na tutafutie daktari mzuri wa kumpima huyu jamaa kichwa, because vile mi naona tunaongozwa na mtu mwenda wazimu, a lunatic. Sasa nikuulize, serikali gani, yani ati mtoe pesa za serikali, ambapo pesa ya serikali ni pesa ya wananchi, tusomeshe watoto wetu, ati alafu akishamaliza kusoma waende wakajenge nchi zingine za watu? Kama unataka hivyo, wewe nenda hizo nchi ambao unasema umefanya agreement, lete pesa ya kuja kusomesha watu ambao wanataka kuwachukua kwenda kufanyia kazi huko. Ile purpose ya nchi kusomesha watoto wake na kuwapatia ujuzi ni waweze kutengeneza nchi yao, you know, hata ukienda leo Amerika wakusomeshe, watahakikisha kwamba wamesign contract na wewe ufanye kazi katika hiyo nchi. Hawezi enda kukusomesha alafu akwambie uende kwingine. Kwanza ni wachoyo sana na akili zao, you know, wanahakikisha kwamba ile akili, ile talent ambayo iko inakuwa tapped, ndio iweze kuendeleza nchi. Sasa wewe unasema tutengeneze TVET, mainjinia pale, nani pale, alafu waende wajenge nchi nyingine. Does that even, hata kwa mtu mwenye hajasoma kweli, ina make sense? Ina make sense kweli? So unaona tuko na mtu pia ambao ni mwenda wazimu pale ofisini. Haya, hata hiyo mambo tukisema sasa tuongee hiyo, kwanza serikali tangulini, serikali ikakuwa agent ya kutafutia watu kazi, you know. Serikali si kutafutia watu kazi, haiwezi kuwa ndio employment agent. Serikali ile kitu inafanya, it is to create a conducive environment for and opportunities within the republic. When you really create a conducive, a peaceful and opportunity, then sasa watu sasa wenyewe watajifix mahali ambao wanaona wataingia. That is why unasikia Ukienda America wanakuambia it is a land of opportunity because they created that opportunity. You know, when will Kenya be the land of opportunity? Now you are telling us that opportunity is outside Kenya. Yes, because that is literally what you are telling us, that opportunity is outside Kenya. And what we wanted was not opportunity outside. We want our country to be a country plenty of opportunities for everyone to thrive, everyone to enjoy the motherland. Kwa hivyo not unless akona mental problem, manake sioni any sane person akiewe hapa anaweza kufungua hiyo mdomo yake chafu na kuzungumza mambo kama hayo. Jambo la pili ile ambao ananishangaza nayo ni kuwa anasema ametengeneza bilateral labor agreement na nchi 10. Utasemaje kutengeneza bilateral labor agreement? It entails a lot of things, ambapo hata hizo agreement ningetaka siku moja watuonyeshe kwa TV, because number one, huyo mtu ambao ameenda kufanya kazi, good example ni wale wasichana wanafanya Uarabuni. Serikali haina any repatriation mechanism, kwamba ule mtu akienda pale akipata shida either na serikali ya hiyo nchi ama na employer, serikali iko na mechanism ya kurepatriate huyo mtu nyumbani akiwa salama. Secondly, serikali pia, kumbuka, hata kama umesign agreement, mkifika kule hiyo nchi iko na sovereignty yake. Unaona, serikali ya Kenya haina jukumu, haina uwezo ya kwenda kukuangalia wakati unafanya kazi kwa nchi za watu. You know, agreement inaishia tu pale katika ofisi ya labor na foreign affairs. Ikishafika kule huko kwa mikono ya watu wengine, and they can decide whatever they want, and intervention will be nearly impossible, especially katika serikali ya Kenya ambayo viongozi ni selfish. Anybody that has problem ni problem ya kijako. Ile nchi ambayo tunasema vote for us all, everybody for himself. Na hata Kenya, hata viongozi wenyewe wamejaribu hata kutuambia kwamba hata Mungu pia ni wao, you know, peke yao. So hizi mambo huyu jamaa anasema anaota mchana, is a lunatic. Anaongea vitu ambao it does not make any sense at all.
Mr. Omolo, niko na swali ndogo ningependa kuuliza.
Yes.
Saa hii anasema na kutengeneza computer hubs. Na saa hii curriculum ya saa hii computer tunasoma tukiwa kuanzia shule ya msingi hadi sekondari.
Yes.
Hii computer hub ni ya kusoma nini? Alafu nikuulize, na hii technology saa hii kijana yupi ambaye ametoka form 4 na hajasoma computer? Sasa hii ni hub gani ya kutuzingizia kwamba anatengeneza ya watu kupata kazi nje? Na ilhali wale ambao wapo saa hii ukichukua graduate wa computer wote ni wengi. Ni wagani hao wenye anatuambia anataka kupeleka shule sasa wasome computer awapea kazi, na wenye wako tayari hawezi wapea kazi?
Kwanza asante sana kwa kuweka hiyo swali. Kitu ya kwanza, hata bila kuenda hiyo, nakubali na wewe kwamba computer literacy yetu imeenda juu, lakini still pia bado it makes sense. Kumbuka hata hizo nchi ambao unatutajia France ni watu ambao walijua computer miaka karibu 30 before sisi tufikia hapo. Sasa huwezi kuniambia ati kijana kufundisha miezi 3 computer ati sasa ndio atapatia opportunity ya ICT fund, watu ambao wako very advanced. Sasa hizi watu hata waongee mambo ya computer, sasa hizi wanaongea mambo ya AI. Wamepiga advance, wanaongea mambo ya artificial intelligence ambao sasa hivi ina rate. Wewe bado unatuambia mambo ya kufinya computer. Simu siku hizi ni computer tosha. Kila mtu sasa anajua kuoperate computer. Unaona? Kila mtu anajua kuoperate computer, like the way you are saying. Kila mtu anajua kuoperate computer. You don't need to go to an ICT hub. Simu yako yenyewe uko tayari. haina tofauti na kompyuta. Eh? Eh. Kwa hivyo kila mmoja saizi ana operate kwake nyumbani, hakuna mtu anahitaji kwenda ICT hapa. So hiyo mambo anaongea mambo ya 70, na labda akili yake bado ililamia huko kwa wakati wa Moi, haikuwa iamka. Anafikiri bado Kenya bado wako katika huko 80. Unaona, alafu unatuambia ati mtu asome miezi miwili ya ICT alafu aende afanye kazi France. France ambao saizi wanaongea mambo ya kuexplore kwenda Mars, mambo ya AI. Alafu unasema ati mtu amefanya Windows hapa aenda aajiriwe sasa France. It does not even make any sense at all. Yeah?
Sasa ndio kitu yenye anataka watu wafanye, na ilhali sasa hivi hata kuuliza mtoto wa grade 2 about computer atakwambia vizuri, atakueleza package zote za computer. Na kama ni IT, kuna wamesoma IT Kenya, wako na diploma na degree, but ameshindwa kuprovidea kwa hawa kazi. Sasa I'm wondering how will he provide the job for others, na hao wenye wako tayari ameshindwa. Number 2, anang'ang'ana kutengeneza
yeye alikuja akatuambia he cannot subsidize consumption, he can only subsidize production. Nataka nikuuliza, even in a layman, nyumba ni consumption ama ni production? Wakati umejenga nyumba, it is part of consumption. Si you are building it to use, si ni kweli? Ama unajenga nyumba za kuexport. Kuna nyumba ambayo labda anajenga za kuexport kwenda kuuza nje, you know. So instead ya kuwa angekuwa anatuambia kwamba kila county saizi ijenge mafactories, bila alikuwa anatuambia wakati ile kwamba, you know, alituambia hadithi za Bunwasi akisema kitu ilikuwa inaitwa value addition, sijui nini. Sasa hiyo value addition iko wapi? Value addition sasa ni kujenga nyumba, ni ufanye value addition uweke sofa set ama so unaona hizo vitu zote alikuwa anaongea anafanya total opposite. Sasa hiyo production alikuwa anasema tuna enhance kwa hizo nini, alikuwa anasema tunataka tufanyie value addition kwa factories ngapi saa hizi ambao serikali tunasema kwamba wamejenga? Factory ya cotton ni kwa wapi? Alikuwa ametuambia anajenga sijui factory ya nini. Saa hizi hata fertilizer bado tunang'ang'ana kwenda kuomba Russia. Kwani hatuwezi produce fertilizer na tuko na a lot of waste ambao tunaweza kuproduce fertilizer? We have farm waste, tuko na food waste, tuko na a lot of raw materials ambao tunaweza kuproduce wenyewe. Bwana aongei mambo kama hii alafu akakuja akagejwa Kenya, yani waishi katika maisha ya century ya zamani, ati kwamba the only thing about tunafanya ni kwenda kushika jembe na kwenda na kwenda shambani. Usiposhika jembe ushike wheelbarrow ukajenge nyumba. Hiyo ndio ile Kenya ambayo tunasema tunataka kutengeneza kweli. And that is why ni mtu ambao ameishiwa na ideas. Ameishiwa na ideas kabisa. He did not have any clue. He's a clueless president. He's a mannerless president. He's a heartless president. That is what he is.
Amala, and how do you feel this affect our economy? How do you feel this affect our economy?
Affect our economy?
Yes, because it seems that in a drug kila kitu nyuma.
Kwanza, when you ask that question, it is even difficult to answer that question because we don't have economy again. What we have is just a skeleton of economy. We don't have economy. You know, when you talk of economy, the strength of the economy, when you are producing, you know, when you talk of the rate of employment in the country, you know, when you talk of a good infrastructure in places, when you talk of you know, industries, that is the meaning of economy. Lakini sasa we don't have that. We don't have employment. We don't have good infrastructure. We don't have industries. We don't have factories. We don't have anything that we are producing. Sasa, where is the economy there? There is no any aspect that can fit the description of the economy. there is no innovation. So what dictates economy? We don't have economy. We don't have economy.
And also, before I continue, Omolo, let me ask you the poll question today. The poll question tonight. Want you contribute towards the poll question tonight? The poll question is asking: do you think that every Kenya project is involved in corruption? And then the bigger percentage of Mesema, yes. What is your opinion about that? Our question on the poll question tonight.
What is the question again?
The poll question tonight is asking about: do you think that all projects in our nation? Okay, let me get it clear to you. It says the poll question tonight is saying: is there any government project in Kenya that is free from corruption?
First, even before I answer that poll question, I'm interested even to know if any person can name for me even one project that we can say is from the government, because we don't have projects. What we just have is a scam. Which project? Apart from this housing scam, what other project does the government have? No, name one. Apart from this Ponzi scheme, housing, what other projects does government have? We were told about the industrial parks. How many can you count now?
None.
Is there any industrial park that you see anywhere?
Also the dams. We are promised the dams.
You are promised the dam.
In 1 year. Have we created even one?
There is no project. There is no project. There is no any project. Sasa nikuulize.
Yes.
Wewe uliona wapi president anafanyia kazi juu ya gari? He's always on the roof. Always on the roof. And it is not a campaign period.
Let me play this before we roll back.
Ripoti ya ukaguzi kutoka idara ya ujenzi imeeleza kuwa kuna hofu kwa wanafunzi kuendelea kusomea ndani ya madarasa katika baadhi ya shule za maeneo bunge ya Kimilili na Aldai kutokana na ujenzi wa kiholela. Ripoti hiyo inasema kuwa madarasa 10 kati ya 12 huko Kimilili yalijengwa kiholela, huku shule moja katika eneo bunge la Aldai ikisemekana kuwa haifai kutumika kwa shughuli za masomo. Brenda Wanga anaarifu.
Ukaguzi kuhusu miradi inayofadhiliwa na hazina maeneo bunge katika maeneo bunge hayo mawili ilianza mwaka uliopita baada ya wananchi katika maeneo hayo kulalamikia ujenzi shuleni. Matokeo ya ukaguzi huo yamethibitisha malalamizi ya wakaazi na kupigia darubini wanakandarasi na ujenzi wao wa kiholela. Kati ya shule 12 ambazo zilikaguliwa katika eneo bunge la Kimilili, Sango Baptist na Kamusinde RC pekee zilikuwa na majengo imara. Shule nyingine 10 zikiwemo Kamukuywa, Bituyu, Nasianda, Shikendu na Mawanga DEB, Kimilili RC na DEB, Kamusinde na Kamaseile pamoja na Daraja Mungu zilikuwa na madarasa yaliyojengwa kiholela. Madarasa 2 katika shule ya Lutonyi na mengine 5 katika shule ya Chesamisi yamedaiwa kuwa hayafai kabisa kwa shughuli za masomo. Ripoti imeeleza kuwa baadhi ya madarasa yalijengwa bila kuzingatia kanuni za ujenzi na hakukuwa na stakabadhi za kuonyesha jinsi majengo yalivyoidhinishwa. Katika maeneo mengine majengo mpya yalihitajika, lakini wanakandarasi waliamua tu kufanya ukarabati kwenye majengo ya zamani. Shule ya Buko RC ilihitaji ujenzi wa madarasa kwa kima cha shilingi milioni 12, lakini ukarabati ulifanywa kwa kima cha shilingi milioni 4.6. Kampuni ya kandarasi iliyofanya kazi hiyo ikitambulika kama Laughingstock Engineering Limited. Kazi iliyofanywa katika shule hizo haikuwa na utaratibu, hakukuwa na usimamizi na bidhaa zilizotumika hazikukaguliwa. Imesalia kwamba madarasa yamepata nyufa ukutani na kwenye sakafu, huku pia paa zikivuja maji ya mvua. Brenda Wanga, Runinga ya Citizen.
Ni hivyo mambo yalivyo, na tafadhali tusahau kusupport Sound Candy Talk, tumia details ambazo zina play kwa screen Let us support Sound Candid Talk so that we can continue keeping it running and going on and on and on and on. I thank you, people. I thank you for being with us, and I appreciate you being with us as we wind up this our segment. Please, I urge you, let us come and let us discuss this out. Let us wind up together so that we can know where the problem is and spot out the problem and bring the problem to come to an end. Omolo, I think you have seen that.
Yes. What do you expect?
We gamble with the life of our kids.
Because ile kitu inafanyika, hii CDF kutoka kitambo, mimi mwenyewe nilisema it is another kind of a Ponzi scheme. Sababu before mkandarasi apatiwe hiyo kandarasi, ashaitwa anaambiwa sasa yangu ni ngapi? Classroom moja unaandika milioni 3, alafu niambia yangu ni ngapi? Anaambiwa yako ni milioni 1. Haya, ule
audio yako inapotea, sijui shida ni nini. Are you using earphones?
Yes, let me check.
Thank you, each and everyone. Please, I urge people, let us join inside the studio so that we can discuss this out and have a better solution. I appreciate those who are watching us from the comment section. Namona Ubuntu, thank you. It's been so long since I met you on the comment section, but happy to see you once more. I say to Mohammed, saying congratulations, Brigadier. Hey, good job, bro. Thank you, Tony Mohammed. I really appreciate it. Naona Julius, thank you, Julius, and welcome to the drive. Naona Julius anasema Atromolos Zima TV already. Okay, Omolo has had that. Ni vile earphone yake imekuwa na tashishi kidogo, but he's fixing up the audio. Namwona Muhammad, namwona Buntu tena. I think I appreciate it. Let us keep on. Namwona Buntu tena saying thank you so much. Namwona Halima anasema Assalamu alaikum. The other ones I don't know how to read it. And the Juma Bure Halma. I say hi to you, Shadizo, and everyone in SCT. Thank you, Halima. Halima unifundisha hiyo ingine polepole. Hii zingine tajuma nikisema. But I'll know them. See, Aki. I can't pronounce them, but I'll learn them as soon as possible. Thank you, Halima, for that. Greetings. Warm greetings. Thank you. I appreciate it. I invite you, let us join the studio. Let us keep it up and let us keep the drive as we come to an end, as well as we come to a closer. IP man, FL. Quick recovery. Thank you for that. Great wishing. Please let us keep it up and let us join up. And also, I just remind you, let us support Sound Candid Talk, because without your support, Sound Candid Talk is nothing. Just use the details on the screen. Support it. Those who are using M-Pesa, you can send it by till, or you can send it by send money. Wherever you are watching from, you can send it and support Sound Candid Talk using the details scrolling on the screen, or you can use the details duplicated on the screen. Our till number is 516575, and our number, M-Pesa number, is +254 718 454. I repeat again, 454 and then 585. I repeat once more time, +254 718 454 585. Thank you for those who are watching, and the name will bring Bernard Makoha. Please let us support Sound Candid Talk, and also if these are still keeping scrolling down on the screen. The people who have contributed towards the poll question, I really appreciate it. And also I urge you, let us share the video so that we can have more and better viewership, and also people can get the knowledge wherever we are discussing up everything here. And if it's the first time coming across the channel, I really remind you, I really urge you, please, may you share it, please. Share it, invite people so that they can be part and parcel of Sound Candid Talk. Wachanga tu kutazama peke yako, you just like the vibe alone, you feel, you get the knowledge, you get to know what is going on, and you get the solution even to the problems that are affecting our Kenyan. And you don't want to share with your neighbor, you don't want to share with your friends, you don't want to share with the people in your church, so that we can spread this gospel of unity, and to bring Kenya to a better place as together, as Kenyans, all Kenyans. You just be alone. that means you are not a true patriotic. A true patriotic, you will stand with Kenyans, you will fight for Kenyans, and you will make sure that we take Kenya to another higher level. We take Kenya to another higher altitude. We take Kenya to another higher place where we will have a better Kenya. Always I remind you, whatever we plan today, we'll harvest tomorrow. If we don't plan good Kenyans, if we don't plan good Kenya today, we'll have a bad Kenya tomorrow. Please, I urge you, those who are watching us on Facebook on Bernard M. Makoha, I have sent the link there, and also they send the link again. Click the link, let the streamer configure your camera and your audio. Join and be part and parcel of this so that we can discuss this out, so that we can make Kenya a better place. All about Facebook, the link is on the comment section. I've sent the link via my account, where you click the comment from Shadizo Pro, and then the comment will take you direct to the site towards the studio. I've shared so much time. Those who are watching us from Facebook, please click the link, and the link will configure your camera and your audio, and you will be part and parcel of this. And for those who are watching us from wherever you're watching us, please, I urge you, let us come as we wind up the segment. I really appreciate it because you are being there for us. I will play one more time the video so that wherever I know Omolo is coming back, he's fixing up in the audio and then he's coming back. Please also urge other people, let us join. Wherever you're watching, wherever you're keeping, or wherever you're getting us from, please join and let us keep it up. Let's keep the vibe going. Let's keep it up. Let's continue as we wind up the segment. Please welcome one, welcome all. Invite somebody to watch with. Don't just watch alone. Let's just go for a commercial and we will be right back.
Tunaingia vijijini, mijini na hata jijini kukuletea taarifa mchana kutwa. Usiku tunaketi kitako, tunadadavua tukichanganua taarifa na makala muhimu yanayokuhusu wewe na familia yako. Ungana na Bernard Ngozi kwenye Open Forum Political Show kuanzia saa 4 usiku hadi dakika zake kila siku ya wiki kwenye Soundcard Talk. Tukutane Soundcard Talk.
Sisi vile sio watu ambao wanataka ugomvi kwa sababu ya ugomvi.
Niwaambia nyinyi ni wajinga mkimfuata Ruto. Mkadhani tunawadanganya.
Jeti ya Ruto. Hii maisha ya Ruto ni stress na ni stress.
Mungu wewe umetukosea.
Sasa tumesema siku ya Jumatano.
Tonight.
Hii mradi ulianza kati serikali ya Uhuru Kenyatta.
Kenya is the most stable democracy in Africa. Kenya is the gateway to the East African market. Kenya is the leading regional financial hub.
Na eneo hii yote Makueni mlisimama imara juzi. Manake maandamano iko kwa sheria yetu. Kama wewe umekasirika, wewe huna imani ni yale serikali inafanya, una haki ya kufanya maandamano.
Mimi nimeangalia na nimeona ya kwamba hii serikali tuko nayo ni serikali ya majabasi.
Naomba niwaambie, ukisimama imara vile nimesimama straight namna hii, hakuna mwenye anaweza kukupanda kwa mgongo. Unajua hivyo?
Tonight, Soundcard Talk.
Majina yangu ni Brian Ngika, na nafanya kazi ya beauty, kazi ya kunyoa, kushuka dreadlocks, kufanya massage na hata kupaka kucha. Na mtaa ni mtaa wa Airways hapo Zebra Utawala. Na unatazama Soundcard Talk.
Watch, share, like, subscribe.
Women, we must respect each other. We must respect each other.
This was Thursday when aspirants for various positions in the forthcoming
upande wa manyumba. Nani anakuwa? Nani anakuwa? Nani anakuwa? Nani anakuwa?
20,000 per square meter. Honorable Speaker, this issue of affordable housing is a scam. Why am I saying it's a scam, Honorable Speaker? If you look at the government giving land for free, number one. The same government is giving tax-free building materials. Same government is giving value-added taxes free. And also transferring that land is free of charge. And how, I don't know what kind of calculation they're making. After giving free government land, which is a public land, to an individual, and then that individual builds properties at not affordable price, but at an affordable price, commercial price. The Speaker, if you go today, Honorable Lomonen is my witness. He bought 104 square meter property in Great Wall. He bought 2 maisonettes, 2 apartments at the cost of 3.5 million shillings. He has documents. I am his witness. And if you look at 104, you divide 3.5 million, divide by 104, you are getting that land at 34,000 shillings, 34,000 per square meter. So why should somebody tell me that after giving this land for free, this land, the price should go to 90,000 per square meter? I don't know why. Honorable Speaker, lastly, in that committee, my view was that the government has lost land to fraudsters in the name of developers. The Speaker, I'll tell you today, after 10 years, there is no land that will be left for Kenyans to use because all the land that is supposed to be developed by the government has been taken over by fraud.
Na tumempatia pesa ya kujenga. Hiyo ICT hub 6 tunataka vijana 200-300 in every ICT in every ward. Na mimi nitaleta kompyuta huko, tutaweka internet, tutaweka walimu, na tayari nimenegotiate ajira kule Ulaya, kule Marekani, kule Ujerumani, kule Ufaransa, ili hawa vijana watafanya hiyo kazi. Vijana hapa wa South Mendi, mko tayari? Mko tayari? Hapa South Mendi tunajenga ICT hub 6 na tumekubaliana na huyu Mwiti. In 6 months all the ICT hubs must be ready. Kwa sababu mimi nitakuwa na tayari na makompyuta na internet, ndio tuweze kupanga nyinyi vijana. Nyinyi vijana mko tayari? Pale kwa computer hub mtashindwa kufinya kompyuta nyinyi. Mko tayari? Kufinya tu kompyuta inaweza kuwashinda? Sasa sikia wewe. Mimi tumejenga ICT hub. Tumeweka kompyuta. Tumeweka internet. Tumeweka mwalimu. Tumekupangia ajira tayari kule ng'ambo. Wewe kazi yako ni kwenda pale, unajifunza in 1 month, uko na skill, unaendelea kufinya kompyuta, unaweka $1 kwa mfuko, unaenda nyumbani, unapanga kazi yako. Watu wa South Mendi mko tayari? Mko tayari? Na wale ambao hamutapata kazi hiyo kwa hiyo mpango mbili, pia tumesign agreement inaitwa bilateral labor agreement na kampuni karibu 10, na sio kampuni, na nchi karibu 10 for export of labor, ili vijana wengine wanaomaliza kwa TVET, wanaomaliza kwa university, wanaweza kwenda kufanya kazi Ulaya, wanaweza kwenda kufanya kazi Marekani. Nasikia mtu ya kitendawili ati anasema nisipeleke Wakenya wafanye kazi ng'ambo. Kwani anataka wafanye kazi mahali gani? Ati nimemuuliza ati hautaki waende ng'ambo, unataka wafanye nini? Ati anapanga maandamano. Kwani maandamano ni mahali mtu anaweza kwenda kufanya kazi? Sio ni ukumbavu? Ama ni ujinga? Ama ni yote mbili? Bure kabisa. Sijui kama tunaelewana watu wa Nkobo. Mimi nataka niulize nyinyi, nipange ajira ya hawa vijana ama nisipange? Nipange ajira hawa vijana? Nipange housing hawa vijana wafanye? Nipange digital jobs hawa vijana wafanye? Nipange ile ya kwenda ng'ambo? Nyinyi mko tayari? Wala wanasema tuko tayari, nione kwa.
Ripoti ya ukaguzi kutoka idara ya ujenzi imeeleza kuwa kuna hofu kwa wanafunzi kuendelea kusomea ndani ya madarasa katika baadhi ya shule za maeneo bunge ya Kimilili na Aldai kutokana na ujenzi wa kiholela. Ripoti hiyo inasema kuwa madarasa 10 kati ya 12 huko Kimilili yalijengwa kiholela, huku shule moja katika eneo bunge la Aldai ikisemekana kuwa haifai kutumika kwa shughuli za masomo. Brenda Wanga anaarifu.
Ukaguzi kuhusu miradi inayofadhiliwa na hazina maeneo bunge katika maeneo bunge hayo mawili ilianza mwaka uliopita baada ya wananchi katika maeneo hayo kulalamikia ujenzi shuleni. Matokeo ya ukaguzi huo yamedhibitisha malalamizi ya wakazi na kupigia darubini wanakandarasi na ujenzi wao wa kiholela. Kati ya shule 12 ambazo zilikaguliwa katika eneo bunge la Kimilili, Sango Baptist na Kamusinde RC pekee zilikuwa na majengo imara. Shule nyingine 10 zikiwemo Kamukuywa, Bituyu, Nasianda, Shikendu na Mawanga DEB, Kimilili RC na DEB, Kamusinde na Kamaseile pamoja na Daraja Mungu zilikuwa na madarasa yaliyojengwa kiholela. Madarasa 2 katika shule ya Lutonyi na mengine 5 katika shule ya Chesamisi yamedaiwa kuwa hayafai kabisa kwa shughuli za masomo. Ripoti imeeleza kuwa baadhi ya madarasa yalijengwa bila kuzingatia kanuni za ujenzi na hakukuwa na stakabadhi za kuonyesha jinsi majengo yalivyoidhinishwa. Katika maeneo mengine, majengo mpya yalihitajika, lakini wanakandarasi waliamua tu kufanya ukarabati kwenye majengo ya zamani. Shule ya Buko RC ilihitaji ujenzi wa madarasa kwa kima cha shilingi milioni 12, lakini ukarabati ulifanywa kwa kima cha shilingi milioni 4.6. Kampuni ya kandarasi iliyofanya kazi hiyo ikitambulika kama Laughingstock Engineering Limited. Kazi iliyofanywa katika shule hizo haikuwa na utaratibu, hakukuwa na usimamizi na bidhaa zilizotumika hazikukaguliwa. Imesalia kwamba madarasa yamepata nyufa ukutani na kwenye sakafu, huku pia paa zikivuja maji ya mvua. Brenda Wanga, Runinga ya Citizen.
Thank you and welcome back for this amazing moment where we will be wrapping up. I think Omolo is not able to come back, but I really appreciate for the contribution. I hope we get an Omolo. I see on the comment section, I say, on me, I think the Ruto government is made up. Okay, made of it. I don't know why. Shadizo can. Pogon say it, and then thank you for those who have been keeping us from going, and I appreciate it. And also urge you let us support Sound Country because we have been talking about our national and our economy, our government projects and corruption. I really appreciate for those who have contributed towards it, because those who have contributed that showed me the love that we are going on. I appreciate for we have the discussion right now. We have been having a discussion with Omolo has already stated for us some few days where we have realized that we are going over this. I appreciate for those who have been with me up to this moment, and I appreciate for those who are watching. Sound Country Talk. Sound Country is the place to be, and it's the place where you can like to watch. I really appreciate for those who are in the comment section. I really acknowledge your presence up to at this moment. I really appreciate it because you are indeed the great people. And I also just remind you, let us learn to subscribe, comment, and also share. And also it will be for so help. And if the first coming across the channel, please share the channel and also be part of this. And also I urge you let us support Sound Country Talk. The details are on the screen. And also you can use the details scrolling down the screen. Let us support Sound Country Talk using the details on the screen. Okay, send your donation and it will be good and be for great help to Sound Country Talk. I really appreciate for those who have been with us up to this right moment. I see 92 viewership. The viewership is good. Please let us keep it up by liking the video because the likes are still too low. Also, the share is still. I appreciate for those who have been with us. Let us keep it up. Let us continue going. Let's like the video. Let us share it so that we can have a better and good viewership. I appreciate for them and acknowledge for those who have been with us this moment. Let us meet tomorrow, the same place, the same minute, and the same time.
Sisi vile vile sio wote ambao wanataka ugomvi kwa sababu ya ugomvi.
Niwaambia nyinyi ni wajinga mkimfuata Ruto. Mkadhani tunawadanganya.
Eti ya Ruto. Hii maisha ya Ruto ni stress na ni stress.
Mungu wewe umetukosea.
Sasa tumesema siku ya Jumatano.
Tonight.
Hii mradi ulianza kati ya serikali ya Uhuru Kenyatta.
Kenya is the most stable democracy in Africa. Kenya is the gateway to the East African market. Kenya is the leading regional financial hub.
Na eneo hii yote Makueni mlisimama imara juzi. Manake maandamano iko kwa sheria yetu. Kama wewe umekasirika, wewe huna imani ni yale serikali inafanya, una haki ya kufanya maandamano.
Mimi nimeangalia na nimeona ya kwamba hii serikali tuko nayo ni serikali ya majabasi.
Naomba niwaambie, ukisimama imara vile nimesimama straight namna hii, hakuna mwenye anaweza kukupanda kwa mgongo. Unajua hivyo?
Tonight, some kind of talk.
I see Mr. Handsome 2024 is here. So I'll leave you inside the hands of Mr. Handsome. You have been away, but I'm happy to see you back.
Poa kabisa. What's up? Siku hizi program imekuwa ya 2 hours Sikujua.
Sasa nyinyi ndio mmepotea. How can I debate alone? Na wase mmepotea.
Umedebate alone masaa ngapi? Sikujua kulikuwa peke yako.
More than 2 hours.
Peke yako?
Mtu mmoja na amekuja peke yake. And you are still live. Contribute before I go away.
Okay. Sawa. Wakurugenzi hiyo si poa. Ladies and gentlemen, lazima tuchangamkie hii kitu. You know the reason why we need to be here. So Bwana Shandizo, sijaji update na Zakayo regime. So sijui ni nini kinaendelea huko. So the only thing I can say is Zakayo must go. It's unfortunate sifuatangi news. I'm sorry. So
We're not talking about news. We are talking about today we were to drive deeper about our economy, government project, and the corruption. You see, so it was just a debate that we were supposed to discuss and analyze and come up with a solution. And you people have left me alone. So how am I deciding?
No. Actually, ulikuwa na debate poa sana. If those are the issues which you are debating about, but ni sawa. So economists, unajua tu, economies in shambles. Hiyo si kitu hata ya kuelezea. Dola iko down. Leo nimeangalia, nimeona ni kama imeimprove kidogo. So so anyway, naturally there is nothing you can talk about Zakayo regime. It is doomed at the start. So it's unfortunate that Kenyans are in this situation, hostage situation. That is the problem. So sasa ni kufikiria kujinasua. Unajua saa zingine kuna kuanga na hii nyoka inaitangwa anaconda. Nimeonaona mamovie ya zimeactiwa huko Amazon Forest. Saa zingine hii nyoka inaitwa anaconda, unaona ikimeza mbuzi. sometimes pia inaanzia kumeza binadamu, and it is usually very scary when it starts swallowing. So I think we are in an anaconda situation where now tumekuwa marinated vizuri, sasa ni kumezwa tu, like lazima tu tukae katika, unajua na phrases zingine I think we should not be adopting them, ati ukae hali yako. History ya kukaa hali yako ndio hii sasa, whereby vitu ni mbaya lakini you cannot like say anything, like huwezi jinasua. We are really bad, we are really in a bad situation, by the way. So bwana Shandizo, we have just to think now. Sasa ile kitu tuko nayo sasa ni tufikirie tutajitoa kwa hii situation aje. We are in a cage, like we are in the forest, tuko huko ndani msituni na tujui where we can get out in the mainland. All our tumeenda huko kufish. Saa zingine unasikianga majamaa Lake Victoria wameenda huko kufish, then boat yao ina capsize, then boat yao ikicapsize na huko it is either mupatane na meli ama muogere. Sasa sisi boat yetu isha capsize, tuko in the deep seas, tunaogelea, tunakunywa maji. Meli isipopatikana karibu hapo tutabebwa. That is now the situation which is there. Hakuna kitu inafanya, hata wakijaribu kuimasaji aje, hata ukijaribu kumasaji nchi yetu sahi, vitu haziwezi ingiana. We are out of control, and you know when a disaster enters inaingianga pole pole. You begin by hii vitu itakuwa poa, things will be okay, until now they go out of hand. So immediately when the dollar was 135, watu walishtuka sana. Wakati dola ilikuwa 135, watu walishtuka sana. Sasa hata watu washtuki tena. It was a shock. I remember jamaa aliniambia dola ni 135. Sasa hii tu unaangalia tu figure tu unaacha. So at times inaanzianga kama mshangao, then from there we in a bad situation. Even during Moi time hakukuwa hivi. Sasa kuna hii kitu tunaitanga pesa mfukoni. Sasa hii hakuna pesa mfukoni. Sasa pesa iko mifukoni mwao. Sasa mfuko ya Mkenya pengine handkerchief na vitu zingine ambazo they have no monetary value. So we are just in a bad shape. So we just need to organize and mobilize. That should be the call here. Organize and mobilize. And na tuone tutajinasuaje. So I think now saa hii maandamano inafaa kukua ikijiita. I am still surprised that people are not reacting to this chaotic government. I don't know, like I thought that problems organize people. So I'm surprised still that hakuna maandamano. It's unfortunate, like other jurisdiction, some government, if they experience a quote of what we are experiencing. Saa zingine naona truckers in France wapi is sand. Leo nimesikia jamaa ko Italia. There is a Italy summit huko where Africans have to be summoned and go and sit there. Of course, those summits have zero. Hakuna kitu tumeendea huko. They are just the colonial meetings. Nothing Africans will get. If we need any summit, lazima summit itengenezwe kwetu. So Italians can come to Kenya and they handle us independently. And I don't know how viongozi wetu wa Afrika, they are bullshit. Italy summit, England summit, America summit, Russian summit, Chinese summit. Like hiyo tu ni kutumiwa fare na kuenda. Hiyo tu ni Bwana Shandizo Haina tofauti na vile unatumia dem fare kuja. So viongozi wa Afrika ni kutumiwa fare. You know, after kutumia mtu fare what happens? Bwana Shandizo, you know after mtu ametumiwa fare what happens? So Africans can go and warm beds of others. So we behave like sluts. You don't do that. Civilized nations, you don't do that. You have your own ideas and thinking. So you have to be responding to people. So those summits are bullshit. Nothing will come from there. I don't support it. So it's a continuation of neo-colonialism, whereby they want to see if still you are aligned. Unaitwa your summit because they want to still study how African leaders are thinking. Are still these people in Stone Age? Wanasema watu bado wako Stone Age. Ni kupima hewa. We are still okay. We can continue with what we do well. So yule anakutaka akuja bana. Not the other way around. We don't need to atuwahitaji, wao ndio wanatuhitaji. So saa zingine hata demu akiona unamtumia fare sana, usiende. So huyu anakuhitaji atokezee. Sawa, anyway, that's okay. So Bwana Shandizo, mismanagement in our country is high level. So we now need two lines. Number one, there must be a political line and there must be a revolution line. So we need to see people pushing on the revolution line, because we cannot solve these issues on politics alone. So lazima tukue na vikundi mbili. Some people are coming also, Alex anakuja. So lazima tukue na vikundi mbili. We need a political wing and a revolution wing. So far ODM is doing well. Vile naona they are mobilizing people, registering people. But now we also need the rebellion movement, which is moving side by side. That's what I think. Otherwise, nitasimamia hapo, I think Alex can add. So that is what we are not seeing. So, but we still need to see people being charged on the revolution. So we need revolution leaders, and we also need people who are also concentrating with the politics. So these things need to continue together. I've studied some places where revolutions have happened. Politics and the revolution has not mixed. So, but sometimes they happen at the same time. So if we think that we will concentrate with the politics, we finish politics, then we go to revolution, it will not happen. You have to push the same wheel at the same time. So those things have to co-work. We have to work on the political side and on the revolution side. So those two wheels have to push together. Otherwise, to concentrate on the political wing sana, Kenyans will start feeling as if they are getting abandoned, or maybe all things are not being done the way. So we need to see fighters fighting for Kenyans and people pushing, courageous Kenyans working on revolution ideas and calling for those things which push people towards the revolution. So those are the things. So those two wheels have to go together. Thank you.
Mr. Ansam, I really appreciate that contribution. Before I welcome Alex, I want to appreciate everyone that watching. Let us support Sound Candy Talk, and it will be great. I'll leave you people in the hands of Mr. Ansam 2024, whereby other people will be joining, and also we will be discussing up for the remaining hour. They will be bringing up the show for the remaining hour. Mr. Alex, how are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I am good.
That's good. That's good. Bernard ameamua wewe ndio utakaa hapa 10 hours. We had a great show yesterday. And nikaona Njiru anang'ang'ana peke yake hapo, nikasema si niingie ndani nisaidie yeye kidogo. But yeah, when we talk about projects, deep dive of government project, I would like to start with Nakuru, where in my life I've never seen the kind of impunity that I'm experiencing in that country. A whole governor closes War Memorial Hospital and chases, sick people from the hospital. There was an example of that Mzee who said that his relative had done surgery yesterday, and what happened is that they were chasing him today. No, that was 6 days ago. Now he was on oxygen. He had just done. Apart from the crisis, the school crisis and school fees crisis which we have experienced, I saw Pastor Ezekiel gave a lot of food distribution, and he also gave a lot of school fees to students who came from one school who passed very well. So, I mean, this government does not have even one project that you can say there is no corruption. So this government does not have even one individual who is not corrupt. In a span of less than 1 year, Murkomen has bought 3 choppers. And you wonder how can you come from not owning a chopper and you buy within 1 year 3 choppers. And that's why I'll say I don't trust this government completely. Housing levy is a scam. Shift when you letter badala NHIF is a scam too, because 300 cannot cover anything. 300 cannot cover medication, cannot cover bed, cannot cover food, and cannot cover the doctor's appointment. So and that's why authoritatively I'll say that this government in itself is a scam, and there is no any other government in the history of Kenya that even Mkoloni that was as corrupt with impunity, whereby watu wanakuja wanachapa hata bunduki, watu wanaenda hospitali and nothing is done. I hear the agriculture sector is doing even more worse. It's because Linturi is under the cover. He has not been grilled. But I hear the agricultural sector wakatudanganya Nzoia inaanza kazi, and wakasema wamepump huko sijui 600 million. Somebody took that money and Nzoia is not working anymore. So when you look at the nature of how the boss is operating, and that's how the governors who are UDA now are operating under high voltage corruption, mega corruptions, and they don't care. They do it broad daylight. How can you close an hospital and you just tell people to get out, to go where? And somebody wants to grab the land for the hospital, So there is a big problem that we have in Kenya individually and also communally, that honestly Mungu anatakana atusaidie. At this rate, we may not have a country in 5 years. And I think that's why people are mad. People cannot even fix a roof leak in JKIA, Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. So you sit, you ask yourself, if you cannot fix a roof leak, and there is a lot of money that is coming there. Actually, the other day said there's a corruption in the airport such as had never been seen. I have a friend of mine who had an iPhone when he was entering Kenya. That was 2 months ago. He was told you can't enter with this phone unless you pay $200. Such is the kind of impunity we are having. So can I agree that we have dived so low and something needs to be done? I don't know what needs to be done, but we need to reevaluate and ask pertinent questions on, are we really having a country anymore? Look, the only president who went to Italy from East Africa is Ruto. And you wonder, what did he go to do there? Because he's the one who's been complaining these people hold them in buses. And leo alipandishwa buses. So you wonder if this person, remember when he said that, there was Mo Ibrahim, there was a standing ovation. And the West Africans started calling Ruto is a revolutionary. That's the kind of leader we need. But when he started criticizing now the coup in Burkina Faso, people started rethinking about, who is this guy? Do we really know him? You know, alisema by January kutakuwa na free visa. Hakuna kitu kama free visa. It's more expensive and it's more laborious to apply because the nature, the way he put things. He wants people to come in this country. Yes, of course, which is not wrong. We can have visitors. But at the same time, he was looking a way now to scam also visitors through a thing called digital ID, which is more expensive than visas. So there's something wrong with this man, Ruto. Fundamentally wrong. I don't know if he remembers what he says, and he wakes up tomorrow and does the different thing. But however, I think here hapo with the conclusion that our country has dived into the worst of the worst to a point that we are chasing sick people from theater, from hospital, and we are grabbing a 25-acre land of the hospital, flippantly like that. And we don't want to be accountable based on that. Governor Kihika just says, wacha watoke huko, that the lease imeisha, wacha watoke huko. Sasa wewe watu wamekuelect, and then unawafukuza hospitali. Gujiri told them, I don't think with the rate things are happening here, kuna any MP ata survive next time. And we are seeing it from deep in central or the mountain, that really there is a revolution coming. You know, the other day I saw Martha Karua, walijaribu kuwashtua, wakajaribu kuwafuata, but mwisho yeye na Munya na sijui ni nani wali make sure wamekuwa na maandamano yao vile walikuwa wanataka. Unaelewa? So I'll stop there.
Before I go, let me play this video and then so that you don't pia nanya pate kuelewa.
20,000 per square meter. Honorable Speaker, this issue of affordable housing is a scam. Why am I saying it's a scam, Honorable Speaker? If you look at the government giving land for free, number one, the same government is giving tax-free building materials. Same government is giving value-added taxes free. And also transferring that land is free of charge. And how, I don't know what kind of calculation they're making. After giving free government land, which is a public land, to an individual, and then that individual builds properties at not affordable price, but at an affordable price, commercial price. The Speaker, if you go today, Honorable Lomonen is my witness. He bought 104 square meter property in Great Wall. He bought 2 maisonettes, 2 apartments at the cost of 3.5 million shillings. He has documents. I am his witness. And if you look at 104, you divide 3.5 million, divide by 104, you are getting that land at 34,000 shillings, 34,000 per square meter. So why should somebody tell me that after giving this land for free, this land, the price should go to 90,000 per square meter? I don't know why. Honorable Speaker, lastly, in that committee, my view was that the government has lost land to fraudsters in the name of developers. The Speaker,
Tuingie upande wa manyumba. Nani anakuwa? Nani anakuwa? Nani anakuwa? Nani anakuwa?
Na tumempatia pesa ya kujenga hiyo ICT hub 6. Tunataka vijana 200-300 in every ICT in every ward, na mimi nitaleta kompyuta huko, tutaweka internet, tutaweka walimu, na tayari nimenegotiate ajira kule Ulaya, kule Marekani, kule Ujerumani, kule Ufaransa, ili hawa vijana watafanya hiyo kazi. Vijana hapa wa South Mendi, mko tayari? Mko tayari? Hapa South Mendi tunajenga ICT hub 6 na tumekubaliana na huyu Mwiti, in 6 months all the ICT hubs must be ready, kwa sababu mimi nitakuwa na tayari na makompyuta na internet, ndio tuweze kupanga nyinyi vijana. Nyinyi vijana mko tayari? Pale kwa computer hub mtashindwa kufinya kompyuta nyinyi? Mko tayari? Kufinya tu kompyuta inaweza kuwashinda? Sasa sikia wewe. Mimi tumejenga ICT hub. Tumeweka kompyuta. Tumeweka internet. Tumeweka mwalimu. Tumekupangia ajira tayari kule ng'ambo. Wewe kazi yako ni kwenda pale, unajifunza in 1 month, uko na skill, unaendelea kufinya kompyuta, unaweka dola kwa mfuko, unaenda nyumbani, unapanga kazi yako. Watu wa South Mendi, mko tayari? Mko tayari? Na wale ambao hamutapata kazi hiyo kwa hiyo mpango mbili, pia tumepanga, tumesign agreement inaitwa bilateral labor agreement na kampuni karibu 10, na sio kampuni, na nchi karibu 10 for export of labor, ili vijana wengine wanaomaliza kwa TVET, wanaomaliza kwa university, wanaweza kwenda kufanya kazi Ulaya, wanaweza kwenda kufanya kazi Marekani. Nasikia mtu ya kitendawili ati anasema nisipeleke Wakenya wafanye kazi ng'ambo. Kwani anataka wafanye kazi mahali gani? Ati nimemuuliza ati hautaki waende ng'ambo, unataka wafanye nini? Ati anapanga maandamano. Kwani maandamano ni mahali mtu anaweza kwenda kufanya kazi? Sio, ni ukumbavu? Ama ni ujinga? Ama ni yote mbili?
Ripoti ya ukaguzi kutoka idara ya ujenzi imeeleza kuwa kuna hofu kwa wanafunzi kuendelea kusomea ndani ya madarasa katika baadhi ya shule za maeneo bunge ya Kimilili na Aldai kutokana na ujenzi wa kiholela. Ripoti hiyo inasema kuwa madarasa 10 kati ya 12 huko Kimilili yalijengwa kiholela, huku shule moja katika eneo bunge la Aldai ikisemekana kuwa haifai kutumika kwa shughuli za masomo. Brenda Wanga anaarifu.
Ukaguzi kuhusu miradi inayofadhiliwa na hazina maeneo bunge katika maeneo bunge hayo mawili ilianza mwaka uliopita baada ya wananchi katika maeneo hayo kulalamikia ujenzi shuleni. Matokeo ya ukaguzi huo yamethibitisha malalamizi ya wakaazi na kupigia darubini wanakandarasi na ujenzi wao wa kiholela. Kati ya shule 12 ambazo zilikaguliwa katika eneo bunge la Kimilili, Sango Baptist na Kamusinde RC pekee zilikuwa na majengo imara. Shule nyingine 10 zikiwemo Kamukuywa, Bituyu, Nasianda, Shikendu na Mawanga DEB, Kimilili RC na DEB, Kamusinde na Kamaseile pamoja na Daraja Mungu zilikuwa na madarasa yaliyojengwa kiholela. Madarasa 2 katika shule ya Lutonyi na mengine 5 katika shule ya Chesamisi yamedaiwa kuwa hayafai kabisa kwa shughuli za masomo. Ripoti imeeleza kuwa baadhi ya madarasa yalijengwa bila kuzingatia kanuni za ujenzi na hakukuwa na stakabadhi za kuonyesha jinsi majengo yalivyoidhinishwa. Katika maeneo mengine, majengo mpya yalihitajika, lakini wanakandarasi waliamua tu kufanya ukarabati kwenye majengo ya zamani. Shule ya Buko RC ilihitaji ujenzi wa madarasa kwa kima cha shilingi milioni 12, lakini ukarabati ulifanywa kwa kima cha shilingi milioni 4.6. Kampuni ya kandarasi iliyofanya kazi hiyo ikitambulika kama Laughingstock Engineering Limited. Kazi iliyofanywa katika shule hizo haikuwa na utaratibu, hakukuwa na usimamizi na bidhaa zilizotumika hazikukaguliwa. Imesalia kwamba madarasa yamepata nyufa ukutani na kwenye sakafu, huku pia paa zikivuja maji ya mvua. Brenda Wanga, Runinga.
Ni hivyo kuko, alafu nasema Kenya Corruption Commission. Mr. Hanson, let me leave you people in your hands.
Okay. Sawa bwana Shendizo. First of all, Nimesikia ati hiyo kampuni ilijenga hiyo madarasa inaitwa Laughing Stock. Sijui kama Bwana Alex umesikia hiyo story ya Laughing Stock? Eh? Alex, umesikia hiyo kampuni ilijenga hiyo madarasa inaitwa Laughing Stock? Okay. The other thing is the moment umesikia Zakayo amekwambia in 6 months hivi, hiyo tutakuwa tumemalizia. Ujue that is uongo. There is nothing like in 6 months time. So umesikia nyinyi watu mtashindwa na kufinya computer like another. Let me tell you, in this life, when you present things, serious things in a casual manner, it's very dangerous. In 1 month, si utakuwa umejua hiyo computer. So kuna kitu nataka kuuliza hapa bwana. Bwana Shandizo, umesikia hiyo? Sorry, amepotea. So kuna watu nataka kuuliza hapa, ni skills gani unaweza jua za computer within 1 month? No, I want to ask here, what can you know about computer in 1 month? Sababu amesema in 1 month
ni computer packages watoto wanasoma class 1 siku hizi.
Let me tell you, hiyo kitu anasema within 1 month utakuwa umejua kufinya computer. What he is talking about, he is talking about typing. The only thing which you can learn within 1 month about a computer is typing, kutengeneza file, kusave document. Those the famous packages which we used to do long time ago, post millennial time when computer. So Zakaya ja update ya kwamba knowing packages you don't know computer. Sahi we are in web design, we are in software, we are in machine learning, and those things you cannot explain them in arrays. For your information, those things you talk about them in institutions of higher learning, in a TVET college somewhere, in a university somewhere. Those are the people who train these things. How ni wale watu ambao wana train hizi vitu. Zakayo does not train computer, so he doesn't know what it entails. Unajua, let me tell you, watu wanadharau IT sana, and no wonder even watu Kenya wanamaliza IT and they cannot get jobs because the IT which is being presented to Kenyans is not the wound IT. The wound IT is not what is being presented there in Harare. I'm sorry, but the real IT I know is transformational subject. For your information, IT is now blended everywhere. In some countries, they have even started data science, machine learning, graphic design. Sasa hiyo IT watu wanaambiwa in 1 month utakuwa umejua. Na so tuache mzaa bwana, and such a person as your leader, you are doomed before start. Sasa huyo ndio kiongozi. Hata Minister of Education has not even explained that concept. It's a joke. So we are dealing with this is a dead man walking. That's what I would say. This is a dead man walking. In fact, we are listening to a clone. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. When I listen to Zakayo and the speeches he gives in rallies, I feel pity for the intellectual community of Kenya. That there is no any intellectual man, or if they are very few, who has not challenged that man on on the damages he is doing in the villages. You know, let me tell you, in the villages, where majority of our people wamepata D's and E's, they think Zakayo is speaking golden water. They think Zakayo is talking golden and water. So mental torture, which let me tell you, Zakayo is a danger to our children. Ladies and gentlemen, watoto wajui kuchagua uongo, but Kenyans need to riot. Now waseme this man needs to be isolated from community. Personally, I have stopped my children from listening to him. But how many Kenyans can do that? Personally, I advise parents, please, don't watch Kenyan news in the meantime until we can get somebody who is organized and somebody who is speaking the truth. Kuona news to subject young generation to this person, you are risking the next generation to become pathological liars. You might think that watu wanacheka because of what this guy is speaking. Lakini, mtu anasema hapo in 6 months time. Do you know, hata in 6 months time, hata ng'ombe haizi zaa na miezi 6. Those jokes.
Right, yeah. That's it.
Those jokes. Those jokes tuachane nazo tafadhali. We cannot subject the next generation to such a man. Please. Hata kama nini. Me, and I want to advise people, tafadhali. In the meantime, funga TV. If this is the only thing available for us, fungeni TV, tafadhali. And I want to advise akina Shandizo hapa. Please. Some of us who like reasoned information, you are also torturing us. Mukituwekea huyu jamaa. Every time I listen to this pathological lies, I get mentally deranged. So I would like to advise you, to advise you people, please, for the well-being of everybody who is here, tafadhali musituwekee huyu mtu tena. Naomba tu tafadhali, naomba. I know akina Bernard, akina Shandizo, you hear us. We better come and debate an abstract thing than to comment on something about this person. Uongo imekidhiri bwana. Imekidhiri. No. Please, we should not be a channel of trying to remember, there are some people who do not know how to choose the wheat and the chaff. Wanakula kila kitu. It's unfair. It's unfair. Every time I listen in 6 months time, and you remember the first 6 months time, the other time in 6 months time, tuliibiwa pesa ya stadium. In 6 months time, sijui Kamanyarin, which is historic, will be complete. In 6 months, every time I hear this guy talking about in 6 months time, roho yangu inatetemeka. Nashindwa hata na kupumua. Sababu najuanga hiyo ni uongo imepitishwa chwa from the highest office, which I'm using my taxpayer. For your information, I'm a very diligent taxpayer. Mimi ulipa kodi. Nafanyanga mabiashara, nalipa kodi. So this person,
unaongea pole pole sana, si uongee tu.
Oh, nasema I pay my taxes.
Your voice is very low.
Ndio nasema, okay, I hope you can hear me. Nasema I pay taxes. Na it is so unfortunate, my taxes are financing lies. I think I'm so much stressed of what my tax is being used. My taxes are being used to pay Ujumwa, who cannot think. My taxes are being used to pay thieves. My taxes are being used to pay 483 ghost workers in the State House. We have to withdraw our taxes. Nimemaliza.
Okay.
Rex chukulia, alafu Steve achukue.
Steven, you can go ahead. I saw your hand up. Acha Steven aongea. Mkono wake ilikuwa juu.
It's very motive. It's very motive. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, it's very motive. Yeah. One Ruto, you think that is a doctor. He's not a doctor. He's a botanist. Explain that to every time. In your university, we refused him. Then I went to Rhodesia. You remember? That time it was called Zimbabwe. Printing money is not nice. I'm not talking about corruption. Too fast. If you can hear me, you hear me. The way Ruto is doing does not make sense to us in Kenya. We met in the aeroplane as we are talking. Those are big people. They took our belt. They took everything. And they want to take our money. Even if you work 6 months, you work whatever. That is where Ruto is taking us. If you don't know, that is where Ruto is taking us. It's very annoying, annoying. Yeah. Corruption started when Girongo and Ruto printed, and with Moi printed 500. Yeah, note. Why? We are used to shilling. So why five pounds? I don't know, 5. Me, I'm in UK. Why print money? Me, I'm also economist. Printing money is that you are disparate. Me, I talk a big English. Yeah, it's called disparado indice. You are very disparate. Even to print money, surely. What you are seeing here is like Kenya. You are going down. And you are forced, surely, for example, this thing called levy. There's something we call macro and micro economics. Yeah. It means that micro is that just plug sessional paper number 65, written by Tom Boyer. Plug it, read it very well. All the people in Kenya, you are responsible for your own life, your own wealth. So yes, Ruto. The other time it was where was he? Yeah, Meru. He doesn't even read the sign of time. Ruto is a mess in Kenya. I'm telling you. Ruto is a mess. He'll mess you. He'll mess your children. He'll mess your wives. He'll mess you. Those policies we don't know them. Those policies we don't know them. What is this? What is this thing called Atimata Karua? No, Mata Kiome. I don't know Kiome. When we were fighting there in Kenya, yeah, he stood with us. Now we are outside. We are hearing that you eat us. Yeah, you eat us also. We are heated hard. Too much heated hard. When you talk like this, I know what is this. Not nice. In Kenya, we are not somewhere. And yeah, I'm in UK. We don't even want to say I'm a Kenyan. And this Western ideology of Western, we don't need it. We don't need it. If one wants it somewhere else, yeah, take it somewhere else. We don't need it. Me, I'm writing a book here. My book, my journey, multicultural. I have said no to Western Authority on Kenya. Western Authority in Kenya, IMS. I'm the one who did the research there. It's called Structural Adjustment Program. I was born in Nairobi. Yeah. What did they say? When I confronted them. Yeah. And me, I went to, you remember, I went to even in Upper Hill. European Union is there. This one is down there. I told them this is not working. Yeah, leave people alone. Yeah. Leave people alone. What I told you is that we are going to close those embassies. We'll close them. I'll start with this one here in Portland Street in the UK, London. Yeah, they are not serving the people. If you don't know, these embassies are not serving people. They don't serve people. They are cheap. Cheap, very cheap. Okay, for example, if you are important in Kenya, why present them there, and then you here at your you call us diaspora? I refused. I should not be called diaspora. I'm a Kenyan. I told him one day he came here I live in Sheffield. Yeah. I told them point blank, this name called diaspora, define it. Where is it? But we are contributing also in Kenya, surely. How do you give us our tag, your tags? Those, we are even the one there in Kenya. What they are doing, they don't know what they are doing because they say, oh, yeah, we are in office, big office. I don't know what embassy. Surely, how can we be in an embassy doing nothing? Just sit there. Sorry about that. Sorry. I'm so annoyed about this embassies. The one in because I'm a UN, will close those embassies because they are responsible for all this frustration in Kenya. Upper Hill, that is British embassy, will close that one. And then this one here, because they were threatened when Kamodo died there, they are now in Gigiri. Those embassies, we are going to close them and tell our people, please respect the country where you are. Power, okay, let me talk about power. Power doesn't mean that you have money. Power is also a status. Status. If I can quote my professor, Max Weber, status come when the community know you, who you are, and you do good to them. That's called status. Class. Let me come to class, because me, I'm a sociologist. Very fast. Class is apex. The apex. Okay, for example, you are in apex. You are climbing the ladder. Why not down here? Surely. Are you okay? And also, yeah, let me come to Ruto. Ruto did not, I was in 1992, University of Nairobi. Ruto did not take any graduation. We were there. He was busy taking Moi money. Yeah, if you don't know. As we know, then we went there in Kirinyaga. We went there, we asked everyone. They told us that Ruto is a thief. If I'm here in UK, ask me in Sheffield. Yeah, Ruto is a thief. That's why Moi, you not want him to see him with own eye. Even his son, Gideon, will not see that person. I'm telling you. But I know how to use power. Torah 6, power. No. Power means that you have to sit down. No negotiation. But Kenya, you are great. I'm telling you. Me, I come from Migori. Yeah. You are great. I have a lot of children there. And they're feeding me a lot of things. We are telling you that Kenya, you'll be great without Ruto. We are the people who said, inawezekana bila Moi. Yeah, because Moi was too much on our necks. Too much. Now we want to go back there. Why? Why are you going there back again? Things are not working. We read this thing called guillotine. Yeah. The Napoleon Bonaparte. Yeah. Imagine. That is where you take Kenya. That don't make sense to me. And then these people they want people just to sing their tune. No, we're not singing that tune that way. Thank you. I'm crying. Thank you. Sorry about that. Sorry about Kenya.
Sawa. I understand. It's heavy. Na mkuje station bana. It's heavy. Na mkuje station Ni kubwa. It's worse. In 2 years, no one will be able to talk the way we are speaking. At least sahi tuko na pumzi. In 2 years, it will be tough. So ladies and gentlemen, take cover and let's reason together. We either reason together and work together, or we perish individually. We hang separately. So it's upon us. There is so much group work we have refused to work on, but we have to think beyond. Do we all want the same thing? Yes, we want. All of us, including even people who come from Sugoi. We want prosperity. We want good life. And if that good life doesn't seem to come from the quarters, we need to respond uniformly. So it is simple. We either unite and fight this war, or we die separately. It's that simple. Anyway, I have nothing to say about the current situation. It is beyond commenting. When kids cannot go to school, when people cannot eat, when people are not having jobs, I don't comment. My duty is to talk about things which are working. So I don't comment about things which are not moving, which are not working. So Julia kuja, mko na Romeo, sijui mko wapi. Na warembo siku hizi ni kama wanahepa hii studio yetu. I don't know why. Comfort, Anie, hujai kuja hapa hata kutushtua tuone sura yako. Na kuna mtu amenitumia message akiniuliza kama nakujua. Anyway. Anie, kuja studio uonekane. Kuna watu wanataka kukuona. Sijui wako na mpango gani, lakini kuna watu wanataka kukuona. Shamal Hussein, Ubuntu, kucheka ndio hiyo. Julius, Pogon alipotea. Pogon used to be our moderator. Not any longer, I don't know why. Sijui kama ni retire alichukua. Tone Mohammed, siku hizi hata she's not talking. I don't know ako wapi. Alex was here, amepotea. Nilikuwa nacheka Sandizo, alibaki peke yake, sasa mimi nimebaki peke yangu. Naona Ania ameniwekea. Yeah. So, Bwana Steven, there's something I wanted to comment here. Like, when the government is not doing the right thing, the national fabric gets destroyed. So, in the next 2 years, expect the damage of families. Expect we will start raising very bad kids now. Because economics are not working, so you can't give your kids the best of what they need. Ni
They
maisha ya
abuse me.
kung'ang'ana.
I'm a father. They abuse me, surely. Why in Kenya? And they are working. Okay, because me, I'm very pragmatic. So which question did you ask?
So, like,
government, because I've been listening a lot. Because I'm caring about Kenya. That's where I am. I come from Migori. Government means three. Whether you're in school or not in school, you have to know that. It is parliament oversight. There is judiciary, judging. There is executive. Yeah. But if you collude, it won't work. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. Njiro, what next question? Next question.
Okay, what is it? Okay, ni sawa, nimeona wewe ni msomi kabisa. So, like, so what do you think is the socio-cultural effect of Zakayo government in Kenya right now, as a sociologist, as you said?
Neil, hey boss, I'm telling you today, social, you cannot read anything in Kenya. Nothing. They're just talking of tribes. So what tribes? Talk of ethnicity. Where is it? In Kenya is no, because we have poor leadership. Not even poor, bad leadership. Bad. I'm telling you, bad. From the year 2020, when was I born? No, the year 2020, because I was following this stealing of votes in Kenya. That is where you started going wrong. Yeah. Kenya, you are going wrong. Don't choose bad leaders. Me, I'm observer. I was observer with UNDP in Kenya. If you don't know me, you stay there until the clock. You count from the polling station, and then you fight for your freedom. You have to fight it out. So don't come again. Oh, this and that, because poor leadership is poor quality of economy. Yeah, look, you cannot go even to central bank to ask for money. Domestic borrowing. You cannot even go to my bank here in Equity. You can't. They don't have money. It's called a liquidity problem because you put a person there who was a professor when I was in University of Nairobi. It's called Ngudi. then Google it. Nonsense. So we had big professors there, big economists. Even Kibaki was one of my team. Yeah, Kibaki, when he was vice president, my team. They were doing very well. But since that time, look, Musalia, where is he? Where's his economics? Land economics, surely. Do you mean that in Nairobi University, there's no land economist? And him, Chiroma is here, and Nairobi is here, main campus, where I went to school. Why? Why choose Ruto, Batonist, for example? Look how they are behaving. Very funny people, very funny characters. No development, because I'm following everything. No development has worked in Kenya up to now. Ask me another one.
So
Ask me.
Are people going to get married in Kenya in the current?
No, I married in Embu.
Sorry,
You're not going to be married. I can't even tell my son.
you are saying, what did you say about Embu? What did you say about Embu? You said something about Embu.
Yeah, because I work a lot. Me, I worked in Chaga, Tanzania. I work in Somaliland. I work there in Somaliland because I was privileged to see people. See. Family is what informs society. Yeah, that's what I want to tell you. Family is what informs society. If the family does not clamp together, you are doomed. I'm telling you. Yeah, you can hear even here, UK, US, they respect families. Yeah. Why not us respecting ourselves with families? You go there, you tell them that you are going to Mujengo, you are going I don't know where. I mean, which money is that? Ruto is talking here. Which money? Surely. When you were in the University of Nairobi, you remember? Yeah, 1992. Yeah, we were crying with our sisters, our brothers, all of us who came from University of Nairobi. We thought that university, once you come out, you get jobs. What did we do? Nothing. Now Ruto is joker. It's a big jokes in the world. That's why I told you we are going to close those embassies. Because if they don't address families in Kenya, we will not respect you. We want respect you. We want. Me signal. I'm the one who chased him. Yeah, we just told him, no, you can't. With these people like Nani, these guys from the one there, Nani, they were there. We told them, no. We were resisting with police. Even police cannot talk when you are talking. Police cannot talk when you are talking. No, that does not mean that I'm a leader. No, leadership is a guide, a template guide. Kenya, you have been turned to be a cheering crowd. If I can quote my professor, Udegi Wando. Yeah, Chitere, the other one, who died the other day I know them, Muga, criminologist. And this one here, yeah. Even this advanced sociology. Yeah. Even this Macau, this guy here. We are telling you, if things are not working, it's not working. That's what is called sleeping in a slumber. Yeah, because we have a big English. You are sleeping in a slumber. Kenya, you are sleeping in a slumber. But if you wake up, no Ruto. No Ruto, no Ruto. Wake up. Look how people are doing there. I watched the one in Kakamega. I watched the one in Coast. I watched the one in Nyanza, where I come from Migori. Imagine, people are tired and sick. And then you bring people who are corrupt. That is what you are discussing. At yo, Gachagua versus Ndidi Nyoro. Nonsense. Ruto first bring us the what he called change, 7 billion change. He said it's a change for only 2 dams. Surely, don't sugarcoat people. Tell them what it is. But this thing called Western aping, we don't like it. I'm telling you, we don't. We live here, we don't like those sugar copying. Like now today, if you go there in Gigiri, because I worked in Gigiri, my office there, UNDP, UN World Food Program. They are keeping to come to UK. So why? Why? Because policy of employment in Kenya has failed. The other time I was working in Tanzania, 5 years I worked in Tanzania, Chagaland, Moshi. Yeah.
Can I ask you something, Steve? Are you aware that the unemployment rate of Tanzania is around 3% and of Kenya is 40%?
Imagine.
Ndio nataka hebu niambie, how is the economic policy of Tanzania compared to economic policy of Kenya? Because I don't know.
Let me start by that. In Tanzania, because I lived there for long, 5 years is a long time. In Tanzania, they are agriculturalists. They are entrepreneurship. They are social. 3 things. Can I compare with Kenya? Because I don't want to repeat what you have said. So it means, and also you remember the history. You are a historian. Yeah, you know everything. Kilimanjaro, where I was learned, where I was working next to Tanzania, there, Moshi. If you come here in Namanga, there's Mount Kenya. No Mount Kilimanjaro there. So what went wrong is that the economy of Kenya slid down because all the entrepreneurs were shipping, docking in Dar es Salaam. Be rest assured, me, I went even up to Zanzibar. Yeah. If you're working there, you have to go everywhere and you talk with people. You have to know everything. That is why all the things, because of bad policy, everything is docking in Tanzania. It's next to Mombasa. One day I was in a big hotel there looking. I said, hey, all these things should be in Kenya. I was wrong. Because bad leadership is a wrong issue. If you want to lead people well, lead them. If you don't want to lead them well, forget them. Yeah. Another question. So they are doing well because the investor, there's what we call investor confidence in economics. Yeah, big. That is a big thing you see here. There's what we call investor confidence. Yeah, I cannot push money to Kenya, and then I see all the people there, they're going to steal it. I can't. I can't, without mentioning names. Investor confidence has come because we have cabs. Because me, I'm a statistician as well. We have cabs. Yeah, you can gauge. Yeah, where the business is going in East Africa, in Tanzania, surely. Why? The way question. Because of bad leadership. Because you have Ruto. You chose Ruto. Okay, what is his plan for economics, for example? What is his plan? If I brought him in class, yeah, because me, I can bring him and ask him, Ruto, what is your plan for Kenya in the future? What do you want? Nothing. That's why we chase them with this guy from Guasi, lawyers, at the big lawyers. We told them, no. We cannot choose you because you have to sell your policy first in the University of Nairobi. Sell your policy and then say what we know. If it's not working, it's not working. We chase Ruto. This guy called from Guasi, Suba South. Yeah, we chased them. We gave this one in Kenyatta University. Yeah, they are not selling anything. That time, we told them that we don't like you. You don't have policy. You don't have, Ruto does not have a policy. You are quoting people at yo. Yeah, those are propaganda. Me, I tell you for authentics. The authentics mean that Ruto does not have a policy. Like, for example, if I'm publishing a book, for example, you are a publisher, a book. Yeah, you have to start from abstract. So what is the abstract of Ruto? Surely. A thief, a character, seller. I don't know, he was selling chicken. Ask them, which chicken is this? Are they hybrid? Kenya, you were deceived in those nonsense. Ask them, surely. Bottom up, ask them, surely. That's not government. Government cannot be run with bottom ups. Look what they are doing now. At the RTO, the people in the base has to be taxed more.
Stephen,
to grow the economy.
Stephen, dakika moja.
Which school did you go to people?
Dakika moja, sawa. Unajuana na Zakayo? Mnajuana na Zakayo?
Mimi tulimfukuza University of Nairobi. Sasa he went to steal from Moi. Yeah. If you don't know. Yeah. In university we are harsh, we ask people. In university we joke with people.
Hakumaliza shule?
Hakumaliza.
At what level? Bachelor's, masters or PhD? Mlimfukuza lini?
Yeye alipenda pesa kuliko kusoma. Yeah. Because even the people from Chiromo, they were coming to our class. You know, Nairobi University was a big hall. Yeah, you can share. A professor, this is my professor, a professor there, because even me, I'm professor there.
Which hall are you talking about? University of Nairobi has many halls. Taifa Hall ama gani?
Mimi nime number 10. Where we police, you remember? Yeah. I started with Taifa number 3.
Taifa then number 3. Gani ingine?
Then number 9, 10. Yeah.
Okay.
But we don't joke here. We don't joke in the universities. Then I went back when I was going there back from here, from UK. They asked them, as these children, surely, what are you doing?
Na mbona ungemcoach? Na mbona kama hakuwa anajua chochote, mbona ungemcoach at least apate marks mzuri asiache shule katikati? Unaona sasa juu ya kuachilia huyo jamaa sasa amekuja kutusumbua. Kwa nini mliachilia huyo jamaa?
And then it's called what? ICC. Yeah, we are very serious on that.
No, lakini si mungemsaidia at least shape yake. Sasa mnaona sasa mlimwachilia sasa amekuja kutusumbua sisi wote. Kwa nini amungesaidia yeye?
Akaiba uhuru, ameiba kila mtu. Hata mwananchi surely.
Sasa ndio nauliza sasa kama nyinyi mlikuwa na yeye hapo University of Nairobi, why couldn't you shape that guy? At least you had some opportunity.
No, you know, we are independent. Yeah. In University of Nairobi, we are very independent. Yeah. Nairobi came from East Africa. Yeah. Makarere. So we respected every opinion which you bring.
So hata mtu akileta opinion ya upuzi, nyinyi nakaa nyinyi ndio mlifanya Zakaya apate tabia mbaya.
So we saw him because you have to present your policy to us.
Haya ni sawa. Tulia sasa, tulia. Haya tulia sasa. Haya Steve, tulia sasa. Tulia kidogo. Okay, how are you Kenyan maandamano? How are you Kenyan maandamano?
I'm good, Njiro. How are you?
And today you are glittering. What is the occasion? Are you aware of that?
I'm aware of what?
Are you aware you are glittering?
No, I'm not aware.
Can I assume all that glitters is gold? Nisiweke hivyo vinginevyo?
It's good. It's good. Sometimes it's good to glitter because it's not always that things are shining. Yeah.
Yeah, this unajua hii environment ya Zakayo tulikuwa tunafikiria kila mtu ameparara, lakini tunaona you people you are going against the grain.
Not really, Njiro. Sometimes you say that let me take it hard, and it should not spoil me.
Okay.
It should not destroy me. But I'm fighting hard. Na kusalimia Njiro, na salimia Steven.
Yeah, hiyo ni mzuri. Unajua at least pia inaoneshana you have evolved a little bit. Zakaya alikuwa amekuweza sana. Maybe now you cannot start building and encouraging. Maybe kuna kadao unatumia hebu tuambie ni gani. You look as if you have moved on.
No, I have not moved on. What there is because I have hope of our Kenya standing again. That is why I'm that way, the way I am. Kenya is going to stand and it will be the best of the best. I'm telling you. Wacha tu apiganishe watu kwa mawe, anawatupa pandii na pandile. Hata yeye mwenyewe, sasa hata yeye ndio amepoteza umaarufu wa kuwa kiongozi wa nchi. Amepoteza hata yeye mwenyewe, the way he look like he is lost and he is completely lost kwa sababu hata vile anaonekana ameisha nguvu. Ni ile tu the last kick of a dying horse.
Unaona hata Steve amekataa maisha ya saa hii. Steve amesema afadhali akae huko shule. Steve wanted to stay in 80s and 90s when he was in school. Amekataa ku move on. Yeye amesema wacha aishi huko.
I haven't moved on until Baba, my cowboy, gets the steering so that we can see the change in our country, the real change. Baba will make a real change in our country. I'm telling you. Whatever the time he will take it, whatever time he will spend there, hata kama ni 1 month, there will be changes that will really bring our Kenya to the top. And that one I believe so. I believe completely that Kenya will stand. Njiro. Hata afanye nini? You know, the problem is, yeye ndio anaweza tu kupayuka na kuonekana akitembea tu kwa sababu bado hizo pesa za serikali anazitumia vile anataka. That is why. But for him, It's a matter of time. Nchi yetu itasimama. Na hiyo nguvu tuko nayo haitaisha. Tutaendelea kupata more energy to fight for our country. Mungu hata waachilia nchi yetu iende hivyo namna hiyo. Na vile sasa unaona nchi zingine wametugomea, wanatuona kama sisi hohehahe, lakini Ruto ndiye hohehahe, sio nchi yetu. The moment
right.
we'll get the direction. Yes.
You are very right. Yeah. Ruto is ole hai in good English. Yeah. Swahili, ole hai. Yeah. Beggars. You want Kenya to beg.
We are not going to beg, Stephen. We are not going to beg. Right now, people, I think they are, collaborating together and helping each other because they know the light is coming. This is not the end of our country. It's the beginning of our country. Na ninajua kuna kile kitu kitahimiza mambo mazuri Kenya yetu. I believe in my own heart. Innermost, Kenya will stand. Kuna wakati mtu anadhoofika, unasikia kabisa umekwisha, huna namna. But kitu kinafanyika kwa maisha yako, unakosa kuamini. Na hivyo ndivyo nchi yetu kutafanyika. Now our country is going down, deep down. Na ni kwa sababu ya nini? Ni kwa sababu ya Ruto. Huyo yuko hapo. Aondokee hiyo kiti, aone Kenya vile itakuwa. But I know he will be soon out of that place. Na ndivyo nilikuwa nahimiza wa Kenya. Kile mnajua kinasaidia hii serikali mbaya isurvive. Let's try to avoid it. Let's run away from it. Kama ni vitu mnanunua, gomea. Kama ni biashara, kaa nyumbani. Because now, even biashara zinaenda wapi? Si zote ni kwisha zinaisha. The more you are doing it, the more you are spoiling it. You are destroying your business. It's better you close one day than you survive for a year. So, if you see something that can really wreck this government, do it. Yes, Kenyans should come together and do something that will make this government go away. Na itaenda. Lakini tukizuzia kufanya atimsaha, tutaendelea kuumia. Na shida yetu si mtu mwingine, ni Ruto. Ruto ndio amekalia mambo ile ambayo inaweza tusaidia Kenya yetu. Na hivyo anakalia, the more anakaa hapo, the more mambo inaharibika. Kwa sababu anajifanya yeye ni muungwana, anajifanya yeye ati anajua mengi na hajui. He knows nothing. For heaven's sake, how can somebody know each and every ministry ati yeye ndiye anasimamia? How can he know all about problems that are happening in Kenya at the end solution? It can't be. Kwani yeye ni nani? You cannot be all over the country at one same time. Kwa hivyo atachoka. Hakuna mtu ambaye anaweza fanya kazi kila siku akose kuchoka. Atafika pahali, ata give up. And I want him to give up when Kenyans are not there. They are away from him, he give up by himself. Ingi akasema ni Wakenya walimfanya. Yeye atafika pahali atatoka. Kivyake. Sababu mtu ambaye anafanya maajabu kama ile anafanya Kenya, madhara yote atajua ni yeye amecause. Mambo yote ile imeendelea huko mbaya, yeye ndiyo kiini. He will come to realize that and he will resign by himself. Lakini tusimpe muda. Tumuonyeshe njia ya kutoka hiyo nyumba. Nyamaza kidogo, Njiro, uendelee.
Jana ulikuwa wapi?
I think I had a lot of work to do, so I didn't have time to enter.
Yeah, jana ulipitwa na program which will not repeat.
I actually watched it this morning and I listened to it in Jiro. You were doing
Oh,
very good. Yeah, I listened to it.
tulideviate vibaya sana.
I saw that. I really liked it.
Yeah, so I think it was a culmination of part of the problems which are coming because of depression which is creeping in slowly. The reason why I'm bringing this issue is because of, unajua Steven anasema ni sociologist. Na nimesikia Steven akisema ni kama ametoa mwanadada hiyo pande ya kwetu. Yeah, must be a very serious lady. Sababu Steven ni wale watu ambao wanataka mtu wa kusikiliza kabisa. Steven is hyper and collegiant. Let me use that word. Hata mimi bwana Steven najua kizungu kubwa. Anyway, you see what is happening right now in our country. We are getting destruction in all fronts. Hakuna unajua saa zingine we always say that watu ni pesa tu ina, you know, when you get destabilized ama ile wakati meli na capsize, you always lose everything. So like you know, pillars of a society, there is a social, there is a economic, there is a political, you know, like zile vile tulizidiscuss kwa katiba. Now wacha niingize Lex kidogo hapa. What happens when a society is being destroyed? All the pillars gets affected, the social, the economic, the political, kila kitu. That is why unaona Zakayo has destroyed our political parties. We no longer have politics. For your information, we do not have politics in Kenya. So this thing which we call politics, hakuna Kenya. What we have in Kenya is associations. Now somebody chooses where to be, but I cannot say, and hii kitu imeanzia na Zakayo. We are not practicing politics. So, and I think Bwana Alex, maybe nikikukaribisha, you need to help us discuss that. How can we redefine Kenyan politics again? Because in Kenya, we no longer have politics. And we know sometimes politics helps people in propagating their human needs, because you need a way of where you are going to sound your voice. Now you see in Kenya, you have 300 people who are practicing politics, but they cannot help Kenyans. That is not something which you can even see in the US, whereby you will meet like the whole Congress is not even concentrating with the people. So you have people who have been taken where they are by politics, but they are not representing the people who took them there, and they are still in power. Na watamaliza miaka 5. In Kenya, do we have politics? I want somebody to describe to me, where did politics in Kenya die? Because in Kenya we don't have politics. We are doing something else. There's no way in which we can have 340 people who are drawing salaries and they are not defending you. I want somebody to discuss that to me, because it's abnormal. That thing cannot happen in any other country, whereby you have 340 people drawing salaries and they are not representing people. Go ahead, Bwana Alex.
No, Tienda Molo was having an interview yesterday, and he was with Kenyan, the guy who joined. He just got from Azimio, and he called, there's something called rubber stamping of the president's project without even discussing anything. And he gave so many examples of what they have been able, because of the artificial, not organic majority that they have. First of all, Mama, I want to thank God you had COVID. I think umepona. You look glittering the way Njiru amesema. I just came in kuambia, I thank God there was a time you were not able hata kuweka picha yako, because you told us that you had succumbed to COVID. So we thank God always for when he does a miracle like that. You know, COVID has killed many people, but miraculously, God has given you life again. So we thank God, and also we thank you for not giving up. So If you look,
Thank you.
If you look at the social fabric, you know, it hurt me so hard because I had said it earlier. When I saw people being chased from the hospital because Susan Kihiga had given the order. Imagine, we have reached to a point that we chase patients from War Memorial Hospital. This country cannot do that. I think people will be sued and people can go to jail for a very long time.
And who is this Kihika? Like, I want to understand, who is this Kihika? How powerful is he to do such a thing?
That's the question we are asking, because there are people who are remote controlling Kenya, who are, I think, also they are ghost workers in State House, but they are really controlling that State House in a very artificial manner. Kuna mzee huko nilimuonea huruma, alikuwa anasema yeye ni Madhen, anaitwa Madhen. Akasema kuwa alikuwa na mgonjwa amefanyiwa surgery yesterday, ametoka asubuhi kutoka surgery. He did not have any plan where to take that patient because the patient alikuwa amefanyiwa surgery and he was also in oxygen. Yani hii ni unyama gani? Hii ni unyama gani? You chase the whole nurses, then the court gives order and then you defy it. I don't know what will help us if we continue having this political laziness of agitating for our rights and being serious, so that these people are removable. They are not permanent there. You saw how Murkomen spoke arrogantly today, that there is nobody who we are going to revisit the issue of house levy, and in 2 months it will return whether you guys like it or not. You know, look, Mama and Steve, you know, during Uhuru's time, I know people who took mortgages. They are still paying for the mortgages. Mbona wakata pesa housing levy? It doesn't make any sense. That is what I call nonsensical waffling. You just because you are in power, you want to do things that are very illegal. If somebody took last time a mortgage, anaendelea kuilipia, why should you cut him or her pesa? And it's people who are 50 years old, they already have homes. They don't need homes. Why should you cut them again another money called housing levy? You know, that's one of the most illegal things that Ruto wants to do. But Kibagendi told him today, tutapambana, you are not going to defy court orders and think that things are going to go. Kama kitu tutapigana mpaka wachane ni. A UDA senator comes to the Senate today and says, he explained candidly and vividly about how it's a scam. He said, land is being given to these people for free. But when they are selling the homes, they put the housing levy and also they put land levy inside. So what was supposed to be affordable, it's not going to be affordable. It's going to be 3.5 million. And that UDA senator explained very well and said, this is crazy. Wamuchomba now, it looks like they are in opposition now. So what we are saying is this. I don't, you know, I'm sick and tired. You know, Martha was maandamano ingine na Munya the other day. They persevered. Askari walikuwa wengi, wanajaribu kuwafuata, wakapanda pikipiki, wakaenda wakapata gari zao, wakahudhuria mkutano fulani. They were so defiant. I like the spirit of Mount Kenya right now. It is something I've never seen. Because people have woken up. When you look at the medical crisis that we have in this country, you can cry. But not only the medical crisis, Mama, we have educational crisis. I was looking at a video, Pastor Ezekiel. I'm not so fond of him. but he gave a scholarship of 103 children, which was amounting to 6,600,000. There was a young girl alikuwa anakata kokoto na mama yake. Mtoto wa miaka 13 anaenda na ni msichana kukata kokoto ndiye apate. Mwingine akauza kuku yake moja, akaenda akakamp kwa governor wa Kilifi, akakamp huko mpaka akapewa scholarship. There is another girl that Cyprian TV iliweka. I mean, this crisis has become too much. We are not able to control it just because somebody took subsidies whereby from 22 capitation money from 22,000 ukaeka 12,000, and then now you are giving schools only 4,000. It is not affordable. You have taken 18,000 from what this, and that is why I'm saying that we need to the social fabric to restructure our mental capability to understand that, you know, what Peter Tosh used to say, get up, stand up for your rights. I mean, that song is so powerful for people who know reggae. Yeah? You're easy and pushing and given. You can't even eat a day's meal. Get up, stand up for your rights. Until and unless you fight for your rights, we are going to see some things that we have never seen in this country. Kitu inaniumiza is unatoa watu wagonjwa hospitalini, unafunga hospitali. I think that is immoral, that is wrong, that's the worst thing a human being can do. Yani, utu, humanity has gotten out of these people. They are drunk with power. Utu, I mean, just simple humanity has gotten out of these people. And we must condemn these things by all necessary means, because, I mean, people voted for you. It is not trees that voted for you. And when they voted for you, huyo mzee alisema, I regret for voting for this regime. Ngujiri juzi alisema, which was funny, that the president, wacha nikwambie, 2027, if you will ever win even one MP, it will be a miracle. The people of Nakuru have suffered enough. And Ngujiri spoke to the truth. I usually don't like him, but the way he put his words, he said, if you will ever win any seat in Nakuru in 2027, it will be a miracle. Because the people are seeing what is happening. So the impunity, the kleptocracy, you know, that is going on in our country is baffling, it's cunning. And we must have a plan on what we are doing. I believe that Baba is going to start his central rallies. Walisema anaanza lini? Somewhere this week. I would like to see how people respond. Our big brothers from Central. You know, when the mountain meets the lake, things happen and they become miraculous. And that is why, you know, it was Nyachai who was promised 2002 by Raila. But when akapiga hesabu, akapata kuwa, you know, Uhuru amewekwa, what Raila did is to say Kibaki Tosh. And he made the mountain meet the lake. And you know what? Through the IPPG, we were able to win elections. And that's the kind of arrangements that we want. But this guy is conniving enough to try to deny that. But tutamkimbisha. Article 35, number 1, says the people have a right to agitate themselves through their parliamentarians, hata kama ni watano peke yake who are in the opposition. Life is going to be Mami, I like what you say. Sometimes you have to push yourself so that you don't lose hope. Because three things: faith, love, and hope. But the greatest is love. But all of the three of them are equally important. And when you lose hope, you cannot have faith and love. And that's why we need to agitate for this country more than before, because we are seeing a fall of a country that was almost coming out of the ravages of underdeveloped country to a developing country. The Ministry of Education was alive. The Ministry of Healthcare was alive. The Ministry of Agriculture that was under Munya was alive. The Ministry of ICT was alive. But right now you see the NINACOMs that have been given, mtu kama Linturi, a rapist, being given a ministry. It tells you how people do not care about our country. You know? So nitaachia hapo, nitaachia Steve pia yaongee kidogo. But we need to make sure that honestly, we don't need to wait for Baba to tell us to end the maandamano anymore. If Martha Karua is ready to go with us, let's go with her. Because if we don't do that, this guy is going to catch roots that we will never be able to take out, like Mugabe and Mobutu Sese Seko and other dictators in Africa walichukua. The guy hajakaa miaka mbili. It is possible to take him through the military. Somebody opined here that the military has been compromised. I don't believe so. There is a sharp disagreement within Ogola and Ruto. So let's hope that the judiciary, the way ilikataa hiyo jinga yake, if the judiciary meets the military, we can be able to resolve this problem. But in the book of Esther, what happened was they fasted and prayed. They fasted and prayed. You see, it says the king did not sleep. Why didn't he sleep? Because he was worried that the queen had a problem. But while the king did not sleep, the Bible tells us, he who dwells in Israel slumbers not. The devil, through the other guy who wanted to kill all the Jews, did not sleep. That is the situation right now. The devil is not asleep. God is not asleep. We are not asleep. Nobody's asleep. Let us pray and fast to make sure that that can help us. Without prayer, I'm telling you, this fight can be difficult because the devil wants to see us do what? Suffer. I leave it there.
Sawa, before nilete Stephen, at least Bwana Alex, you have tried to handle that issue of the degeneration of our society as we see it, whereby very soon we will not be having anything to talk of. Hatutakuwa tunaongea chochote. It's serious. So what I think now we need to talk about, and maybe Stephen can talk about here. You know, before you talk of technology, before you talk of hii maneno ya kujenga mabarabara na nini, sometimes when a nation is being destroyed, those things do not become as important. Right now, we are now seeing the destruction of the human thinking. We are now seeing stress. We are now seeing deprivation of people. People cannot school. People cannot eat. Now, the basics, things which you should not even be coming here to talk about. We should, in the 21st century, we should not be talking about people are hungry. We should not be talking about hakuna pesa ya shule. Those are not things which we should be talking about in the 21st century. By the way, for some countries, in some countries, they don't talk about those things. Things about food, things about roads, those things are automatic. So they have raised their thinking. So, Bwana Stephen, can you allow me to understand what do you think is going to be the post-Ruto effect? Let's ask today, even if Ruto left power today, what do you think are post issues Zaruto in people's population?
Thank you. We know everything, what is going to happen there. Let me start by saying, as all of you are talking, thank you, Alex, Mama Kenya, Mandama, yeah. Because I follow you, but today I don't have my glass because it's in my bedroom. I'm not in my sitting room. Let me start by politics. Politics inform life. Yeah, if you don't know. Politics inform life. You remember those people there, down there. Me, I formed them in Tanzania. I formed them in Kenya. I formed them in Turkana, Marsabit, all over. That is politics. Bad politics will not work in Kenya. I'm not quoting anybody. I'm just giving you my final, my submission in terms of politics. Next is how did Kenya got to where they are now? It's because of bad politics. Politics of money. We call it material molds. Yeah. Material molds. Because if you just like material, you deny even that child there, that mother there who doesn't have. You overlook him, you overlook her, or his, or whatever. Kenya, we went to material molds. It's not nice because of aping the US, UK, I don't know where, all of this nonsense. Look what is happening. Let me talk about the more, because me have big English. More means that the value, religion, economy, polity has to go synchronized one by one. Yeah, but because if you have money, yeah, it's money talks, surely. And this thing you are calling, it's called what? The decentralization. We brought it from the University of Nairobi. We were 10 people with my professor, Chitere, who died. Sorry about that. From I don't know, Kakamega. Yeah. And many professors came to argue with us. 10 of us. We are big theorists. I'm telling you. Then we say, please decentralize money from the government to the local. Yeah. They kill even Mbai. You don't know them. They killed him in daylight because they didn't like him, because of that devolution. But we propose it. It has to work because the way Moi was going, we didn't like it. And Ruto is a child of Moi, if you don't know. Ruto is a child of Moi. Even this guy Chagwa, a child of Moi. Yeah. Me, there's no county there I've never traveled. Yeah. Those are misfortunes that befell Kenya. Love of money. Yeah. Love of money. Ask me another question. Because I want people to understand all this nonsense.
Sawa bwana Steven, eh? I think you should be an ambassador of
I can remember. It's called post. There's nothing post. There's nothing post.
Yeah,
Post.
I think University of Nairobi. Kidogo, but I think University of Nairobi should be very proud of you. They are very good ambassador, and if you have achieved so much in life, I think they should take you with the real esteem, because I think because I think you are speaking more than Kiama. Do you know Kiama?
Yeah, we are 10. Some of them are in Kenya. They traveled. Even this immigration you are talking upon, yeah. We know everything in Kenya, but not with Ruto. Yeah. Not with Ruto. Do
you know Kiama?
I know everyone there. Even this guy in Treasury. Yeah. I know them. Even Mwai Kibaki. Surely.
Okay.
We know everything. You see, the problem of Kenya is that if you are a failure, you want to look at people who success you. Surely. Ruto is a failure. He cannot. Why not talk about Kenyatta, the founding father? Why this one from Nyeri, Mwai Kibaki? Why? We know that if you are a failure, you want to identify with success people. Yeah, it's called sick theory. Yeah, it's called sick theory syndrome. Yeah, you are sick. You don't want to tell a doctor you are sick. You go to your mom and mom, tell him I'm sick. That is what Ruto is. Ruto is hiding everywhere, talking rubbish to everyone. We not allow Ruto like that. We can't allow that Ruto there. We are telling you.
Now,
my son there, my
daughter there. Can you tell me, Steve, 1 minute? 1 minute. So can you give us a plan? You are just you are saying that we can't allow Ruto there. So what do we do? Now bring it home. Bring the idea home.
Yeah. Because I've worked for UN. I've worked for big organizations, even big lottery. Yeah, I've worked and I've seen a lot of people there. A strategy is not somebody. Yeah, that's where people go wrong. Because if somebody is bad, what strategy are you going to get there? Yeah. A strategy means that everyone is involved in Kenya. Yeah, that's called a strategy. When I was in Tanzania, I did exit strategy. Yeah, and also going strategy. Ruto does not have strategy. If you don't know, Ruto does not have strategy. Surely. He was just behind Uhuru Kenyatta. Uhuru Kenyatta was a supplier. Surely. And these are the people Kenya are following. A supplier. Surely. So where's democracy in Kenya? Even under your bedroom, me, I've tried to look at it. Is it in my cupboard? Is it in a kitchen? Is it with Jesus? Is it where? In UK? I can't find democracy. A supplier, surely. Not even economist. That is what is called hero worshipping. Kenya, you have come to hero worship. Let me quote Professor Odegi. Hero worship.
Hero worship syndrome. Hero worshipping syndrome.
Syndrome cheering. Oh, yeah. So what? And then when you go home, you're angry. You're worshiping. Syndromes. Wake up.
Do you have a quote from yourself? I can hear you are saying, Professor Odegi, give me one from yourself. Give me your quote.
What I said is that multicultural is not assimilation.
Okay.
If you can understand it very fast. Yeah. Multicultural is not assimilation.
That is yours. You have said you.
Let me define it.
Mm-hmm.
Let me define it. Because I've written that book here now. Yeah. I'm writing it now.
Yeah. Na uongee na kizungu kubwa. Na uongee na kizungu kubwa.
Yeah, in a very simple language. For example, if you are a runner, you run, you are all of you. Yeah. You will always reach there. But it doesn't mean that the one who reach there is number one always. Yeah. Multicultural is not assimilation. You talk of tribalism, me, I just sympathize about it. Yeah. Sometimes when I'm sleeping, I just sympathize with Kenya. Assimilation means that you are cultured into that country. So multicultural. What is multicultural? You are able to accept all communities globally. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
Multicultural.
Let me give you that story. Yeah. I worked in Tanzania, Chaga area.
Okay.
I didn't call them Chaga. I worked in Kindu Bay. I didn't call them Kindu Bay.
Did you work in Nairobi? Where did you work in Nairobi? Where did you work in Nairobi? Did you work in Nairobi?
Yeah, Nairobi. I was the one doing, you remember the structural adjustment program? Yeah.
Oh, that was your terms of reference, huh?
Yeah. And we refused. What is called because I was working to top level.
How many people are you in that project? How many people? How many people are you?
If you know Gikomba?
Yes. How many people? Mulikuwa wangapi kwa hiyo project?
Yeah, it was Juakali.
I understand. How many were you? How many were you in that project?
No, we were a few of us. But we are thinkers, big thinkers.
Okay.
Sponsored by World Bank. But we told them, this sacrifice is not working at all. Now here, you are bringing another circular adjustment in Kenya.
Are there thinkers remaining in Kenya? Do you think Kenya has thinkers? Do you think Kenya has thinkers of your caliber?
No. They are just it's called geomandering, armchair thinkers.
So ndio hata ulitoroka, uliona huko hakuna watu wanafikiria.
Yeah.
Ndio hata ulitoka huko.
No, me, I came to study. I'm a PhD holder. But,
congratulations. PhD in?
I'm doing, I did what is called children, young people, and international development.
Oh, very
I know how the economies, how they work. That's why I'm following this channel. Yeah. But we have to tell you, no is no, cannot be yes. How do you want me to write my book? I say, oh, this person talk like this, he worships. We don't worship people. Be authentic, if you know that English. Yeah.
Okay.
Sawa. Be authentic. The choices you make, that is your choice.
I will talk with Bernard. I will 1 minute.
Made Steven, a wrong choice.
Yeah. Steven, 1 minute. I will talk with Bernard. Hata kuna jamaa anaitwa Rawi Jeremani alikuja hapa akatuelezea kitabu yake. So we will have a program for you. Ukuje hapa a whole day 5 hours. Tutakupea 5 hours. You explain to us that hiyo kitabu with big English. So think about your book, and if you think you have solutions for us, utapewa your time. So wacha tukaribishe wengine. Tumesikia huko na solutions. Your solutions are just hiding somewhere.
Your fingertips.
I agree. I agree. I agree. Unajua sana. Unajua sana. When we need to utilize you. So Bwana Stone PK, how are you?
I'm good. And you?
Niko salama. Sijui kama wewe uko na kizungu kubwa ama umetuletea kiembu.
So, nimewaletea kuga na kuweka.
Today we have a challenge of big English. So kama umekuja kudairy hata unaweza fukuza Steven hapa. Steven anasema many people don't understand what they are doing. Yeye anasema alitoroka huko sababu we don't have thinkers any longer.
Okay, Steven, habari yako bwana?
Mzuri sana. Thank you very much. God bless you. Be blessed.
Thank you. Naona Alex pale na
Njiro, hebu tuma link.
I'm saying ninawasalimia wote. Good to see you people. Good to see bado muko pale pale. Yani tuko pale pale hata mimi nikiwepo. Na Wakenya tuko pale pale. Na hakuna mahali tumesonga. Tumezidi tu kukamuliwa. Na tunakubali. Unfortunately, jana nilikuwa nitokelezee kwa hiyo topic. Topic ya jana, that is what had interested me so much.
Ile after the hour. Ile after the hour.
Nikupigia mbuzi gitaa ama kuosha kuku.
Okay.
You know, ama ile tunaita kutoa chura kwa maji, ati unasema unazitoa na unatoa zikirudi. Sasa, you know, for me, I think yesterday the topic was very good because I think we wanted to dwell on the journey towards hell, express to hell. That's where Kenya are headed. We are headed to hell, and the hell is hakuna ati hell iko mahali ingine. I read somewhere that you create your own hell. Hakuna mahali shaitani atakuja ati akuambie moto iko pale ati watu wanaenda kukaangwa. We create our own hell. You create your own hell willingly, by the way. Na mtu asikudanganya ati shaitani anaingilia mtu. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. You are your own shetani. You are your own shetani. Umepewa kila kitu na nguvu. Nasikia Steven vile amesema, of course, watu wameacha kuthink. It is deliberate. PhD holders like him have become idiots. Mtu amesoma ni PhD holder ya ukweli, wacha Ruto. Yeah? Lakini ameamua kuwa idiot. Ameamua kuwa shetani. What do I mean by that? You know this is wrong. But you are gerrymandering around. Unajua unakula. You are so selfish. Wewe unachunga kazi yako. If you are asked, why would the civil servants be sitting like ducks laying eggs? It's because they are stealing. Now hawataki anything iharibike, status quo iendelee, so that they continue stealing. And that's the biggest force or workforce we have. So they will never want anything to work. That's why you realize what kama Burkina Faso, if you read what Burkina Faso ule kijana amefanya, he has done things that nobody wants to write about. Unless you have a very close Burkinabe, some of our friends in the UN who are there, ndio watakwambia vile huyo kijana amefanya. Amefanya, yani he has done what needs to be done. Number one, he is ruthless with the corruption. That's now the big term. Hiyo niongezee kwa kizungu ya Steven. As simple as it sounds, as a leader to rectify rot, you have to be ruthless with the rot. You have to be. Hiyo hakuna, hata usiende karibu na pastor ama hata karibu na Bernard. Bernard ataanza kukuambia wacha tuombe, sijui tufanye nini. Wewe toka, go deal with these things ruthlessly. Now, our journey to hell is because we have become useless. We have become selfish. We don't care. It is I and myself. Why would you sit? Ask me, tell me, why would we have people seated for 1.5 years, going to 2 years now, lamenting ati Ruto amefanya, Ruto hako hivi, Ruto hako hivi. Ask yourself, sincerely speaking, which other country imefanywa? Nimejaribu kuresearch which other country imevumilia ujinga na upumbavu ile inafanywa na Ruto. Wallahi billahi hakuna. Atunaambiwa amani. What amani? What is this amani Kenyans talk about? At peace loving Kenyans. Oh, amen. What really annoys me is because we've been duped through the Bible, through religion. Tumeingizwa kwa, I don't want to use that big term. We've been fooled like idiots 60 years down the line. We've been thrown into that garbage. Na ninasikianga hata kwa hii studio watu wanakuja hapa wakituambia maneno ya Mungu. Sijui. We know about God, bwana. That you don't bring religion into this. That is what has killed us. Even up to now, people are saying we pray. Sahi nilisikia watu Kenya wanasema, sasa tumewachia Mungu. Mtaachia Mungu atakuja. Oh my good God. Nini atu wameachia Mungu? That is, hiyo inaitwa nini? Self-defeatist. Unaachia Mungu akuje kufanya nini? Mungu ashuke chini. Akuje hapa duniani kukusaidia, na wewe amekupatia akili na miguu na macho na kila kitu. You've been given everything, including education. Sasa umepewa education ukapata PhD still. I know you know we have many colleagues. Watu umebarikiwa mtu amepata hivyo. We have them in Kenya, genuine ones. And watch rubbish, but genuine. We have doctors, engineers, politicians.
Royal University.
Yeah, we have no shortage of good brains in our country. And even we have those who can become criminals if they want to become. Because you have to be intelligent to be a criminal. What are they doing about this idiot who is going around lying people? Alafu anatutukana is in, I don't know what Kenyans are waiting for. The guy goes, anasimama juu ya gari, anaanza kuwatukana. Nyinyi, oh my good God. Kwa mtu kutukana anatukanangwa namna gani? I'm fed up, sincerely speaking. I'm fed up with myself and my own and my country. Everywhere, nikiongea na watu, ati wanalament, wanasema, kumbe Ruto alikuwa atakuwa hivi. Wacha tu, Mungu tu ndio sasa Kenya ni ya Mungu. Let me tell you here and now. Hakuna mahali Mungu atakuja Kenya. Ameenda, dunia ni kubwa. Mungu ako Amerika, mahali wanaenjoy. Mungu ako Italy, Europe. Na hawamjui hao, na Mungu ako huko. Wale wanapiga Mungu, yeye hata hana haja nao. God is helping the other people. Wewe umepewa, Mungu aliacha amekuacha hapo Kenya, amekuambia wewe fanya hivi, uliona kura yako ikiibiwa, mkasema vipi, maandamano mkaimba, mnaanza kuoga, inaanza kuelekeza, mnataka tu ati mtu mmoja ati baba aseme. Baba is one. Why don't you say? Why don't you decide? Mwambie baba, sasa wewe utatufuata hata sisi. This is what we have decided. Why don't we do that? Why don't we take law into our hands? Na tuseme ikue. I know I've been asking this question many times. Now that we cannot take law into our hands, I'm appealing to one Kenyan huko mahali. I know you are somewhere there. That one Kenyan ambaye ndiye ataokoa hii nchi. Manake nimesikia nchi ya iokole wangi na mob. No, mob ina create tu, alafu mtu mmoja anatokelezea. Huyo ndiye anakuwa Yesu. Either anakufa juu yetu ama tunakufa juu yake. That is all what we need to do. Because hai tutaongea science zote bwana Steve. We will analyze everything. But remember, we are analyzing the obvious. And we are saying, how can Ruto do this? How do we ask ourselves, no, it's a thief that is ni murderer. You know, for me, yeah, this guy just mtu ajitolee tu aende alipue jamaa mara moja na tuendelee na kutakucha, kutanyesha, Wakenya watakula. If Ruto drops dead today, in fact, he will be the first human being kuona watu wa celebrate. Instead of people mourning, people will celebrate. And it is so sad. And I'm saying that out of what I've seen. That you die and nobody, and people even go wanachinja mang'ombe na mbuzi, because that's what will happen. I've heard that's what people are saying. Now people are saying that tunamwachia Mungu na ile siku atakufa, haki ya Mungu tutakula, tutaimba, tutaenda holiday. Mnangoja Mungu akuja.
Wewe Stony PK bwana, wacha kukua mbaya hivi. I wanted to kukaribisha Shie, naona ameenda. So she can that is what happens. People are not bad, but problems create bad people. Nimeanzia kukuonea 18.
Let me tell you, Mr. Anderson, problems don't create bad people at all. Hakuna. Wewe ukiwa mwizi ulizaliwa ukiwa mwizi. Njiro. Nikuite hiyo jina. Usikuja kutuambia ati ulianza kuwa mwizi ulipoenda college. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Wachialirwe we mwi. And that's why in my kabila watu unasikianga mtu anasema angalia yako katoto ako katakuwa kamwizi. Kanaanza kupigwa kakiwa kadogo. Kwetu nyumbani ungekuja na raba ile huku nunuliwa na Buda. Na Buda alikuwa ama maadhi alikuwa anajua ile raba alinunua. Akikuona na raba aina nyingine, hiyo vita italala huko, hata ati unamwambia ati nilipewa na friend. Unarupelekwa shule uonyeshe huyo friend alikupatia hiyo raba. Was that primitive? No. That was nipping the bud when it was still apple. Unaona? Unamkunja akiwa mbichi. Yani unagrow ukijua you can never move around holding something which does not belong to you. That is what happened. But if in your culture you believe in stealing people's cows and you call that heroism, and you Kenyans come to elect such people, who is the idiot now? Unajua kwetu tunaamini tukiiba, nikienda kwa msichana nikimchukua na nguvu nimwekelea hapa, nipeleke kwa kichaka, ati hiyo ndio ungwana, then huyo ni mtu unaweza enda kupatia dota yako. Haya, Ruto hatukumpatia kura, aliiba. Alipoiba hivi immediately, I always ask Kenyans, why didn't you do the needful? So, but handsome, for me, I'm just doing my rallying call. Ile tu huwa ninasema msimamo wangu ni ule ule. Kikishinda watu wengi, lazima kiangaliwe kitageuzwa namna gani. Juzi niliwaambia hii basi inaendeshwa na dereva ambaye kwa sasa ni mwenda wazimu, na sisi tumekaa hapo tu tunasema hebu, na tunaona anaelekea bahari la Hindi. Ameweka gari gia ile ya juu kabisa, na basi inateremka saa iko karibu kufika Mtongwe, na watu wanapiga tu nduru. Instead of somebody jumping onto that, ampige nyundo atoke kwa steering, I turn away from the nini, hata ikigaragara itakuwa vizuri badala ya kutumbukia kwa maji. Alright, we will call.
You know, Stone PK, Stone, I even remembered the Bible teaching when Jonah was making the merikabu to behave very badly, and Jonah kwa hapo tu amelala, hakuna kitu amefanya, and he was risking the life of everybody, and the guy had to be thrown into water so that watu wapone. So it reaches to that level. So I agree with what you are saying. We have identified a problem. We have done a very good SWOT analysis, by the way, as Kenyans. We have done a very good SWOT analysis, but there is nothing we want to move beyond there. So that's it. Alafu na kuna kitu ingine na bwana Stone PK nitakwambia sababu nisikia mtu akisema sasa unajua anyway, is a guy from our home where serikali nditaka nayo that is a statement. I don't know. So bwana Stone sasa jamaa ananiambia sasa tufanye nini? Sasa mimi namwambia si jamaa tunamongoa. So I even gave him an example. You remember another in the 90s when Njero Gadhango blocked Moi when he was going to Ronyenjes. You know, we have to give people this history. Although watu walipigwa na marungu sana na hao watu ya toa fujo uone. Watu tunaitanga polisi wa karai. So watu walipigwa sana, but people, that's why I'm saying I don't know why during that time Njero Gadhango was able to organize people, and people actually blocked Moi convoy. If you remember that, people blocked kwa barabara ya kwenda. I think Moi was passing there as he was going to Meru. Watu walifungilia hiyo barabara. Yeah, they suffered, walipigwa na marungu hapo, but people went to those levels ya kufunga barabara. It is not something which I think can be done today, but people reach that level. I remember Njero Gadhango. Unfortunately, the ambience have made him to be one of the most irrelevant man in our postmodern era of politics. I don't know why ambience decided to do that, and we started reasoning with the clones. Sababu pia wabunge wengine naona tuko nao hapo, including mwingine nasikianga hapo akiitwa Roko. I had him, si alikuwa amesema analeta sijui policy ya maandamano. And in fact that name is very bad. Unajua saa zingine bwana Stone PK
anaitwa Kuni.
Some names are very bad. Wazazi mchunge, unajua unapea mtoto jina unamuita Kuni na anakuja kukua kuni kwa watu. Anyway, I think our communities have deteriorated. I know there were times when we used to have very serious members of parliament. Because for me, I don't believe like even somebody like Cecily Mbarire, even if she was a nominated MP during Kibaki time, I don't believe that she has done something meaningful for that county anyway. In terms of, I think it's a misplaced priorities. Like a place like Embu will now have 20 years of undeserved leadership. It's unfortunate. Anyway, I was just trying to tell you like how Indio says
Yeah,
being
yeah.
good, very good.
Thank you. Yeah, hapo nimejaribu nini. That is what now it is. That is what is moving across our country. Our country has died. I like I was listening to Steve when he was giving you the rundown during when they were doing the structural adjustment, rubbish, all that time. You see, that time there were people who could, let me use that term, people who would, they see this thing is rot. Unaambiwa hii kitu ati ijaoza na unaona ni imeoza. Yeah? Ati unakataa kusema because you are here, you think if you say it, it will happen. So that has been killed. Now when you talk of people like Ambians, those are novices in politics. They are irrelevant in Kenyan politics. I come from Embu County, but it's the most useless county in terms of politics. In terms of progressive politics, we are bure. Yani sisi ni bure kabisa. Sisi tukiambua tulambe mtu nyuma, hivyo ndio tutafanya. And no wonder.
Ungesema sisi ni annex. We are an annex. We are an annex of some tribes.
Whatever annex it is, but we are the worst. In terms of development, we are zero, and yet we are the ones who produce electricity for the entire country. What do we have? Nothing, because we are idiots, and that I've accepted. I'm told people we are like people who never went to school. We are, number one, we are the most waoga tribe in that country. Waoga wale namba moja, yani wakisikia risasi imepiga hivi, mtu anaenda kuingia kwa skati ya mama yake ni kwetu. Yani niongee na kikwetu, mundu uria uri guoya muno thiini wa Kenya ni Muembu na Mumbere. Anakuanga tu na ile nguvu yake, sadili anapiga brada yake, bibi yake, dada yake. Sasa hiyo ndio unasikia anakuambia niza kuonyesha mimi ni nani. Ndio anatoa mishale. Mbona hatoi mishale kulenga Ruto? So you are only a hero of killing your own family. But huwezi toka nje. Listen to what they talk. Even ukipatia mtu mic aongee kwa mkutano. Sasa unaniambia watu kama senator. Sasa yani it is a shame.
Bwana Stone PK, you are not aware Embu has produced 1 minute. Stone PK, Embu has produced the most learned senator of 21st century bwana. Kwani wewe hujamuona?
The most educated senator and the most educated president comes from Kenya. Look at that idiot. PhD president ambayo ijulikani iko wapi, and then we have a senator wallahi billahi, senator hata hajafika class 4.
Wewe ni bishop bwana, lazima watu wa Mungu wapewe power.
And then we are here talking about Kenya in future. I hear Kalonzo planning 2027. What has happened really? Steve, what is it? Steve, wewe na mimi labda ni nini? Wallahi mimi sijui nini.
Okay, ngojeni kidogo nitaleta Steve I will bring Steve bwana Stone PK, but I can see Shiko is here and anakuja akienda. Unajua huyo senator wa Embu wanajuana sana, hata yeye ndiye aliniambia story yake. Shiko, go ahead, you can tell us about Mondigi.
Hi guys.
Hello.
Hi Steve, the unhandsome man, and Alex.
Ongea na sauti hatukusikii.
Nimela. Acha fujo wewe. Amnisikii?
No, I mean,
go ahead.
Your sound is so low. Ongea vile Stone PK alikuwa anaongea na fashion bwana.
Mimi siwezi ongea hivyo kwenye Alex. So, I'm here to say that kuna mtu hajamute. I think Steve ndiye hajamute, kuna kanini kasauti nakuja. So it's very unfortunate that these Embus here, our to Embu, they are just jealous of us the Kikuyus, and because we have the government, sijui hasira ni ya nini, sisi tulipigia UDA kura, sijui wivu ni ya nini. You guys, sisi ndo tuko na uongozi, serikali ni yetu, so mnyamaze, mwache stori mingi. Wivu itawamaliza. Stone PK, relax. We have Gachagua, and we are not going to give Mount Kenya East the candidature ya deputy president. It will always be the Kikuyus, whether you guys like it. Anyway,
you are beautiful empty head, eh? You are beautiful empty head. You are beautiful empty head, mko na yeye tumewapea.
Unataka Stone PK aniamurie. Anyway, as you guys have stated, it's very unfortunate. Huyo kwanza Mundege, that senator from Embu, he's just a disappointment to ni disappointment from ni hata siwezi sema ni nini
To human
sasa.
creation. Sema hivyo, to human creation.
I wonder watu wa Embu waliona that the only guy they can give that hiyo seat ya senator just because anawaambia bwana asifiwe. You see, sisi ni marenge. Sisi ni marenge. And that's why ukienda Nyanza, you find Professor Anyang' Nyong'o, senior counsel, unasikia Orengo. Wao wanapigia maprofesa kuja Central Mount Kenya, Wamashukuru, Wamatagari, Wamadhuruare,
Wamagoro.
Wametura. It's very unfortunate that we are awarded Kawanjiko just because he's a son of a single mother and he was sharing Metura. That was a requirement, and that was the most qualification that you need in Mount Kenya is for you to say praise God and just tell people that you are raised by a single mother and you went to school without tunaita wonder inner wears, and you went to school on barefoot. That's the most yani you are qualified to run for any seat if you come with those vitu za kuambia watu hivyo. So that's why we have watu kama Mundege. Can you imagine now Mundege akienda hapo wanaanza kubishana na watu kama Edwin Sifuna? They are discussing matters of policy na mambo ya county government, and now Mundege is speaking on behalf of Embu. Huyu akipewa hata pesa na sisi ananyamaza. Sifuna akijaribu kumfundisha and to educate yeye, Sifuna kabla afanye kazi yake anaenda kuwaelimishia seneta wenu. It's just a disappointment. You don't even want to be called to say that you belong. Hata ufai kusema you are from Embu. Hey, oh my God, Jesus Christ. We have lawmakers in Mount Kenya. Wengi wako na certificates which they got them from River Road. They didn't even go to school. But because they were raised by single mothers, then they were voted in. And that's why, I'm sorry to say so, in the next, like, hata watu wa Nyanza and other counties wenye wamekuwa kwa opposition, they know what they want. And that's why they were able to trigger Uhuru Kenyatta na kukakuwa na handshake. Go to Kisumu. Compare Kisumu with Nyeri town. In fact, Nyeri town roundabout inakuanga nini inaitwa nini ile Njiro Githuke, kile kikijitikia ukikata mtu inaachwa hapo.
We call it a Trump. A treat Trump.
We only have that.
Stamp.
Enda mahali kama Homa Bay. Those are counties.
What did you say?
They are much ahead of us. Enda Kisii saizi. Mnashinda mkisema nyinyi mnakuanga kwa serikali just because we have bureaucrats in the name of lawmakers, and when they get there, you know, a person who can be compromised, mtu hajasoma, someone who cannot think by themselves, people who depend on their master who is Ruto and Gachagua to tell them what they will do. That is a person who will always be compromised. They will never put the interest of their constituents ahead. They will always put their stomachs ahead. And we will keep on yapping here, and we are the one who who reward mediocrity. Like sisi wenyewe ndio tunawapigia kura. In fact, it's very unfortunate that we have so many it's okay, we have learned people, but it's very unfortunate, that we have learned people who go and elect these people just because they said they went to school without inner-ears and that they were selling mitura and they call themselves Wamatangi. And
They are called learned fools. They are called learned fools.
Exactly, and that's why they take they take advantage of their constituents because walijua hawa watu ni wajinga. The moment mtu anakuja na Biblia and you start giving them platform, ati anakuja anakuhubiria and ni mwanasiasa, niambie the policies you are going to make and vitu wenye unaenda kunisaidia kwa constituency yangu. Wacha kushinda ukiniambia mambo ya Mungu. Wacha kuniambia you went to school without an inner-ear. So what am I supposed to do? Tutengeneze kiwanda ya inner-ears tuanze kutengenezea watu. So what is that? And that's why we have people in Mount Kenya who think that if you are not circumcised, they cannot vote for you. Hiyo ni nonsense. I don't know how the connection of kukua you are not circumcised na mambo ya leadership inakujia wapi? But we are rewarding these guys. Anyway, we are going to this is a problem that we are going to be with it for the next 10 to 20 years. Sisi ni wenyewe ndo tunawapigia kura. Anyway, niliona
So nothing can be done. Nothing can be done. You are just saying this problem itakuwa na sisi.
The Togeges, we have a big percentage of people who are illiterate, and we have to agree. We have to agree with that, and also we have people who are learned who think that when you tell them something, they think wewe unajiona sana, unajua sana. So when the illiterates are many, expect bad leadership. Whatever we are experiencing in Kenya, ni kukua that we have so many illiterates and people who don't know what who think that just someone, because someone comes from your region and now you have to vote for them as a president, you are on the safe side. They are not voting for a person just because they want good leadership. They think that now because he is a Kalenjin, he is a Kikuyu, they are on the safe side. So hakuna venye tutaacha. First ujue Kenya sisi ni wa kabila. Mtu anapigia mtu kura hapo juu anajua huo mtu ni kabila yangu. Tena ujue I think hii mambo ya 2022 imetufundisha, hii election ya 2022 imetufundisha vitu mingi sana. We have a very big percentage in Kenya of illiterates, and I don't know how we are going to deal with that menace, because I think if I was to be asked Njiro, is there a way tunaweza watu hata wananyang'anywa ID, watu wenye hata unaona the reasoning, sijui ni model gani tunaweza tumia ya kuchaguana, by the way, because these people will keep on putting us in these problems, and then sasa Ruto ameanza kutufinya, the same people, but they are the same people who voted in these guys. Anyway, sijui, I don't know what you are supposed to do, by the way. Mimi kitu wenye naona hata tukaletewa IBC, tuseme tukue na reformed IBC yenye it is not compromised. So what about these people who vote? Wakikuja wapakwe, waekwe mtu fulani apakwe matope by the politicians, si they are going to vote, ama akuje aseme Bwana asifiwe, they are still going to vote for that person juu amekuja na Bible. Anyway, nimeona Zakayo alienda na alikuwa amesema hataenda. So he's a master of double speaking. He has what we call selective amnesia. We are dealing with a Catalan, mtu mwenye who is a con man. This guy is a mental case. And by the way, we don't have a president. We don't have leadership in Kenya. The more we keep on talking, the more I don't think we are even getting a solution. What's the solution? What's the end game? What are we planning to do? Those should be the question. You should not even keep on saying the Kenya currency ama shule ama NHIF housing sijui nini. We are just wasting time. We should now think of how these guys should just go home. Tumtoe tuombe Mungu yule wa Ayubu atuondolee yeye, ama we deal with him. That's the only way. We keep on saying amekuja na you come with bad policies and we are going to be here 24/7. Ameleta hii, tuna discuss hiyo. So what's the end game? What are we going to do? What are we planning to do about it?
Sishikuri tuambia umekuwa ukiencourage watu mahoya yakue. Are you still telling people that way? Hata sisi umekuja kutuambia tuombe yakufe.
You know, there was a time I was very desperate, and it's very unfortunate that I was even praying for his death. And leo uliona hiyo accident ilikuwa Meru, Njiro. Sijui kwa nini news hawakuleta. He got a very bad accident in Meru. And I saw those comments and people were saying that barrier, we will forever blame hiyo barabara ya Meru. Mbona watu hawajatufanyia justice? Like but by the way watu wanataka huyu mtu akufe. It's either akufe ama something has to happen. Mbona hiyo accident ilimsave? Juu hata niliona ako kama Senator Kameru akanaitwa nani Njiro, kalikuwa kanaongea hapo. Is this the senator?
Oh, ni wao wamepata accident eh?
Ni Ruto, ni gari ya hiyo presidential escort ilipata accident yenye ilikuwa nayo. Ujaona?
Lakini kuwa mtu?
Haikuwa mtu, lakini mpaka taya ilipasuka.
Oh, okay.
Hata hiyo barabara sasa ndio imeenda kutengenezwa. Kama ingepata accident hiyo gari yake ya presidential escort, hiyo barabara ingeenda kufanywa repair. Unaona? Double standards.
Unajua unasemanga I'm the only bad person. Umesikia Stonifikia akisema hapa kutokezea mtu amulipue.
By the way, you know me, there was a time I was so desperate, I was praying for his death. And I was just praying that I could just wake up to a breaking news. I remember also, ile time ulikuwa niambia you would wish to be a suicide bomber. Like, people are so desperate. They just want this guy. Instead of military mtoe ama akufe, tujenge Kenya upya. Let's start from zero. But if nimekuambia Jiro, if we keep on akileta hizo policies, we come and discuss them here. Mambo ya shule, mambo ya elimu. Sasa mimi nimefinya hata sipati usingizi saa hizi as a civil servant. But if I can tell you, I think we are only 2 teachers in our school wenye tunateta mambo ya housing levy. Hao wengine wamenyamaza tu. Mtu anasikia mtu akiongea, but unamuuliza what should we do? Sasa unajua serikali ukiongea utafutwa kazi. Kwani kazi mimi before niajiriwe sikuwa nakula. I don't just depend on my salary.
Watu akina
let them
Shiko watu akina Stone PK wanasemanga serikali iko na mkono mrefu itakukujia pale huko.
Walisema ioneshangu nini? Na mimi niwaambia tutaionyesha mpaka Boringo. We don't really care what they are going to do. No one will die twice in Zero, but we have to know and to come with a plan on how this guy is going to go home. Si mambo ya kukutaka kudiscuss vitu zenye anafanya. Ataendelea kufanya. This is a mental case. By the way, mimi hata sasa hivi it's either akufe ama atolewe hapo. That's it.
Shiko unajua ungezaliwa the same time na huyu mtu na mkutana na yeye UN maybe angekudate.
Shame on you. Zero shame on you.
Haya sijasema zaidi. Okay, so tupike ichangia as we wait. Thank God you are born in the wrong generation.
Your father, you reason like him. Zero.
Haya ni sawa. So bwana story pekee endelea. By the way, wandada mnafaa kushukuru Mungu sana. If your path crossed with this guy, when ndio ungekuwa bibi. Story pekee, go ahead.
Jiro unaletea watu jokes saa zile watu wamekasirika. Unajua sometimes Kenya uchunge usiende ukaleta jokes saa hii. Hiyo hasira ya Ruto anakuwekea wewe. Saa hii ukicheza na Shiko pale atakutupa utaamini. Unajua sasa because watu wameshindwa kufikia Ruto now. If you touch anything about Ruto, mtu wewe ndiye anashika hivi sasa. Anyway, I came back, nimesikia Shiko amechangia vizuri. And then I remembered one thing. We pray for things, for good things to happen. And in African culture, we used to do the same. There is nothing new. Si ati tulifundishwa kuomba. Nobody taught us how to pray. We used to pray and we used to pray our way, and it used to happen. Whatever happens and whatever we were praying for, we believe it was happening. In fact, because I'm a student of sociology, when I studied so much, I came and realized that in the African setup, if the people, especially from my side, went to ask and sacrifice and pray for rain, walikuwa hata wazee walikuwa hata wafiki nyumbani kabla rain ijaanguka. Na hiyo nimeambiwa na wazee. It's not a fiction. I mean, it's not a story natengeneza. They are saying when wazes were going, there is a language which is used. I can't use it now because it's vernacular. That wazes would go and the whole area, uko kwetu kwote, whether it's central yote nini, they would know that the elders and they were selected elders have gone to pray for rain to come because disaster has befallen. And their prayers would be supported by the people who have remained behind because they had faith and they were saying, wazee wetu wameenda kutuletea mvua. And it is said, hiyo mbuzi wanachinja ama kondoo walikuwa wanachinja na wakisacrifice. By the time wanageuka kurudi, walikuwa wanakata matawi yakijifunika nayo ya mvua ile ilikuwa inapiga. So the prayers would be answered almost instantly. My question is, if we could pray and our prayers were answered, equally, it's not a question, it's a second statement, equally they would curse anything that was against the society. And truly speaking, wakikukas ilikuwa unaangamia. Kwetu kulikuwa kitu ilikuwa inaitwa muuma, kaurugo. Ilikuwa hiyo kaurugo ukipewa ama hiyo siku ya kuannounce wakora wote waizi wote wakuwe banished ama wakuwe punished. When those wazes do those prayers, watu walikuwa wanaanza kufura matumbo, unapasuka miguu nini, you start dying in a very careless manner. You die stupidly because of the curse. My big question is, those curses, those prayers, I mean, hizo dua, mbona hatusemi tuambie, hatusemei Ruto? I am happy with this lady in Mombasa. I think it was Changamwe. Huyo mama natafuta jina yake. I want to really support her because she's the only woman, the only Kenyan out of all the millions of Kenyans since independence. I mean, since the election. Amesimama na akakasi Ruto. Hiyo clip ili tulicheza jana juzi, sijui ni jana ni juzi. She cast Ruto in pure words. Why don't we do that? Waislamu tunajua kufanyia watu dua. Tunajua kuombea watu wale wanafanya nini we know how to cast. Traditional wanaitwa ni cultural leaders. We know how to cast. Why haven't I heard prayers ama congregation ya kukasi Ruto if Ruto is doing very badly? Kenyans have accepted. Mbona sijasikia Azimio organize prayer meeting ya kukasi Ruto ama kukondem? Why can't we meet just the whole day, we cry and curse, tutoe nguo, tufanye vile tulikuwa tunafanya, tufanye hizo tambiko. then tuanze hope that something will happen. All what we are doing tuko kwa nyumba, tunamwachia Mungu, sijui tunafanya nini. I know Kenyans wengi tunasema prayers are important. You know, it's a matter of individual faith. I'm telling you, prayers will not remove Ruto. Prayers will not remove bad things happening in Kenya. Somebody commented, amenikumbusha Burkina Faso, hiyo nilipeana example ati wanafanya many coups. That's okay. Let coup after coup after coup after coup after coup until you get the right leaders. That is what happened. Hata Ruto sasa tukimtoa kwa nguvu, kutakuwa a lot of wrangling. Azimio itasplit mara 8. Kalonzo ataenda pande hii akisema na he believes he can be president. Ruto Raila atakuwa pande hii. Kutakuwa factions kama 8 million. In fact, we remove Ruto today, with the way we are thinking as Kenyans, we will be like Somalia, which is better. Sisi wa Mbere tutakaa na hapo kwetu na stima yetu, tutakuwa tunawauzia. Wajaka nao wakae na pale Nyanza na kila kitu yao watuuzie. Let's go disintegrate into those small kingdoms, because the bigger thing called Kenya is useless. It's not working. It's not helping anybody. And I would want to throw a challenge to those who are listening to me. Of what benefit am I as a Mbere to be associated with a Kisii from Southwest, huko mbali? Tunahusiana wapi? Because we have poor governance, we can't help each other. But if we had proper leadership, then we would be talking of a nation sharing well. But now we are not sharing well. So it's better I go die in my village with my mwere and dengu. Na wewe ukae huko kwako na kahawa yako. Na wewe mwingine akae kule kwake na mbuzi ngamia zake. Yeah. Kila mtu akule ile amelima. Kuliko ninalima naleta Nairobi na huyu jamaa kwa kutoka Sugoi peke yake. So there is sometimes victory and heroism in that fragmented society. Because as it is, Kenya, it's not benefiting. And that is the option Kagame had given his people. Aliwaambia, number one, either we continue killing each other, okay, then you tusi ukae kwako na usije ukaenda upande wa Hutu na wewe Hutu usije. Yeah, we stay huko, tuendelee kupigana vita sisi kwa sisi na kumalizana until Jesus comes. Or we throw down our stupidity and build this beautiful country called Rwanda. And we enjoy the cake as a bigger cake. And they chose to swallow their pride na kuswallow ujinga na upumbavu. Ya upumbavu ya democracy, sijui lazima. Wakaulizwa, democracy has never been eaten anywhere. Let's cook our own thing. And they are eating and enjoying that thing of theirs. I don't know what you may want to call it, but it's working for them. It's working for them. Ukileta maneno ya mavitabu sijui international sijui nini, it's all useless, by the way. You don't need these countries. Hizi countries zingine ni tabu zinaletaga. IMF na nini, hiyo ni shida. Banks never help people in anything. Masais at one time, they never needed any banks. They used to keep their money there. Wewe ukitaka ng'ombe yao unakuja unaleta pesa cash. Naenda nazo nyumbani. Ama unaletea mbuzi 10 na kupatia ndama moja. That kind of a thing. All these things tuliletewa ni za kutumaliza tu. You are being forced loans which you pay for. Have you ever heard this? That you owe people money that you pay even mpaka your third generation will continue paying? Isn't that stupidity? Just because of what? That you are being told you have to be advanced, you have to do this. What advancement? So we have to decide either tukae kivyetu, kila watu wakae kivyao. Hii majimbo kwanza ni kitu mzuri sana. Kila watu wakae na ujinga yao. Badala ya kuwa ujinga 1+1 itakuwa ujinga mingi. Mimi nikae na ujinga yetu huko mbali, tupigane wenyewe kwa wenyewe huko na kina mondigi wetu. We feel like those are the kind of leaders we want. Anatulead hapo na ujinga yetu because he reflects what we are. Okay? So hiyo ujinga tunakorogea hapo. Hatupelekei watu wa Nyanza, watu wa Nyeri. We are not exporting foolishness. Inakuwa foolishness brewed locally and you eat it locally, you swallow it locally. That is what I would advocate. Because the other thing has not worked. This sema Kenya one, sijui nini, it has not worked at all. And kuniambia maandamano, sijui ati it's coming. Sorry to say this, I do not see anything I've not seen about maandamano. I'm old enough. Steve, I think you will support me and Njuru. What haven't we seen about maandamano? Kama tumefanya maandamano tukakufa, watu wakakufa, unapigwa risasi point blank. What other maandamano are we looking for? Even if Raila goes to Central, anaenda Central kufanya kudu, nini mpya? In fact, I would tell Baba, achia Wakenya, wacha Wakenya watajisort, wacha wanyonge, kamba iingie tu, will you relax? I don't know, sincerely speaking, unless Raila is campaigning for Ruto, I do not see some total. I do not see any benefit of these atisijui kwenda kuongea na watu. Those are just simple political rallies which have added to zero. If we went far mpaka tukaonyesha kura zile tumepata, we did all that. Was it just for what do we call it? Showbiz? So for me, I tend to imagine it's just a game. I think they are all in it. Ule mtu anachezewa shere ni mwananchi wa kawaida. Hao wadosi, dynasty, they are just doing what they can do best. It's a game. You know, they are happy when they look at wananchi hivi, wanaona ng'ombe, lakini there is somebody, kuna hiyo clip ilikuwa inaenda the way politicians look at wananchi. When they look at us yelling and doing this, they see cows. Kwa hivyo, they are happy. Unaona Ruto is happy. Somebody was saying, oh, Ruto amejua sasa hata amini Wameru wa Ruto aliingia kwa gari na akaenda akicheka. Because mulipiga kelele mkadu. You know? Mulipiga kelele mkadu. I want people to borrow a leaf from West Africa. West Africa ukisikia maandamano imetokelezea. Hapo mtu atatimuka mbio. As much as we underrate them. Wakikutema wanakukujia kwako, wallahi utatokea kwa dirisha. Wakisema ni kwa Stony PK wanarauka, you will have for your dear life.
So, Bwana Stony PK, maybe to advance you a little bit, don't you think there is a problem of East and Central African nations versus the Western African nations towards understanding what governance is? Because Uganda, 30, close to 40 years, they don't know what to do. Kenya, we have started our thing. We don't know what to do. Congo, they don't know what to do. They have just been in chaos. Bangi, they don't know what to do. Sudan, hapo, Sudan Southern and the Northern one, they don't know what to do. Ethiopia, they don't know what to do. Somalia, they don't know what to do. What is the problem of this region in terms of people knowing their rights?
Yeah, it is not actually, not that they don't know what to do. They know what to do. For example, Uganda knows what to do. Uganda, they want Museveni to be their president. And he will be the president all for life.
For 40 years?
How anapiga kelele, those are novices, my friend. Akina nani Changurai, those are novices. Sasa hata ukipatia Changurai president of Uganda, atafanya. You know, I laugh at the way people do things. You give that nani Changurani, the musician, today swear in as the president of Uganda. Bobby Wine, Bobby Wine Changurani. Anatok, ukimswear in today atatoroka kesho. He will swear in today and tomorrow he will be looking for his way home. Ama aanze kuwa kama Ruto. You see, people think the president ni utoto. They think ni game ya kati na cha baba na cha mama. Euphoria. You have ati kama hivi Ruto unaona alikuwa anafuatwa na bodaboda. That is exactly what he is exhibiting because that is who he is. That is who he is. He has no idea of leadership. Leadership is not populism. Si ati kusimama unasema nimetenga, nitatenga. In fact, that exhibits idiotism. As a leader, there is no intelligent leader. And to answer, I had this program I wanted to exhibit how intelligent leaders have done. Sikiza Kibaki kwa roadside. Get any clip uniambie mahali Kibaki alienda kusema ametenga, atatenga, atafanya. Nothing. It's a brain. The only people of kutenga na kufanya nini? These Kalenjin people. Moi, Ruto. They are the people of kutenga na kutenga. Kenyatta hakutenga.
Na Mudavadi alidanganya watu wa Bondo akakuwa heckled.
Alafu
Kenyatta tumetenga.
Yes, Kenyatta, our first president. Those of you who are not okay, we were all very young. I just follow his clips and all that. Of course, I danced for him.
Don't forget, I was 20 years when Kenyatta was the Kenyan president.
Oh, okay, sawa. Hapo ni sawa. So anyway, wacha niseme hivi.
Ulikuwa unaimba wimbo gani? Mwomboko ama gani? Ulikuwa unaimbia Kenyatta gani? Can you tell us which song were you singing for Kenyatta? Mwomboko ama gani?
Nikuimbia njoke tugenja kiro ya gorofa. Aya ya gorofa. Ya gorofa ya dirisha mmoja. Tuna hiyo. We sang that in class, I think 7 or whatever it was, 6 or 4. Anyway, what I was saying, you never had declaration, because anybody who makes those kind of declaration, it shows hapa kichwa hakuna. Even as a father in the house, you can't just walk. Umekuja hilo anza kuambia sasa nyinyi in 1 week tunaenda Dubai. In another 2 weeks you will be an idiot, father. You can't do that. So Kenyans should have known this is a cartoon, he's a comedian.
Okay. Not even a father. Even as a husband, as a wife, I wouldn't want a husband mwenye anashinda akiniambia atanifanyia, atanitengea. That is bullshit, yeah? That's a weak man who just want to impress me all the time, yeah? Be a man. Si unishidange ukiniambia takununulia gari sahi, nimekununulia kila kitu unatenga, utanifanyia. So that is a weak man who is afraid of losing the wife.
Anakuja amebeba nyama kilo moja, unasikia zipi mtaani tuligrow and we used to see. Akikuja na kanyama moja nusu kilo, unasikia unaona nimewanunulia nusu kilo ya nyama hapo na maini. Mnaona mimi ni baba yenu mzuri? What sort of, that is exactly who this man is.
Lakini sio uongo, si amenunua nyama? Amenunua nyama?
Lazima utuambie. Kwani bwana Njiro wewe ni yule jamaa unakujanga kwako, wewe ni muoga sana, unaanza huko kwa gate ndio unasema nimekuja. Ati unashtua bibi na watoto. Na mimi huko
ni a weak man. Forgive him, don't PK. Zero is a weak man. You know,
unajua lazima upige sauti kama hiyo sauti ilikuanga ya kufukuza intruders. It was not for the women and for the kids. Nyinyi watu muelewe kacha bwana.
Hiyo ni a cowards, baba. Those are cowards. Kwangu ninajulikana, hata wacha tuongee kimodern. Nikipaki hivi wanajua hiyo gari ya mdosi imekaa. Hata mgurumo. I don't even need to talk. The authority is there. The respect is there. But the weak, the most stupid are the ones who kept on announcing, like the way Ruto is announcing. Alienda, nimeenda India, nikasema, na tuambii 350 amelala na watu ngapi? Mbona hii asemi? Mbona asemi 350?
Okay, sawa bwana Stone PK, simamia hapo kidogo. There was a guy called somebody, alikuwa amekuja mpya, and I could have given him an opportunity lakini ameenda. So I think let me return to maandamano kamili. Maandamano kamili amenyamaza sana. So maandamano kamili Wayne, maandamano kamili. Maybe as we wait for maandamano kamili, Stephen Kizungu Kubwa, we miss it.
we follow all of you. Stone PK, my friend. Alex from Kisii. Mama Mzuri. I know all of your names.
Okay,
Jiro,
Jiro, I think I'll give someone
please.
to continue. Let me finish something I'm doing here.
Okay, sawa. Okay.
No.
No, we are hearing. Stephen has taken your opportunity. No problem.
Maandamano kamili. What is this nonsense? We are Kenya.
Ni sawa Steve, endelea, wacha mambo mingi. Wewe ulisomea Royal College bana. Mtu ya Royal College aongei namna hiyo. Wewe ni mtu ya Royal College.
Brunel, Wali. Who is bigger?
Put your point. Tunajua
Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt what I'm talking. It's very important to Kenya. Because you are going to interrupt my knowledge of knowledge is earned. It's not bought. Yeah. This is what you don't know. Sorry about that. Ask me a question, number one.
Okay, sawa. Wewe unajua iliko. Wewe Shiko, hebu uliza Steven swali sasa. Unajua
No, I'm not going to ask him. Zero, me nimeenda kulala. I thought we can have someone else. I thought you were supposed to give Alex to say something. Because
Okay, sawa. Steven kidogo. Nitakuuliza swali. Ngojea kwanza nifikirie swali. Alex, go ahead kwanza.
Yeah, I like the debate we are having here. It's making a lot of sense. And I think lately we have more and more people who are thinking better because of what we have gone through. You know, I'm looking at UDA.
Alex ujanisalimia.
Oh, Shiko, how are you, teacher?
I'm good.
I'm glad that you are here very late with us. Unajua hata Stone PK is a teacher too. So
I know this guy.
Teacher Stone PK, how are you?
He used to be one of the moderators kwa Mutembei tukijaribu kuongelesha watu wa Morema.
You guys tried mpaka mkatengeneza kipindi ya watu wa mlima, lakini watu wa mlima walikataa kusikia kabisa.
You know, Stone PK was very emotional hiyo wakati.
No, he was never emotional. He used to have bullet points.
Kuna huyu jamaa mwimbaji
handsome boy alikuwa na saa ingine anashindwa boda watu hawashiki hii point.
Sasa hiyo ameshika na mwili. Unajua waliambia huyu mwimbaji aende akaunde mlima yake. Now they understand when he was talking of mlima what he was saying. Now they are so hot. Kuna mwingine alikuwa ananiuliza kwani katiba iwezi badilishwa tukwange tunachaguana after 3 years.
Ruto anataka kuchange katiba ikuwe miaka 7 bwana. Sasa unafikiria itakuwa reduced tena? But anyway, what I was saying, watu wa UDA wamechanganyikiwa na Wakenya hawaja realize, hawaja notice. Osoro ndio huyo anapiga watu marisasi hapa. Unaangalia vitu wanafanya. The other day Moni Alwale ndio huyo ng'ombe yake ujinga yenye anajiitanga bullfighting. Kwa miaka yake he should not be doing that nonsense. Ndio hiyo ng'ombe imeua mfanyikazi wake and nothing is being done because they have impunity. It is time to defeat these Ninacoms so that we can bring our country into. And what I agreed with Stone PK is this: hata leo tukitoa Ruto, Kenyans may not behave very well. Sasa ndio tutasambaratika, Wambere waanze kutuuzia stima yao, Wajaluo waanze kutuuzia kabongo yao, Wakisii waanze kuuza matoke yao na avocado. I mean, I don't know if we will ever learn. I think the first president must have made a big mistake in introducing tribalism, and that is where Tanzania went well, to a point that you don't vote for a tribe, you vote for an ideology. Yesterday, somebody said something here which I had to Google to make sure it's true, that the unemployment level in Tanzania is 2.38. You know, I was so shocked.
It is unbelievable. It is like in Europe, bwana, or America.
Not even America. America is 4%. Maybe Scandinavian countries, you can say, and Israel, that equal that. But how did they get it right? Where did we go wrong? I think the founders of our nation were so selfish to a point whereby they put our country in a trajectory that even right now, itakuwa ngumu kabisa kukubaliana on how to deal with issues. Though we are learned, as Stone PK said, and you can see the panelists here. I mean, you can see the nature and the nature of how we are speaking. We are learned people, but the level of tribalism in our country is...
Alex, 1 minute. Unaona hiyo story ya unemployment, let me put it into perspective. Ya TZ, it is for every 100 people, ni wawili hawana kazi. And in Kenya, for every 100 people, 40 people don't have jobs. That is what that means. So it's appalling.
It's appalling. I mean, these people walijipanga vizuri na tulikuwa tunawachekelea ati ujamaa ilikuwa kitu kibaya, but now they have reached whereby they have one of the few women presidents who are doing very well. Wana tukejeli, wana tuchekelea on how bad it is on our side. How bad it is on our side. So, I mean, I don't know how we can borrow a leaf of reflection so that we can, the younger generation can know how to change the perspective and the narrative. But the truth is that there are things imefika saa hii hatuwezi fikia Tanzania, hatuwezi fikia Uganda, hatuwezi fikia Rwanda because of the nature and the nature of the nature of politics in our life. And you know, the definition of politics is the way of life. The politics determines the way of life of the people. So while we are grumbling, sasa tunataka kupeleka watu wetu ati ng'ambo, Watanzania hawana haja ya kwenda ng'ambo. Wabotswana hawana haja ya kwenda ng'ambo. Wa South Africa wengi hawana haja ya kwenda ng'ambo. So sisi ndio tumekuwa na appetite ya kwenda ng'ambo. So na sasa Ruto is encouraging us to keep on doing that nonsense. Kwa nimetafuta kazi ajira Europe, nimetafuta ajira Britain, nimetafuta ajira America. While we have one of the best climates, wazungu wanatoka Italy, wanatoka Mali, ukienda Lamu, Lamu is almost an Italian country because the supermarkets and everything, I mean, are owned by Italians. So I think something needs to be changed in our country. I don't know how. Those are the questions we ask, but I can tell you with guarantee that we will never reach near the Tanzanians. If for every 100 people ni watu wawili hawana kazi, sisi ni 40, tutafikia watu waje? If you go the kind of farming, unajua mayai yenye inatoka Uganda inakuja Kenya, utashangaa. They do their farming like goat farming, and wako na mashamba. They didn't go the corrupt way, whereby mashamba ilishindwa kuwagawanya. When they got the independence, even though they kept on having coups, but walilinda mashamba yao to be agricultural land. Unapata mtu mmoja ako na 30 acres. So they went on the right path. But sisi kutoka mashamba, we went wrong. Kutoka makazi, tribalism ikaingia. Kutoka mashule, we used to buy makaratasi za shule, tunafundishwa mtihani. Kutoka hospitali, we went wrong. In agriculture, we went wrong. you know, like cases are squatters. Imefika mahali uko tu na kashamba mahali utazikwa. We are overpopulated. It's called in economics population explosion. So I think we went wrong from early because I think our first government did not care. Ni mashamba tu. During Jaramogi Oginga Odinga's memorial in Ofafa Hall, Raila said something that Kenyatta aliita wakaendesha kila mtu gari yao kwenda Gatundu, akamwambia mimi nitachukua hiyo side, wewe utachukua hiyo side. Na Jaramogi akasema I will never do an immoral thing like that. In Nyanza we have enough land. What we need ni watu walipigania uhuru. What was the common factor ilikuwa land. But Kenyatta kept taking like Taita Taveta, kept taking everywhere. So I think naonea nchi yetu huruma sana. Even if hata mtu yoyote aingie sahi, hata kama ni Raila, atakuwa na shida sana kutatua haya mashida yote tumejiletea over 60 years. I will leave it there.
Ebu Shiko, can you comment? What is good in Tanzania because this is abnormal? In Tanzania, out of 100 people, ni wawili hawana kazi. In Kenya, it is 40. Na sisi ni maringo tu ati watizeti wako nyuma kama mkia sijui ya nini. Maybe before he brings to PK. Can you comment about that? What is wrong with us? Yet Tanzania is doing better than Europe.
We have readers who are very selfish. When they get chances where they can, we have tunaweza tengeneza industries and we can create these jobs, but they have put that hiyo nini ya create jobs as a mode of campaign, ya kukuja kuhoodwink watu wakati wa campaign, wanawaambia tutawafanyia hivi, tutatengeneza viwanda, Mwea tutakuwa na nini. Sahii watu wa Mwea wanalia mchele hawanunuliwi na serikali, wana import from outside. So this thing about employment, we can work on it, but because we have politicians who are true bureaucrats, they are not even leaders, yeah, they are there just they want to, like, wanataka tu waishi kuchaguliwa, and that's why wakifanya campaign wanasemanga tutatengeneza hii barabara, we are going to have a highway, tutafanya hivi. Mara Ruto wakati wa 2017 unakumbuka akisema tutakuwa na stadium sijui kama 10 sijui nini, and so many shenanigans, yeah. But it's not that they can't do that, Njiro. Wanataka sisi tukae kwa shida, tukue youth waishi kuwaramba kuwaramba nyuma, muishi kuambiwa mtafanyiwa, but they can do it, but they don't want to. Usifikirie si ati hawawezi create employment in Kenya, and the few employments zenye wako nazo wanaweza ajiri watu huko, they take watu wanapeana pesa ndio waajiriwe, ama because so and so is from so and so, they are given those job in through the back door, people who don't deserve those jobs. That's why we have incompetent people in our public offices, Njiro. They can do it, but they don't want to. We have selfish leaders in Kenya. Not even leaders, selfish politicians who they don't care. Wanataka watu waishi kwa shida, muishi kuambiwa. That's why I don't even get enticed when a politician will just tell me ati tutatengenezea barabara. It's not doing me any favor, for heaven's sake. We should stop this bullshit. This is nonsense. Unaniambia utanitengenezea barabara, mimi nalalanga kwa barabara. That is your work. For heaven's sake. You are not doing me any favor. It's mandatory. It's your work. I pay taxes for you to do that. Si pesa yako unanitolea, si pesa yako yenye mlitengeneza na bibi yako unakuja kunitengenezea barabara, ama unakuja kunifanyia kitu. When will people know? Watu watajua lini? Wengine watajua lini hizi vitu they demand, they need to demand them from them, and they are not the politicians don't do us any favor. Hata kutengeneza shule.
Lakini makofi lazima upige. Lakini makofi lazima upige.
Worship them ati ametengeneza shule. Hiyo si pesa yake, ama si ya baba yake ama nyanya yake. We should stop this nonsense and call out these people. I just want to give you a story, Jiro. Ningekuwa sell sahi. Leo nikipita nikikuja nyumbani.
Ungetupigia simu.
Na kamashua karomeka huku Kiambu. Sasa kwa hii barabara ya kwetu walikuwa imagine ati wanamwaga ile inaitangwa nini? Si itagwa ati Maram. Sasa ati na yeye anakuja ati wanakuja kuround ka barabara ka 5 kilometers kwenye naingia nayo kwenye apartment yangu iko. Sasa ati mimi nisimame, yeye anaongelesha watu alafu kulikuwa na transformer anakuja kuround. Mimi siwezi simama ati sasa hao watu wake wananiambia ati hao escort ati mkubwa ako pale. Mkubwa gani? Mimi ndio mkubwa bana. Mimi ndio nimemwajiri. In fact they thought I'm a mad woman.
Sasa ukakataa kusimamia mkubwa
Nisimame nifanye nini? Wasting my time. I'm from work. Wananifinya. Mimi ndio nimemwajiri kazi na taxi na taxi yenye nalipa. Si kusimama hata wananiambia madam usisimama unaona mkubwa ako pale anaongea. I can't stand and just listen to nonsense. What am I listening to? Akiround transformer. Kwani ametoa kwake kwa nyumba? Kwani hapo ni mbele ama yeye ndiye ananini stima anatoa kwa bibi yake? We should stop this rubbish. Mimi sikusimama, nilipita tu kwanza. In fact hata nini vumbi. Wakaniona mpaka nikiingia kwa gate. Let them come for me. I'm waiting, hata ndio sijarara. Nimefungua mpaka dirisha. Niambia soja hata akiulizwa aseme who I am. Me I don't fear. Digora aguoya.
Okay, wow. Okay, tumesikia wakikukujia tuta fundraise. Platform umesikia?
Naweza mpigia ile duru yenye ajui hata akiuliza who I am kwa gate. Aambiwe tu story kidogo. I don't entertain rubbish. That is rubbish. Huwezi simama atijua politician amesimama kwa barabara atijua ati ana round transformer ati wewe umpatie nafasi ati kwanza aongee. Me I can't listen to someone mwenye amejiassociate na UDA. What am I listening to?
Kwa nini utaki kuwa part of crowd? You needed to be ujuangi wanatakanga kusimama ile pale kuna watu.
Mimi am not a psychopath. I'm not a kagege. For heaven's sake, I went to school.
Let me
And they are not
respond.
doing me any favor. Kukuja kuleta
want to
transformer hiyo ni
yeah,
kazi yake na hiyo si pesa yake.
Okay, sawa
Second,
sawa.
hiyo barabara anakuja kuround hapo kwa barabara anaweka maana
Shiko, do still people launch transformers?
ametoa kwa bibi yake.
Don't just talk. Shiko, do still people launch transformers?
Imagine. Na watu wanapiga makofi. Unajua Alex, hakuna kitu it's very irritating kuona watu wakipigia hao watu makofi. Mpaka Ruto anaongeaka uongo watu wanapiga makofi. Imagine ati anakuja umeshaisikia watu wana round transformer and people na wamama wako hapo wanapiga makofi. Mtu ameacha mtoto kwa nyumba ati anakuja anapigia mtu ati amekuja ku round transformer ati makofi. We are stupid. We are stupid nation. Very stupid.
Okay, ni sawa, that's okay. Stony PK, you
Hata
can
kuna
earn.
mama sitawahi nunulia boga nilimuona hapo. Sitawahi. It's no business with her anymore.
At least unajua kukatakata, so unaweza jikatakatia. You will become your own mama mboga. So Stony PK.
Bwana Njiro, there is a guest ameingia. Joseph, ungempatia nafasi.
Okay, bye guys. Tuonane kesho.
Okay, and be safe. So, Bwana Joseph, go ahead.
Bye,
I hope you have been following us.
Yeah, I've been following on the backstage. Thank you so much for giving me the chance. I'm sorry, Shiko is leaving, and probably maybe she brought in a point there of somebody launching a transformer. You know, Ruto is doing everything. He's launching everything, even sewer or water or whatever. So these guys, smaller guys, don't have anything to do. So they have to be somewhere. So maybe transformer is the only thing that he could get out there and get some coverage with. So don't vilify the transformer man. At least he was doing something because he doesn't have anything to do. But somebody was asking why unemployment probably is lower in Tanzania than in Kenya and things like those. It depends on the model of the economy. You know, Tanzania is kind of like a capitalism, socialism, kind of like economy. Kenya is purely capitalism, whereby everything is for me. The only thing we share probably is God. That's why we have the problem like that. But again, another thing, somebody was saying that maybe the forefathers didn't think much about the country and probably they put us in this situation. You know, history can be corrected. I know they say history repeats itself. History can be corrected. Unemployment is always going to be there. There are some people who probably naturally, for some reason,
don't want to work. I know Kenya, everybody wants to work. But the biggest problem we have right now, if you guys look around at the people, I know Ruto have got a useless cabinet. That one I think everybody can agree with me. But cabinets normally don't rule much. There's something you call the kitchen cabinet. The kitchen cabinet normally gives the suggestion, sets the policies, sets the agenda, and then the president will bring them to the cabinet. So the success of the actual appointed cabinet will depend on the kitchen cabinet you have. Kitchen cabinet are normally like your close confidants, could be your brother. Like there were rumors that Uhuru's major and the most trusted kitchen cabinet member was his older brother. I think his younger brother, his follower. That's what makes him. I used to help him make some policy decisions that he could bring in front of the cabinet. But now, when you look at the people around Ruto, you guys, what can somebody like Oscar Sudi tell somebody? What kind of advice can you get from somebody like that? That is the most trusted kitchen cabinet that
anaitwa engineer. He is an engineer. Engineer Sudi.
Yeah, that man. What advice can he give somebody? What does he know? I don't want to vilify maybe touts or matatu people or whatever. I know they are human beings, but you know, there are some policies that needs really manpower, needs knowledge, needs experience. You can see when Uhuru got into power, Uhuru did not purge everybody that Kibaki had. He kept some, and that stabilized his government. But look at what this man did. He almost kicked out everyone that was in Kibaki or Uhuru's government. And experience, normally, I know they say that experience is the best teacher, but experience can help you study things. If you don't have experienced people in your cabinet, you are going to make mistakes one after the other. You cannot run a government through experiment. You cannot run a government through propaganda. You cannot run a government through cheating. But I think, I don't know, Mr. Handsome, you were here yesterday. I showed up briefly, and I cautioned everybody, you guys don't think Ruto doesn't know what he's doing. Ruto is really seeing maybe 10, 15, 20 years down the road. He's doing all these things intentionally so that he can impoverish everybody. So that if you even want a glass of water in the next 10 years, if Ruto doesn't say you can drink that water, you're not going to be able to drink it. It's a way of control. This is what Hitler did. Hitler made sure that he made everybody worship him. And how can you make me worship you? If I'm your source of bread, you're going to worship me. All these things you see about, I don't know, public housing and all that nonsense. This is a way of raising money, because we have a ministry there called Ministry of Housing, which is supposed to be building houses. And if you are really maybe even a true capitalism country or a capitalistic country, government have got no business building houses. Government needs to give affordable environment conducive for people to invest and build those houses. But surely Ruto knows what he's doing. Don't think that he's stupid. He knows what he's doing. He wants to control Kenyans. He wants to impoverish them, so that at the end of the day, if Ruto doesn't say you can go to bed, you won't be able to go to bed. If Ruto say you can't go to school, you won't be able to go to school. And you can see what he's doing. First of all, he's going to make sure that Kenya don't have educated people in the next 10 or 15 years. He wants to make sure that only people he choose goes to school. The really bright ones, he makes sure they don't go anywhere. And without education, what can you do? So in my submission yesterday, I gave a challenge to people who are there. Instead of coming and we giving talks and talks and talks, we need to be brainstorming, how can we remove this man? How can we remove? That's what we need to be brainstorming. I don't know that it's illegal to talk about. I know during Kenyatta, they say it was even illegal to imagine that Kenyatta can die. But I think just brainstorming how somebody can be removed, especially for somebody who have vowed he's not going to respect the court rulings. If he's acting outside the parameters of the court, we can do the same by plotting how to remove him. That's my submission for now. We need to see how we can remove this man, other than waiting and waiting. I'm hoping that he's not going to reach 2027. That's my prayer every day, because for each and every single minute that this man is in power, he's causing damage that will not be fixed. And I gave you guys an example. Amin damaged Ugandan economy in 1971. Look at where we are up to now. Have they recovered? So if we let Ruto damage that economy, we'll never see any recovery in our lifetime. So the sooner we act, the better. The only thing we need to be asking ourselves, how? I don't think Mandamanos will do it. Mandamano can be part of it to destabilize him. But he has all the powers, all the guns, all the goons, everything. So Mandamanos alone will not work. I'm just wondering, at one point, will our military see that enough is enough so that they can save the situation? But that is the only force that Ruto will stand. But if we let him stay there for 2 years, he's going to politicize and control the military. I think that's the only wing that probably he has not put in his pocket so far, after the parliament and the judiciary now. As soon as he takes control of the military, you guys forget about it. Thanks for now.
Okay, ni sawa. Julia, Changia, and then Stone PK.
I think Stone PK should speak. Actually, I don't know. I just found myself into the show. I think you people left me in the show last night, or I don't know what happened. So when I turned on my laptop, I found myself in StreamYard. So when you added me, I'm asking myself, is this last night's show, or I mean, like, are we live or something?
Okay, wewe sema kuna mambo una miss. Hiyo show ya jana, it won't repeat soon.
So we are live. Okay.
Yeah, we are live. We are live. So Romeo and Juliet is done. Romeo and Juliet is done.
Stone PK ongea. I'm trying to wonder, am I live or something? Ongea kwanza Stone, ndio nishike network.
Bwana Stone PK, I think you are coincident with Joseph. You can go in line with what Joseph is saying.
Yeah. Actually, it's like I knew he was going to touch on that. You know, sometimes we ask very pertinent questions, and it is good to get elaborate answers. Like that question about number one, denial. You know, we deny. We keep on saying we are better than so and so. I'm better than so and so. It is sometimes good to accept that there are those who are better than you, and then you start, kind of interrogating, what is it? How are they doing it? That's what we were doing in school, even from primary. If my desk mate is so good in, let's say, math, I admit he's good in math, and that's why I keep on asking, Bwana, you mefanyaji? So the same thing with countries. We don't keep on thinking we are the best. One of my professors aliniambia, never ever think you are the best. Contrary to what people say. People go telling our children, you are the best. No. You can be the best. That should be the phrase. Work to be among the best. But don't demean others, saying, we are wezi nifikia. We are niwezi. We are wezi. Sasa, like now, we've been in that cocoon as Kenyans. We've been lied to for so long. Kumbe, these guys who are lying to us as they are sacking us. We've been made. Kasumba hiyo iko na Kenya. 70% of Kenyans, they think Tanzania is a villain. They think Uganda is a villain. We call ourselves the big bro. Shame on us. We are big bro because of what? I tried to even enlist 10 minerals that Kenya has compared to Tanzania. 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Natural resources. We cannot even go 50. It is so sad. But unajua yule atendei anafikia mamake ndiye anafika vizuri. Tanzania walikuwa mbele from walipoumbwa. It's a big nation. It's a very powerful nation. Only what they needed was to reorganize and for them to accept the system they chose and entrench it. And that's why imelipuka kama mushroom. Because Watanzania wameaccept. Waliambiwa sasa ili tuwe matajiri na ili tuache kuombaomba. And I admire Magufuli. Magufuli is the one who came akapasua Mbarika. Nyerere set the ball, but people thought Nyerere oh, unajua ameleta socialism, and Kenya was number one to try and hate Tanzania because of the path they chose. We vilified them. Oh, hakuna kitu ati ujamaa. We were mocking ujamaa. Ati hakuna Tanzania huwezi kuwa na gari yako. So by nature, Kenyans, we are so selfish. So selfish. No wonder Harambes have died in Kenya. Can you imagine Harambe now becomes only to your close friends? When did Harambe become a close friends affair? Harambe was, hapa shule inajengwa, ni kila mtu akuje. Hapa huyu mtu anaenda ng'ambo kusoma, watu wote tunakuja. Mimi mpita njia nikikuta kuna Harambe inaendelea hapo, naingia natoa shilingi 10 yangu. That is what Harambe is about. But in Kenya it has died because now we are so capitalistic, so selfish that we don't know. And that's why we don't want to see what is going on in Tanzania. Quickly, let me say, because that was my last station. In Tanzania, hakuna mkoa hauna manufacturing. Hakuna mkoa hauna factory ya aina hii ama nyingine. You can go back to your books. In Tanzania, they build one of the biggest factory, I think, in Africa. Fertilizer factory. Kenyans don't know that. Tanzanians don't buy factory. They don't import fertilizer. Tanzanians have the biggest tourism industry in terms of your natural resource, the animals, the national park. I think it carries almost 55 to 60% of the country's national park. Alafu wamekubali, they have accepted to nurture it. In Tanzania, try poaching, you are killed. In Tanzania, ukiua mnyama, hakuna maneno ati ya kotini. Kotini tu ni formality, but you are finished, you are gone. You are gone kabisa. So that they have come to accept. And then kilimo, they came, wakakubaliana, wakatenga. This point was said earlier by Hiko. They have said, we must, lazima tulime, natema, na lazima tuwe na miji. Okay? So they have combined their natural resources, their biggest workforce, and then they have also now gone into production. Because why Baba was emphasizing on production, one factory, one whatever, it's because it does magic. Example, look at what Ngilu did. That production line here, uniform, peke yake, employing 500 people. That's not a small workforce in a village. In fact, there is no village, I think, that can have on its own 500 youth working in the factory. They must import from other villages. So it's in village A, it has spill over village C, B, C, and D. Those will be 4 villages who will benefit from that one factory in village A. Then you have that multiply effect. So if we had gone Azimio way, for example, that in every county, or even go further now to the smallest development unit, and that's why I love Majimbo, the ward. If you have a factory in each ward of what they can produce and add value, that's the magic. It will be 10 years and people will start saying Kenya inapita Europe ama Italy. Hakuna science kubwa. Science ni kwamba ati we get a leader that will support that. For example, I give the example of Makueni. Why did people talk of Makueni only 5 years? Kifuna Kibwana alifanya magic. 5 years aliteswa, akasema ata resign. The second 5 years is when people started talking of Makueni. Mengu za Makueni, maembe ya Makueni, machungwa ya Makueni. Now people seeing Makueni. What did he do? He just made sure he supported what these people were capable of producing. Kama ni mchanga, for example, in Machakos, mchanga waliban maneno ya kusomba mchanga kwa malori na orehae, people stealing, kuja kujenga magorofa Nairobi, and then ule mtu amechimba na amejaza mchanga kwa lori na mwachia shilingi 2,000. But they started packaging them like smiti, in mifuko midogo midogo. What does that mean? Those youth that are there They have gotten reasonable money. Anaweza nunua sabuni na apeleke mtoto kwa shule. So basically what I'm saying, look at Ndarugo, where people have been doing quarrying and all this. You only need to organize that. Now Tanzania, kwa mfano, in terms of their minerals, they have Magufuli turned it upside down. He said, you are not going to take madini yetu uenda tunatuambia unaenda kutuongezea value. You buy it, we will charge you what we think, and value addition wewe utaenda kufanyia kule utafanyia, but this is what the value we have, and we are going to sell it to ourselves. Yeah, that's why that also turned magic. Remember, he fenced mahali kunatoka Tanzanite. Perimeter wall ilifenziwa na jeshi, such that anybody being seen around or going in there is not, it's a bona fide person. Akamaliza wakora wa Kenya ndio walikuwa wanaishi huko wakiuza hizo mawe, hata mpaka Tanzanite ikakuwa ni kama ina manufacture in Kenya. You see, so what we need to do is to consolidate what we have, what is ours. Even in Mbeere, they are very good in sorghum. Support that. That is very simple economics. Let them have what we call waste management. Hakuna ile after produce loss. Let them make sure you buy. You have that pricing done. Look at what now the Mlima is going through. Everything has died. Macadamia and all that. And then you expect Mlima to ati utajiri tarudi. And my most disappointing thing is that as much as they are suffering, they have not pronounced with their mouth. And this is that's one of the saddest things. They hawajakiri dhambi zao. Ni Wakorino wachache tu walikiri juzi. Lakini hata wakikiri hawasemi, sasa tumekiri dhambi yetu, tutafanyaje? They don't want to say that. They have never even accepted kwamba Raila can be the best president. They have refused. Not even Raila, not even Kalonzo. They have never accepted. They don't want to pronounce that we want so and so. Wanakaa wapi? Ile hapa pale all over. Why? Because of tumbo. Because I don't want to support Stone PK without Joseph, because you never know who will come in. Such kind of people ndio wanauza Kenya, and we are banning because of that kind of mentality, where you don't decide to follow you, Mr. Handsome. I die with you because I believe in your ideology. I die with you mpaka ile siku utakuja kuwa leader, because I believe you are. That's why people go making mistakes like in a Mondigi. Ati Mondigi tuonaga, yani ati Mondigi tunaonaga. Just because nimekuja kwa village nikiimba unafikiria I'm a good person. Yet you are not looking at, you are not asking me one pertinent question. What is it? What magic will you do, for example, to create employment in my village? You are telling me utatengeneza barabara. Yeah. So Tanzania module, as Joseph has said, is working, and it will be the best. I mean, it will do the best for that country. When Sulubu gets akitoka ataachia mwingine, hao wameshika rada. Unajua ukishalamba asali huwezi taka unyang'anywe. So Mtanzania amesikia utamu wa good governance. Mtanzania amesikia utamu wa kulipa kodi, na unaona Tanzania has the best roads compared to Kenya. True or false? Bana Handsome, maybe ujaenda Tanzania. They have the best roads, and they have more roads than our country. But Kenya ajui.
Yeah. Of course, Bwana Stone PK, 1 minute.
Yes.
Tanzania is bigger in land mass, is bigger in population. What I don't know is, though they say the GDP is lower than the Kenyan GDP, what is that which is more specific in TZ, which is making them, even with a lower GDP, they are able to take care of a much bigger population than Kenya. Their population is 5 million higher than Kenya.
Wananjiro, let me give you, those are theories ambazo zinaua watu. It's like when you say per capita income. You know, one of the most stupid thing is when we talk of per capita income in a poor nation. Or at per capita income ni pesa hii. It doesn't mean kila mtu anaani hiyo pesa. Those are just economical terms. Okay?
It's an average. It's an average number.
Yeah, it's an average which is you know, it's the purpose is not for eradicating poverty. You don't use per capita income to intervene in poverty eradication. Never. Hata Professor Gani akisema per capita income is misleading, and that's why Singapore took a different direction. India took a different direction. India doesn't go in terms of per capita. It goes in terms of kule chini. Kule chini. What is the poverty index in my village? How many people are sleeping hungry? How many people are not able to afford school in that unit? That family, those 50 or 200 families in my village. Let me empower those ones, and you multiply it that way. Hiyo theory ingine ni wacha. Tanzania, if you go there, kama ni kilimo, as I told you, you find most people are employed kukongoa mahindi, and they're being paid well. Na ukisikia hii mahindi na kongolewa, it's thousands and thousands of tons. Ukienda mahali panaitwa Kongwa mahali mahindi ya mkoa inaenda Bwana Njiro, it's like 50 football fields combined, mahali mahindi inakaushiwa. Those nani labor intensive. Mtu anaenda na elfu yake nyumbani every day. That is empowerment, bro. So maneno ya GDP achana nayo. Number 2, Tanzania hawana njaa. So you talk of GDP, yes, chakula kwa meza hakuna. You have bigger GDP, people are begging. Unaona? So sometimes tuache hii maneno ya masomo, tuende practical. Mtu akilala njaa, hata kama njaa haijui degree, haijui nini, unaona? Njaa inajua chakula, mtu amepewa unga na amepika. Mtu amefanya mjengo, akapata shilingi yake 1,000, akaweza kununulia mtoto kalamu, chakula, na akaweza kumnunulia sabuni aoge ndiye aende shule kesho. That is it. So this guy ataendelea kusave na ataendelea kutumia hiyo pesa, and money will start circulating. So Tanzania wanatumia very simple microeconomy, very simple by the way. If you go around, like now, do you know they are the biggest producer of sorghum today? Do you know what they have done? They have done what we used to do in Mbere and Embu. You kill land, then you sow, unaweka hiyo, hata kama ni labor intensive, ni watu wanafanya kazi. Kama hii maneno ya kazi mtaani, it was the best. It was the best. You have people earning every evening. Bwana Njilu, that is what the economy is all about. Mtu anaenda nyumbani akipiga binja, ndio anakata kwa mfuko. You know? Mtu ametoka harvest, na ana 1,000 kwa mfuko. That is what it's all about. So Tanzania has gotten it right. Yeah. So sisi tutakuwa na theory yetu tu. Kenya has the biggest economy. Nimeuliza, how many minerals do we have? 0. Tutu tudogo sasa ndio mnaambiwa ati tumediscover kuna mineral hii na hii. I mean, it's all lies. It's all lies. We are not even maximizing on what we have as the best. We don't. Yeah. Then we boast that we have very good labor. So we have labor. Our work is of what we call brain drain. People migrating. That's why people are all over out there to fend for their family. And we are priding in that as a country. When you have economic migrants, economic refugees, our PhDs getting wasted in the other world, who don't need us, they don't need you. People need those PhDs in our land. But do we have leadership that embraces that? Nothing. So we will never go anywhere. This money we are sending home, it will not help. It won't. Ni kama ile kanyoni kuku ati tunangoja tuwamwagie watu hivi. What will help is when we are home producing there. Mimi ni mwalimu, niko huko nafunza watoto brains za kesho. Mimi ni daktari, I'm treating my people. Ndio wawe strong, waweze kupiga kazi. Mimi ni dereva, I'm driving my people to go to work wherever I'm doing. Mimi ni engineer, na repair zile mashini huko factory zetu na nini for us not to be grounded. That is what we should be encouraging. So me Kenyans to clap ati wanaambua Germany kuna watu wanatakikana. It's stupid. Ni ujinga ya ajabu hiyo. Ulimu, sijawahi sikia nchi na okay, Philippines imefanya hivyo, but now wamefanya na ujanja mingi sana. They are selling labor very expensively. Bwana Joseph, Mfilipino anakuja Amerika kuosha hao watu huku na umeambua what you will pay that Mfilipino. Ndio atume pesa, alipe tax kwao nyumbani na abaki na. There is a condition they have given. So not us ati unaambua ati I'm sending you to Arizona, tunaenda Turkey. Ruto is exporting people for him to remain there and screw afagie kila kitu ya nchi, and we are fallen into that foolish guidance. People are there. That's why mimi sijui wa Kenya tulivukishwa nini. Maybe hatukuwa werevu kisiasa. Maybe hiyo 24 years ya Moi ilitupiga, we lost thinkers. I would agree with Stephen. Maybe that's the time our brains were killed. So what we think about is I and myself. Like I'm seated here, I'm only thinking of my wife and my children. Yeah, I don't care about the community. I think your communism, your community thinking, it was erased in us, from us. And that's why, for example, now maandamano, you say it's Raila's maandamano, ni maandamano ya Wajaluo. That I'm tending to think that is where we come from. Watu wanaenda kuandamana wanasema wachana na hao ni wale hawana kitu ya kufanya. Oh, wachana na hao sisi ni wanabiashara, hawa hawafanyangi biashara. Look at that kind of notion in a country like Kenya, where you think you are better than the other. Ati Kikuyu ndio wa biashara, wengine si wa biashara. Look at that 6 years down the line, we still tuna hiyo kasumba. Saa hii Nairobi, who is the biggest businessman? Ujue tuko na upumbavu mingi. Msomali ni Mkikuyu. You know? Mkisii ni Mkikuyu. Who is holding industry ya matatu? You know, that's why I'm saying I think Kenyans, there is something that sijui ni Yesu arudi. I don't know what will happen. That's why I'm not seeing light at the end of the tunnel in this regard. Because without removing Ruto, which I'm finding now it's impossible, we will not get anywhere. Hakuna mahali tutaenda. Because we need kiongozi ule atakuja afanye hiyo ruthlessness. Yeah? I mean, we have people like Ngilu. Ngilu did a lot in Kitui as a governor. But the enemies keep on vilifying it. Unasema ni kidogo. Alianza akaweka value addition kwa asali ya kwao. Because they are producing honey. If you go to Baringo, they produce honey thoroughly. Why don't you help them? Help them. Hiyo honey iende mpaka nini market za nje. Hata kama si nje, Africa is good enough. But packaging, purifying it, making it, look presentable. Invest in that. And those people from Baringo will be doing very well. Yeah. Wanajua wana deliver honey. 1 week, Friday they get their pay. Mtu anapata pesa mzuri ambaye anaweza enda hata kujipanga. Badala ya kusimama kwa barabara, hawking and all that. I mean, the answer is so simple of transforming this country. And for me, that's why I die with Raila, because he has the answer. I read because that's the work I've been doing. So whenever I read, and because I've had an opportunity to also listen to him on almost one-to-one, you can hear somebody talking from the heart. You can hear somebody talking a subject he understands and knows. And you can tell a Kigaragaria man talking. Like when Ruto opens his mouth, even a nursery school kid cannot be fooled. Yeah? So So that's why I'm asking, what will annoy Kenyans more than what is really happening? Uganda right now, they are doing very well. Despite people are saying Museveni is a dictator, he's doing this and this and that. But I think each people have a way that they are supposed to be governed. In fact, the Kenyans are supposed to be governed if we are lucky to get a good person, a leader that has Kenyans at heart. At our dictator, you will be the best. A leader that will come a dictate waizi wote wafungwe, si kuwafungulia maminista wote wale wameiba wawekwe jela na warudishe mali, si kuwafungulia. Tanzania did that. Tanzania walikuja wakachukua, I think it was who came. I think it is Nyerere who started that program. Nyerere o nani ule alimfuata. They came and they said, anybody ambaye ameiba mali ya serikali, umeujenga nyumba, umejenga my estate, all of them were summoned, they were given ultimatum. Wakaambiwa, you come and declare what you have stolen, and we will give you a memorandum. We will think of what to do. And they were told, we will take all what you have gendered, it is now mali ya serikali, but we will not send you to jail. Okay? And that worked. So the government takes over whatever has been stolen, then they can decide to sell it to willing buyer, or they can decide to launch government projects and all that. Lastly, Bwana answer. What is most annoying is when you are being told that utapewa nyumba, utafanywa hivi na hivi, and you are seeing it is an obvious lie. Umekuja umenyang'anywa land, that land no longer belongs to you, and it used to be yours, and it's not being taken to benefit people, it's being taken to the benefit an individual. You know, if you come and take out of my 20 acres land, piece of land, uchukue 10, nione umejenga nyumba za kupatia maskini hapo bure, I'll be happy. I will even want to be associated with that. And I see the maskinis you are bringing. Okay? Give them 2 rooms, jenga manyumba hapo wapatie 2 rooms. I can donate half of my land, because that is a good legacy also to leave behind as a Kenyan. All right? And that module would have worked. But sasa because hii ni ya wizi kabisa. I was talking to another architect, akaniambia, you can jenga a flat, a 2-bedroom flat, in the most economical way. Haitachukua 1.2 million when you have land. And it's true. He calculated, he showed me. And he showed me that if the government really wants to help, it is so easy. Engage private partnership. Patia mtu, mwambie wewe tengeneza nyumba 100. Hizo nyumba 100, patia serikali 45%. Wewe zako ni 55%. Hizo uuzie wale utauzia, you recover yours. Serikali uchukue 45%. Then give to people at a very cheap price. Ethiopia, that's the kind of model Ethiopia is wherever. So Kenyans, sijui tunangoja what will annoy us. I think it's when we start dying like chicken because of njaa na magonjwa. Now we will be too weak to even remove this guy. Mr. Handsome, back to you, but.
Wacha Njuri amalizie. Njuri amalizie.
Kwani watu wameenda kulala? Okay.
Yeah, just finish up. You can use the next 6 minutes to finish up.
Okay. I don't have much to say. I want to agree with PK that PK, I also want to add what you have said. What will you have said that our main Tanzania doesn't have ugonjwa ya corruption. Hawana hiyo virus. Na kama wanayo ni kidogo sana. I mean, how they managed to do that, PK, to I think even Tanzania is doing better than Rwanda and Uganda. Huyu mama atapeleka hiyo nchi mbali. Whatever was making them lag behind or whoever they were lagging behind in the first place, it's just a fallacy. Tanzania, how you see the way they are making their policies, they don't have that disease. CC, PK, we need what you said, somebody just to hang people. Kama hizi manyumba zenye wameiba land, Ruto is stealing government money, claiming that he's building. We need somebody who will take that land, those houses by force and not pay them. That is what we need. I agree with you. You know you're the president of Philippines. When you're that is the kind of a person we need. I totally agree with you.
Alikuwa anaitwa Duterte.
Yes, and I wish that we can get there. Tanzania, huyo mama, if she has the workforce, I think they have challenges of workforce and human capital, or I don't know where they go wrong. But if they address those kind of things, huyo mama atapeleka hiyo nchi mbali, especially because yeye ni mama. Right, Guru? Say amen. Asante.
Aya, sawa. Unfortunately, Nguru tu utasalimia watu alafu tufunge link. If Shandizo want to start another link, he can start, but I don't have another time. So we are on the 6th hour and I can't do it more.
Nguru ana dakika 6 wewe. Ya ndio kumvata wewe bwana dakika 3 yako nayo mingi.
I don't know why Jiro want me to just wave, but it's okay. It's okay. Jiro, how are you? Maandamano, Julia.
Just
I hope you're doing fine.
Sema Ruto must go na umalizie.
He's now taken. He's taken cover in Italy, and the most people are making jokes here that he said he will not go to be lined up and for photo session. Yet that is exactly what we saw happen yesterday. I think he is the only East African leader who is there. So it's a total contradiction. Somebody who talks this but does not keep his word. So I don't know. But anyway, that is the kind of president we have. We have to live with it for the time that he will be there.
Shadiza, nani anasema tusichome ama ni nani? Shadiza ama ni wewe Jiru?
No, ni Shandizo. Wacha tu Nguru amalizia, then we cross over.
Okay.
Yeah, so this government is totally clueless on what to do with the economy. And in fact, yesterday there was a report that we have lost a lot of trade with Uganda. I think $300 million worth of trade in the last 1 year. So you can imagine if we are losing what we have been getting over the years, then what else are we waiting for? I mean, how can we say that things are moving in the right direction? That report was contained in the East African, so which is an authoritative publication of the Aga Khan stable of magazines and newspapers. So it's a well-researched publication. So this is precisely the kind of situation we are in. And anybody waiting for anything better, I think would better start reviewing that stand. I will not talk more than that for now. Thank you.
Good night.
Sawa, shalom alaikum.
Hiyo ni ya kuanzia salamu. What Ngiru, come on.
Sawa, wacha nimalizie na bye babes and wanaume wanaitangwa aje? Ya wanaume ni gani?
Jiru umeharibika. I don't know who is spoiling Jiru.
No. So bye babes and gents.
Jiro, I think I don't know. I don't know your marital But seems you are very excited these days. Maybe you have found somebody.
No, bana, I'm extremely married, eh?
Jina ninaharibu Jill squeeze.
Hakuna mtu ananiharibu, ni vile unajua hii station bana, hamtaki kuoana bana. So I don't know. I have not heard anyone who has gotten anyone. I have not heard of anyone who has gotten anyone. Sijasikia yule ambaye amepata mwingine na mwingine amepatwa na mwingine, hatujasikia. Mnaongea. There was another time when there was a lot of babying here, alafu hiyo babying ilikuja ikakufa. So
Watu walipoweka, unaona, what people have people. So they don't want people here.
okay, ni sawa. Maybe watu wakuja wapige mudheshe hapa. But you go and babe elsewhere. But babying is good. So I know Guru is from being babed. Bye.
Tonight.
Kenya is the most stable democracy in Africa. Kenya is the gateway to the East African market. Kenya is the leading regional financial hub.
Na eneo hii yote Makueni mlisimama imara juzi. Manake maandamano iko kwa sheria yetu. Kama wewe umekasirika, wewe huna imani na yale serikali inafanya, una haki ya kufanya maandamano.
Mimi nimeangalia na nimeona ya kwamba hii serikali tuko nayo ni serikali ya majabasi.
Naomba niwaambie, ukisimama imara vile nimesimama straight namna hii, hakuna mwenye anaweza kukupanda kwa mgongo. Unajua hivyo?
Tonight, Sound Candy Talk.
So welcome back again. This one is our link number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back again. The discussion was hot. Kujeni wote. So Julia, Lomio, Alex, she, all of you mnaweza kuja tena. I'm waiting for you. Come into the program. The program was hot. We were just discussing the effect to the dollar, the reason why the dollar is nosediving. Just as I had explained, I have checked in the curve. In 1970, that is during Kenyatta time, the dollar started descending. The dollar descend. During the Moi regime, all is 24 years, the dollar was going down. If you check in the curve, there is just a constant gradient. The dollar was just dropping in a constant gradient. Then past 202, we had a slight or a sharp dive decrease, somewhere between 203 and 207 hapo. Then and I think all that time, even when the dollar is doing bad, no, it's doing well, sorry, we had the old constitution. Now we have the dollar post Kibaki time, post the new constitution. The dollar starts climbing up. Even during Uhuru time, there was that sharp increase. So during Ruto time, also the increase is being seen. So what is the problem? If somebody can be able to answer that question economically, I think it can be good to us as we talk again amidst other things. Does it mean that Kenyatta 1, Moi 1, Mr. Moi, and Kibaki were better leaders now that during their time the dollar was just going down? What is the problem of our post-modern leaders? Is a question we can ask. Is it a political issue? what is the problem past 2010 where the dollar is seeming okay, link inaitishwa, poleni. Okay, natuma link sahi, poleni. Haya ndio hiyo. What is the problem of this dollar, by the way? Because this dollar is not behaving well. I want to read some of the projects which we did. I want somebody to also come and explain. Maybe as you people prepare to come, we are talking of the odious debt at I don't know the meaning of the word odious, but I want an explanation here. Romeo, okay, Romeo is there, Alex is there. Good. So let me ask a question as I wait for other people. There was Euroboard of 2014 to 2024. I'm hearing we were supposed to pay 300 billion. Then there were flagship projects. We had things like SGR, Ramuport, Thika Highway, Expressway, all those projects. How were they financed? How was their financing model? When were they supposed to be paid? I think somebody needs to explain to us, because we have seen so many infrastructural projects which were actually done post 2003. Flagship projects, especially during Uhuru and the Kibaki time. Have those things affected our economy? Because Bwana Alex, I know you understand economics. Even during Moi time, the dollar is falling. Like the value of dollar, like the Kenyan shilling was strong. Let me use that one. It was strengthening. Even during Moi time, one of the person who people were criticizing, like his policies are not working. Like, what is the problem which we are having during both Uhuru and Ruto time, that the dollar started nosediving? Maybe that is something I want somebody to make me understand. It's only that during Ruto time, the nosedive is too huge. But even during Uhuru time, there was a nosedive. And we should not run away from that. So I would like somebody to relate for me from Uhuru and Ruto time, what is happening on the dollar value? Because the climbing is noticeable on those two regimes. Although sasa sahi ndio vile tu tuko pahali mbaya, we almost on a doubling time, but our dollar has been affected post the constitution. Could the constitution also be an effect on all what we are doing? Could it be that our constitution to some extent is too expensive to maintain? Those are the questions we need to ask ourselves. I always hear people coming here and telling us that our constitution is very progressive. Why is it that post the constitution? I'm not saying that I'm atinapigana na katiba, but why suddenly after the constitution? Yes, I know we have enjoyed the devolution and some other things. What wanasema maendeleo imeenda Turkana, but why is it that after the constitution we are having 3 elections being determined in the Supreme Court, which is not a serious thing? Even in the US, it has never happened that. In the US, it is only 1 election which has gone to the Supreme Court, the 2001. Hizi zingine zote, they finish with the people. How comes in Kenya an election cannot finish with the people? Like, I want somebody to tell me, like, could it be like there are some very serious problems we decide for ourselves with this constitution, and we are not robust enough to handle them? Alex and Bwana Romeo, karibuni, hiyo swali ni yenyu. Maybe Alex, you can go first, then Romeo come on board. Nimemaliza synopsis. I think from there you people you can go ahead. But suddenly there is a problem. It can't be like the value of Kenya shilling is just worsening post the constitution. I think somebody needs to discuss that thing. It can't be like after the constitution we are having 3 elections in the Supreme Court. Somebody needs to discuss that thing. The Supreme Court cannot be a solution for a country. Even in the US, they don't go that trajectory. It's only in Kenya whereby every election has to go to the Supreme Court. Somebody should discuss that. Why are we going in the Supreme Court?
Alex, is Alex frozen?
Alex, go ahead.
Njiru, unanisikia? Okay, let me first of all define what a Eurobond is. These are bonds issued by offshore, by governments or corporations that dominate the market in a currency other than that of the issuer's country. Eurobonds are usually long-term debt instruments. Eurobonds are dominated by the US, and US likes making sure that other currencies fall. For instance, now that they have raised the interest rate going up, so that loan becomes, they give you when the interest rate is down, but they want you to pay when the interest rate is high. Anytime the bond is dominated in a currency different than the origin country. For example, even if a Japanese company gives a bond in US dollars instead of yen, it is called Eurobond. Now, let me say another thing. There is a difference between Eurobond and a foreign bond. So Eurobonds are underwritten usually in an international company using the domestic currency and then traded outside of the country domestic foreign market. But the foreign bond is issued in the domestic country by a foreign company using the regulations and the currency of domestic. That is the advantage. So Eurobond was so expensive to us. What we will pay is we will pay 3 times more than what we originally borrowed. And that is about 300% of interest rate. And when we started paying it, I think what I don't understand is the our minister for finance has come out rightly to tell us the country is broke, and Ruto is refusing when he gave us the speech during when he was being interviewed by the, what we call them, when we were being interviewed by the media. He lied so many things there. He said that we are the 29th country in the world rated most progressive. You know, he kept lying and lying. So we are in a situation. This Eurobond is going to affect us in a very bad way, because by the time we finish paying it, we could have paid 1 trillion Kenya shillings. So one of the things we need to know is the disadvantages of Eurobond. Investing in Eurobonds carries certain risks such as exchange rate risk, political risk, and credit risk. And that's why Uhuru wanted to pay this money so that we cannot risk our credit. When a credit your country is considered to be junk, it will be difficult to make exchange rate risk due to fluctuation of exchange between the currency of the investor and the currency of the Eurobond denominates. Now, one of the things Uhuru made a blunder, and we need to condemn him, is listening to Ruto so they could take the Eurobond. And you know, the Eurobond never got to Kenya itself. It got, when it got itself to Britain, it became odious debt now. So we are supposed to pay for what we have not consumed as a country. And you remember, it took 2 Eurobonds, and both of them never got to a country. So we really don't have a debt, as Romeo had said earlier. What we are paying money that went to the politician. And let me tell you, Ruto is a conniving character, very conniving character. Yeye ndiye alifanya hizi vitu, zile vitu zote ulikuwa unasikia za NYS, zile ministry for ile ulisikia ilikuwa kwa Ministry of Health. All these things, he did it intentionally, and so that he could get money for his campaign or something of the sort. Now, you have asked a good question. What should we do? What ought to be done is we take Wanjigi's word as the Bible and make sure that we take these people to court, because without taking them to court, we will not have helped. And if we are able to prove that what we have is an odious debt, then we investigate where did this money go. And if it went to somebody's pocket, that we can, as you have asked, who is this person that is so powerful than the government ambaye alichukua hizi pesa? Obviously it was Ruto. His ministries were thriving. Watu wote aliweka kwa hizo ministries zake during the hiyo nusu mkate alikuwa na former president, zilifanya vibaya sana. In fact, the only ministries that zilifanya vizuri ni security and the ministries that were put there by Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. So we don't need another forensic investigation. I believe in Jimmy Wanjigi. So Jimmy Wanjigi should not coward himself, asiambie Wakenya ukweli according to him. Hata kama rafiki yake alimwambia chukua polepole. We must do something about that. Once we have done something about that, then we look the person, we take him to court. Because I think the company that did that forensic investigation is a trusted company. And our government. So once we do that, the next thing we should do is to go to court. I told Julia last time that I believe in Koome right now. Koome has realized that his legacy is being messed up with Ruto, and therefore the courts are going to be independent. Remember the other day he met with Ruto, we were all afraid that these things were not going to pass. We thought they are going to deny us the housing levy and all other things that were in court then. But this woman has come to a point, she has realized she's the savior of that country. If we do not, and I think he was warned by Mutuga and Maraga, he was told that if you mess up this country, Kenyans will never forgive you. You must look at the people. Remember the statement Magara gave against this woman going to see the president. Mutuga too. These are people who have been CJIC, chief justices. They know when a country marries the judiciary and the legislative and the executive, that country will never develop again. So I conclude by saying this. I hope the courts continue to do the right thing, because the courts are the only one who can stop Ruto from recklessly and flippantly messing our economy. So we should also give it trust, because I think Koome went there to tell Ruto that we have decided the housing levy will never be taken. And I think the other thing alimwambia ni ile kitu ya pili. Alipomwambia, he made sure that we Kenyans have come victorious under these things. Because hata hao wanakatwa, and these are people who already have mortgage. Probably, you remember Uhuru gave us mortgage money. So how can you pay that mortgage money because you took a loan and then start paying again housing levy? Is that for real, Julia? Is that fair? Ungekuwa Kenya sahi, you could have taken a mortgage during Kenyatta's time. Romeo, you could have probably have taken. Sasa unaanza kukatwa housing levy and already being cut pesa ya nini? Pesa ya housing levy. I think Ruto is one of the most unreasonable people. And this money, there is a UDA member of Senate who said, was it today? No, was it Friday? He said the housing levy is a scam. And ndio maana mtu kama Cheregai amedecide kwenda top of the notch against Murkomen, because Murkomen alipewa alipewa bribe ya 100 million US dollars, and you can imagine how much money is that. So kumalizia, nasema hivi, wacha tuende kotini. I think it may help, and Jimmy Wanjigi should be courageous enough to tell us who that person is, because he almost nabbed him, so that the investigations can be done.
Bwana Alex, kidogo tu, I want to ask a question here as you go ahead before to let Lomi alafu Julia. Kuna kitu nataka nielezewe. There are those projects which we did using Chinese money. Na tunazijua Thika Road, Expressway, SGR, Rampo. You know all the projects which we did using Chinese money. Those projects ziko kwa loan gani if we say that Kenya doesn't have a loan, or where? I want somebody to explain to me. Tulichukua loan kujenga hizo vitu. First of all, did we take a loan?
We took it from China, but odious debt is always given by two countries. That is Japan and the US. China does not give odious debt because it knows the danger it will face, because it has dominated the African countries.
Okay, so in other words, the Chinese project, those loans we are still paying. So those loans are there. Can we say that?
Yeah, they are there. But
okay.
You know, they are not real money. That money was paid off, especially money for the port. It was paid off. So whatever we are paying right now, it is a ghost money that goes to somebody's pocket.
I had a follow-on question for Alex here.
Okay.
You sound like you're saying, and you can correct me so I don't put words in your mouth, that the Eurobond, which to me is odious debt that Kenya acquired through whatever, I don't know the details. I'm not part of government. I don't have the, what is it called? I'm not in the inner circle of how this Eurobond was acquired. But what you're saying is that Ruto is the one that took the Eurobond. You're talking about $2 billion. You know how much that money is for someone who lives in an economy like Kenya can do with? This is not just money to campaign with. This is more than what Ruto spent during his entire. This is money that you retire in Kenya for the next 6th, 7th to 10th generation. They don't need to work. I don't know what, to me, what I'm trying to say, without saying, I don't think that money went to an individual like Ruto. I'll give you a chance to react, Alex.
You know, when Uhuru said, afadhali mzee kuliko mtu tamtam, and you remember, it is Uhuru himself, when he was in Israel, who told us that we are being schemed 2 billion a day. Just imagine 2 billion a day. So Uhuru was not lying. Uhuru had gotten to a point whereby Baba alikuwa amemsanitize to a point that he can speak truth to the matter. Do you know why the President Uhuru, through the help of Matiang'i, had even to stop NTSC? NTSC had hired 5,000 cars, and they were paying every day one car 60,000. And that 60,000 times 30,000, you can see how much it is. And that money used to go to Nick Ruto's account. Moderator, weka kichwa tukuone vizuri, inakuwa ni tabia mzuri wakati tunakuona. So you can imagine that is just one company that they were stealing from. Then tuko na hii kitu ya mbolea yenye alipewa mbolea ya free alafu akauzia watu. That is another problem that we have, that he was given mbolea free akauzia watu 3,500 alafu anadanganya mbolea inaenda chini. The third thing is this scheme that is bringing ya NHIF, is changing NHIF to something else. Anatudanganya people can pay 300 and then you will get services. Which services? There's no services. Hata hiyo it's illegal, because 300, as you know very well, today is less than $2. How can you pay $2 for an insurance? So what I'm trying to tell you guys is Ruto is a thief. In
Alex.
Kisi, you call him Simbirinyambo hivi.
Alex,
stealing from left and right.
Yes, Alex, I agree with you. Ruto is a master thief. I totally agree with you. But what I'm trying to understand is separate what Ruto steals from NOIS. That, when you're stealing from things like NOIS or money that has already been budgeted in a fund, and then when it's being disbursed, that's when you're stealing. That's one thing. Hiyo ndio wizi wa Kenya wanajua. I've seen that many times, and not just in Kenya. Most governments do it through POCs and PACs and different things that they can, different ways to steal. I get that. Eurobond, okay, and the audience that we have acquired, these are not just international. These are country-to-country deals. In other words, it has to take, listen to this, if Eurobond, the bond we were buying was coming from, I don't know which countries they were buying from, but whatever countries coming from.
Eurobond we bought was coming from America.
Correct. Thank you. I didn't want to go there, but you did. If we're buying a Eurobond, the bank that is doing transaction has to get approval from different, for lack of a better word, agencies, that this agency in this country is buying your bond for this much, from this much, and this is what is happening. So there's a transaction happening internationally between countries. When we are told that Eurobond never made it to Kenyan's account, the central bank's account, or whatever Kenya account is, it just disappeared. Number one, we have to hold the bank that did this transaction accountable. Okay? Number two, this bank has to tell us it did not go to Kenya's account. Which account did you transfer it to? They need to show us, because it doesn't show according to Wanjigi's audit. It's not showing which account it went to. Now, then that also tells me not only is a bank involved, but another government is involved. Please correct me if I'm wrong, Alex.
No, you are right there. You are exactly right there. You see, what I'm trying to tell you is that the government to government, when it deals with the odious debt, is very expensive. And that's why the interest rate can be even 300%. The second thing you need to know is this. They know that these leaders, I want you to, after this, I want you to read an article written by a Zambian called Zambians Intellectuals Are Lazy, on how when the crocodile man, what was his name? The one who died in Egypt, they will tell you how they were lending this money to Zambia, to the point that when HH, the current president, came in, he had to deal with the issue of debt first. It's the same way thing that probably we are going through. So what I'm trying to tell you is this. Odious debts are meant to be corrupt borrowing. And the Americans and the Japanese knows how to do them best. But the Chinese have refused to do them, because if you do that, not more countries can borrow from you. Now, if you look at the IMF loans and the World Bank loans, they have strict treatments on how you can borrow. You have to show the project you're going to do. They have to bring their people there, and the people are the ones who will see if that project is sustainable, or they could actually take a contractor and pay them, IMF and World Bank, so that the money can be, you can have you can have the truth where the money came from. But odious debt do not care.
So, well, yeah, but I feel like you're separating what odious debt and Eurobond is. So Eurobond became an odious debt because Kenyans who were supposed to acquire the bond never really got the bond in the beginning. So the Eurobond was never a debt that Kenya as a company, for lack of a better term, forget a country, never really got that bond. It disappeared between the giver and the supposedly receiver, and the receiver for sure never got it. And for some reason, the receiver never raised alarm that, hey, that bond never hit my account, which is Treasury, I don't know if it's central bank governor. should have raised that alarm, but never did. Now, then the question becomes, if the central bank never received it, that means the governor never saw the money. He probably doesn't know even how that route took. So to me, we have to trace that money back to who issued it. And whoever issued it needs to tell Kenyans why they issued it, because the reason is when you're issuing a bond, and anybody that is here that understands this even better can correct me, you need to understand the laws of that country and how they buy bonds, because it's a country, it's not just a company. You need to know that, hey, a bond needs to be issued this way in this company. This is how they do it in that country. So the laws of the countries should be adhered to. It means the person that issued the Eurobond or the company or the bank did not know Kenyan's laws and didn't even care about it. Because if they issued that bond and it went to a different account, never reading the Kenyan law and how it works, they're in the wrong. They should pay that money, not Kenya. If they were swindled that money, let's say Ruto became a Nigerian conman and he found a way.
You know why Ruto's daughter was married to a Nigerian? Because that's man. That's the man who transacted the amount.
Do you think?
I think it was confirmed, because even the Nigeria government was investigating him, how that money got to Nigeria. You can go online and read. There was a lot of investigation about the guy because the money got to Nigeria and it was so much. And you know, when money is not accountable to an economy, it causes inflation, you know that. For instance, Kenya inflation sometimes is too high because the Somalis send a lot of money to Kenya, and then that money gets its hands in Kenya, but its footing is in where? In Somalia.
Alex, when you're dealing with $2 billion to an economy like Kenya, yes, you will notice that money has come in the country. I totally agree. Even if it's Nigeria or whichever way you're wiring this money, it's too much money that it affects so many sectors in a country like Kenya or even Nigeria that it's very noticeable. I am doubting. I'm not a Ruto supporter. What I'm trying to say is this: it's impossible for one person, even Uhuru himself, to take $2 billion and just disappear.
You know, the first term of Uhuru, remember who was the president? It was Ruto. When he became too powerful, that Uhuru could not control him, that's when he saw that Ruto wants to impeach him. At some time, they talked about impeaching Uhuru because they wanted Ruto to take over. Because, you know, there's a nice book says, leaders do not eat alone. Okay? That's why he used to eat with his men. And his men were very happy. The people who used to work in his office also ate that money. It is not only Ruto who ate that money, because he was preparing himself in 2022. So he was what can I say? He gave money freely to some of his. That's why people like Ndindi Nyoro were able to buy the government shares, because then the Minister for Energy was a Kalenjin at first. It was Chirchir. So he bought it through the courtesy of Ruto. So Ruto is a stealer who does not care. My grandfather used to tell me like this, and I want you to kuelewa vizuri, Romeo, so that you cannot ask this question again. During Moi's era, these people ate parastatos until some of them zikaisha. And that's why my grandfather told me, because he was in politics, he said that wakati mkisia anakamua ng'ombe, anaachia ndama nusu. Wakati Mkikuyu anakamua ng'ombe, anaachia ndama a quarter. But wakati Mkalenjin anakamua ng'ombe, anakamua mpaka the white thing which is called pus comes out. So Kalenjins are not good caretaker of governments. They are proved to be so. And right now, you remember that ule mzee alisema wamekula. He was right. Remember that meeting that was in Eldoret, where they were discussing about how maize money had been eaten. These are thieves. What did you expect about Eurobond? You expected Eurobond to be in Kenya? Uhuru was never a president in the first term. Uhuru was actually the president the second term. Ndio maana wakakosana na Ruto kabisa. But at that time, alikuwa amekula na Chebukati, amekula na kila mtu, amekula na Koome. This person was stealing 2 billion a day. So he knew how to distribute his money. That's how he bought Muturi. That's how he bought Waiguru. That's how he bought Mudavadi. He bought people en masse. So what I'm trying to tell you is this thing was a long game that Ruto played. But when we were supposed to do lifestyle audit, Uhuru was not courageous enough. And the reason Uhuru was not courageous enough, I hear it. I have a moving company. One day we went to move somebody in a place called Menetonka in Minnesota. And this person said something, I don't know if you guys can believe it or not. He told me when we were in Kenya, we went to a gay party with Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. I was so shocked. I asked him, are you sure? He showed me the pictures. So there were things Uhuru feared that were going to be revealed about him, to a point that he decided not to pursue the issue of what? The issue of this Eurobond and how that money was eaten. Because I don't know if it's true, but that guy showed me pictures. I swore and I told this person, you are lying to us. He told me, why should I lie to you? Her cousin who lives in Switzerland is the one who took them to Kenya. And they were in a gay party. And Ruto probably knew some of the weaknesses of Uhuru. The only one they like talking about ni ujinga ya ati Uhuru amekunywa sana. It is not, I drink, it is not wrong, it's not illegal to drink. But they had this one bomb that they threatened with him all the time, that if you do this, we will say this. And you know, Uhuru is a man who is very sociable. He's a good man. Akona roho nzuri. So probably he must have told Ruto some of his secrets that he should never have said. So what I'm saying is this. There were manipulations that were being done in our country to make sure that Uhuru does not take this man to court. But Uhuru revealed when he was in Israel that 2 billion Kenya shillings are being stolen every day. You think he was lying? He was saying the truth. And as a caretaker, unajua kuna wakati Matiang'i alikasirika, sijui kama unakumbuka, akasema kuna upuzi inaendelea hapa Kenya that we need to deal with. Somebody cannot be lying all the time as if he eats lies. Akasema, I'm going to reveal these things if the president is not going to reveal them. So what you need to know is that Ruto really stole. Really stole. How can a daughter of only 24 years own a big farm like the one she owns? Where did that money come from? So Romeo, wacha nikwambie, Ruto is a thief. And he doesn't care. Anakamua ng'ombe mpaka Maira ama pass inatoka. These are people who cannot take care of the economy. And we need to do something. This week and last week, the last 3 weeks, we have an advantage of having very good rallies. And they empowered Kenyans. Kenyans were able to see that kumbe watu wanapenda huyu mzee hivi, especially the coast ones. Sasa watu wako encouraged at least that we are very powerful. Huyu jamaa kushinda kura. What we need now to ask ourselves, ni maandamano tunaenda ama ni nini tutatakata tufanye? And if we don't, the only thing that Ruto fears ni maandamano. Let me tell you, vitu zingine he doesn't care. He will look at your face, anaanza kusema ule mzee wa kitendawili. ule mzee wa maandamano kama juzi alikuwa anasema kule Meru kuwa hapa si mkutano ya ODM, msilete hiyo jira ya ODM maandamano. Yeye mwenyewe ndiye anagrivate watu, anaanza kutumia tactics za kudanganya watu kuwa they are behaving like ODM. While Raila was having peaceful rallies in the coast, you know, he likes using tactics, divide and rule tactics. So wacha nimalizia hapo, at least Julia aongee, kwa sababu I think naona kama tutadominate hapa. Wacha Julia ingia tuambie kidogo what she thinks.
Sawa.
Asante Alex. So I get your point, and really Ruto doesn't believe in doing anything right. So it was possible for him to mismanage all that money. And that is one thing I was disappointed with Uhuru, because he saw it in the first term and he was the president and he did not do much to stop it. He had all the powers. He should have asserted himself. He would even have preferred losing his presidency the second term and did do things right. So he let the guy get away with it. Ruto doesn't have Romeo, maybe you need to understand what Alex is trying to say. Ruto doesn't have any culture of doing things right. He thinks somebody can get away with grabbing land, mishandling resources. Okay, he doesn't have to be paid that Eurobond check into his bank account, because treasury and even the banks that lend that kind of money will not do that. But when he gets his hands on the resources, he'll misappropriate them to his benefit and use his powers to do that. So I want to bring what Alex is saying, that during the first term of Uhuru, Ruto literally took over the economy. Remember the time that Ruto was working with Baba and Kibaki. I stand to be corrected. Someone can tell me more about that. I think at one time Baba sacked Ruto. I mean, removed him from his cabinet portfolio because of mismanagement of resources. So this guy is a Moi son. And unfortunately, I want to agree with Alex. I don't know whether it is a community, the tribe, that these people cannot just do things right. Or I'm sorry, they have to forgive me if they are listening. I'm not trying to categorize a tribe or a community. But is it coming from the cattle rustling culture that if I steal your cow, Alex, my mother, let's you men use Njiru. Njiru akikuja kwako akimba ng'ombe zako, his mother congratulates him. He is heroic. Is it coming from that? I don't know. These people need to explain to me.
No,
because
that one
now,
is very easy. The culture of stealing,
yeah,
of stealing cows has made these people thieves. Unaelewa?
Yeah, it is okay for them.
Hata during Moi's era, hii vitu unasikia at Kapsabet boys are a national school. There was nothing like that. They were underperforming. Walikuwa naiba mtihani openly. That's why Matiang'i had to deal it with head on. There is this culture of stealing is what has brought Kenya down, because hata Ruto mwenyewe aliiba ng'ombe akienda kuoa ndia alipe mali nyingi. Almost 90% of Kalenjins who go to get married, they go to steal cows.
They have to steal, and they are okay with it. In fact, bring them here to the show. They are okay with it. They just think it's okay, and they want Kenyans to think it's okay. Now, look at this, Alex. I asked somebody who is a Kalenjin, and he was very mad with me. I told him that the Maasai border the Kikuyus and the Kambas. Okay? I have seen Turkanas and Maasais in Nyandarua County with their cows. I have seen them graze their cows and their sheep in neighboring, in Nyandarua, there are lots of land that are not occupied. Either people don't want to farm or something. So the Maasai, when they have dry seasons in their place, they will drive their cows towards Central Province, and you'll find them in Nyandarua County. I have seen their cows graze with our cows. And never have I ever heard that somebody said that their cow disappeared or their sheep disappeared. That some Maasais brought their cows or grazing there. Alex, I have never heard that. So I asked this guy who is a Kalenjin, I asked him, why? The Maasai, I think, border every community in this country. And we never hear that they invade our land, steal our cows, and therefore they are feeling heroic. And if they used to do it, but they stopped. So this guy was telling me that the Mzungu is one who stopped the Maasai. Okay, so if the Maasai stopped this cattle rustling thing and they thought it was a wrong thing, why haven't the Kalenjin stopped? Why do you have killings in Kerio Valley? And you will hear people justifying here that our cows were stolen by the Pokot. So we also went and stole back we stole their cows. And they think it's okay. So these guys, they don't think that if you own property, you should own it. If they steal it from you, it is heroic. So now, if you look at Rift Valley, some Kikuyus went there and found that there was a lot of land and the land was at through high prices. And therefore, they decided to buy land massively. The Kalenjins, there are some Kalenjins, the likes of Sudi in Rift Valley, who think that those Kikuyus and other tribes should be kicked out of Rift Valley and they take back that property by force. Because as for them, stealing and snatching and grabbing and forcing somebody, evicting somebody is okay. They don't think it is illegal. So this guy now, he unfortunately for Kenya, after his line, this is line of thoughts, that I will grab as much as I can. Unfortunately for Kenya, he becomes the president of this country, unfortunately. So you people, you can imagine what he's doing right now. He doesn't think that a government should be run. He thinks that people should grab and steal as much as they can. And those Kalenjins working with him, the likes of Chilchil, that is what they are thinking. And unfortunately, he's also working with some cohort of Kikuyus. I want to admit here that also in Mount Kenya region, there are people, there's a big fraction of people who think Alex, akikuzia kitu, na akuzie kitu baya, na usigundue, ati yeye sasa amechanuka. So he thinks he's so clever, he's a hero, okay? And he thinks it's okay. If he charges you for a plot, and some Kikuyus will cheer them, that, I don't know whether you understand, Romeo and Alex will understand this.
No, I understand completely. That's why Uhuru alitoa zile vitu za magendo. Wakati alikuwa motor school, he was so mad.
And they were mad with Uhuru. Ati how ni daro ya kedo. Ati I don't know how to translate that. Ati yeye ni mwerevu sana, amekukon kitu. Unaona? They have that kind of attitude. And those are the Kikuyus, Alex, we are fighting with, who don't understand why we have a problem with Ruto. Because according to them, iyo ni kuchanuka. That is, according to them, iyo ni kuchanuka. We have a population of people in Kenya who think having what does not belong to you is okay, or lying to somebody is okay. And that is why the many now, I want to go back to the independence, Kenyatta's government. Kenyatta is the one who planted this seed of corruption. You people remember, I don't know, but I heard from my mother that Kenyatta even allowed people to go to Uganda and steal coffee. And
we stole Uganda's coffee for a very long time. We are still doing that until today.
You see the culture Kenyatta planted, that was okay. How do you teach people to steal?
There is a story that was told, and Raila, was it last week or this week, that Jaramogi was called by the then president. He was ordered to come to Central. Wakaenda Gatundu. Wakati alijua Jaramogi will be against this issue of yeye kugrab land, akamwambia si uchukue kule na mimi nichukue huku, hii kitu yaenda hivyo. Jaramogi akamwambia, my consciousness will never allow me to do that. Nitoke Nyanza mahali kuna a lot of land and even fertile, nikuje kunyang'anya Wakikuyu shamba hao. What united Kenyans to fight for independence was land.
Yeah.
Before that, we used to have tribal clashes, but when our land was taken by Mbeberu, it united all Kenyans to get our land back. But this disease of land, and I don't think we can win this war easily, was started by the first president. Ukiona watu walikuwa in the first government, hata the second government, unajua hata Kalonzo amegrab huko Yatta, hata kama tulimtetea last time, Kalonzo ile land ya Yatta farm ni kubwa kuliko shamba ya mtu yote. Unajua how much that hiyo shamba ni kubwa. So hao watu walikuwa KANU, first government and second government, they stole a lot of land. and hiyo land mtu angekuwa amepewa who is progressive and productive, Kenya hatungekuwa na shida. One of the most heroic things that Mugabe did was to take the land from the white man. But Mandela chickened out. Okay? After today, the people trying to fight for South Africans to get land are Malema people.
So Alex, 1 minute wacha niingize point hapa kidogo before we have long. 1 moment. Bwana Alex, we have this land tenure system in Kenya, and the continued subdivisions which happen in Kenya, like for example, yeah, based on what happens in Kenya, don't you think like there is no value for land? Like is what we are doing with land sustainable? Like I have a quarter plot of land, I have a 1/8 plot of land, and we need land for farming, another thing. And sometimes we are not able even to, some of the land, like some of our parents used to do subsistence farming, which they used to maintain us with. But how comes right now in Kenya, we can't even produce enough food? Is it the issue of, what is the problem? Too much land, saa zingine, some people are not using it to the food exploitation. Saa zingine nasikianga ile shamba ni ya Uhuru, ama ni ya kina Kenyatta, ama ni ya Moi family. Nothing has been done there. Like, what is the problem? What is the Kenyan problem with land? How should the ownership be? Who should be owning the land? And like China, America, how is the land ownership?
Okay, land is trusted to the government. And that is what South Africa wants to do with its land. And when it's trusted to the government takes care of it. If there is zoning areas where they are supposed to zone so that maybe industrial park to be built, the government is able to get land. But in Kenya, we got a wrong system called, we used to have two of them. The first one is where you can own your personal land and unapewa title deed, and there is no lease or anything like that. The second one was that one you will be given a lease and you will own it for 99 years, which many people still have. Like if, for example, in Kisii town, we have a lot of land. My grandfather was very progressive because he was a leader. Alinunua land for lease for 99 years. So after 99 years, the government can either give us back the land, but if Kisii County needs land to rebuild some of the industrial park and so on and so forth, it has to take that land, because we are going to have a different land policy, because counties do not have land anymore to build industrial parks, especially in the central, whereby you guys are hugely populated. So we have to go back to the people who have what? People who have leases, so that you can take the land from them. Thirdly, the land policy in Kenya that was started by Kenyatta was a wrong one. His first minister for land hakujua Kenyatta anamcheza, akatengeneza a very poor policy, and that poor policy made even it possible, even after Moi became the president, to continue to steal land. If you know how much land Biwott has, and this is Mau area which was a forest. They took a forest down and they planted tea. I can tell you so many evils that have been done in our country in regard to the land system that we have. So you just need to know that the land policy in Kenya was the wrongest one all over Africa, because there is no way one family can have 2/3 of arable land in the Republic of Kenya, and Kenyans wengine wananunua 50 by 50. Unaelewa? In Taita Taveta, he took a lot of land. In Lamu, he took a lot of land, and so on and so forth. In Nakuru, he took a lot of land. And that's where I disagreed with my brothers 2013 when Raila wanted to when he asked the question about the land that Uhuru owns. And Uhuru flippantly said, it's buyer-seller agreement. I disagreed with him vehemently. Why? Because there was no land that was bought. Land was given for free. Kenyatta alinyakua mashamba. Na hata alinyakua mashamba, afadhali sasa unyakue mashamba kutoka kwa watu wengine. Wewe unanyang'anya Maumau mashamba. Remember there was one Meru who refused to come from the forest mpaka apewe shamba, and nani akamuua. Alikuwa anaitwa aje Njiru?
Alikuwa anaitwa Mwaliama.
Yeah, that guy refused to come from the forest. He said, I went to the forest to fight for land. How come I'm not being given land? And Kenyatta killed him because the guy was very powerful. Kuna Wameru wengi walikataa kutoka wapi? In the forest until they are given land. They ask themselves questions, how come huyu mzee they even regretted voting for him because they said hata afadhali Jaramogi angechukua nini. Sasa ukiangalia Jaramogi Oginga Odinga kwa his book Not Yet Uhuru, I hope some of you have read Not Yet Uhuru. He described candidly on how land was looted.
To advance your question, to advance your narrative, can you, I wanted you to explain to me, don't you think like that Kenyan land policy is one of the policies which is creating food insecurity in Kenya? Because there is no way in which we can be able to fully utilize our lands properly. Don't you think like that tenure system in Kenya is wrong from the start?
It was wrong from the start. And even the governor then of Kenya, you know, they were called governors, the people who came from the one who was leading the country. The governor was so mad and said, what are you doing to these people? Immediately to me. You know, Kenyatta did not finish 3 months before he grabbed the two-thirds of the land. He grabbed right away. And this is where we refused to condemn Uhuru so that land can be distributed back to the people. There was this guy called Criticos. Kenyatta gave him land for Saiso in Taita Taveta. And the government took 2/3. You heard what they said when they were in Taita Taveta, that they are only left with 8%. The people share 8% of the land. But Kenyatta took the other land. Criticals who used to plant Saiso took the land. I mean, madhara yenye watu wetu walifanyiwa ni mbaya bwana. We need to revisit that thing. Hata kama tunapenda Uhuru, we need to revisit that thing. We cannot just leave it like that. People in Central are suffering maneno ya shamba. I feel like I'm dominating.
Yeah, and that is why, Alex, I was driving the point that your culture of corruption, kuna section of Kenyans who think it's okay, and it is sad. Okay, the only better thing we can say, a fraction of Kikus don't think it is okay. So those are the ones that you find them fighting for Baba, supporting people like Baba. The Matiba kind of characters. We have the Matiba kind of characters who think that is wrong and it's totally wrong and should not even happen. So I want to go to post by going to what Romeo was asking. Do we think that even if Baba was the president, he would manage the Eurobond and anything? Yes, he would manage. In fact, Romeo, I want to tell you something, that it is not just
No, Julia, you have really reconstructed that question the wrong way. The question is not that Baba will manage Eurobond. I'm sure Baba can manage the Eurobond better because it will not happen on his watch. That's not the question.
Yes.
The question is, if this Eurobond happens, and to me, it looks like it happens in all regimes that we've had in power so far. It's different kind of odious debt, or so to speak. If it keeps happening, because of where it's originating from and how it is worked, if the presidency is Raila Odinga, if the president is Raila Odinga and he sees there's this thing that comes into his office called the Eurobond that has no, I'm sure from what we have known about him, that he will step up and stop it. Some of these bonds, what it sounds like, it doesn't even make it to the presidency's office. To me, the way I'm seeing it. Because, why do I say that? So the question
what
that I
was
was
your
asking
question?
is, I didn't ask
Yes.
a question about Raila or anything like that.
You
I
said
just
that
say
you made a statement to the effect that with whatever the government is in power, we would still have the same kind of situation.
Correct.
That is the statement you made.
Correct, because it does not involve the presidency at times. The reason I say that is because Uhuru could have come out and told us if it's Ruto that squandered the Eurobond. Uhuru, I'm sure, has the guts to come out and tell us when he was president, my DP is the one that has swindled this money. He didn't. He didn't call him out. But instead, he told us how quickly we should pay it. I'm just suggesting. I'm not saying that Raila will not be able to do it. I'm just saying this is probably above what we think is the presidency can handle, which is Ruto now, Uhuru was, Kibaki was, and even Moi was at one point.
Okay,
so
my take is
it's just the question, the way you're wording it is not how I would ask it.
Okay. My take is Eurobond, whatever, whether it is Chinese loan or whatever, all countries have huge loans, Romeo, and even the United States has huge loans. Okay, so what my take is how those loans are managed and who is managing them and what they are used for. So I totally believe it depends on the government, and the bulk stops at the presidency. So if Baba is a president, I expect him to do a different kind of job. Whatever the loans you have, I expect him to manage them well. And if he acquires more loans, I expect him to manage those risks. So my blame on Uhuru, he did not stop the corruption and mismanagement of public resources.
I think, Julia, my sister, I think you're absolving Uhuru of wrongdoing. So,
no, you're not, Romeo, please stop. You're not getting me. I'm saying this, that I blame Uhuru for not stopping the corruption and mismanagement of resources, because it was under his watch. Whether it was Ruto, it was under his watch. He was the president. So the bulk stops at the presidency. So now if you ask me, if we have another president, I expect him to be different. If Baba takes over, I expect him to stop and curtail all lines that allow mismanagement of public resources. That includes the Eurobonds and the loans that we acquire, because all governments, so I wanted to bring you back. I don't think our problems are caused by the fact that we borrow loans. No, our problems are caused by the fact that we borrow those loans and mismanage those resources. That is where our problem is. Now, who are mismanaging? The people in power. Now, if Uhuru did not mismanage, then he did not stop the mismanagement. That is what I'm not absorbing Uhuru.
Okay.
So you are misquoting.
Okay, I understand what you're saying.
1 minute, Romeo.
Yeah.
1 minute.
If I may just respond quickly to what she
Romeo,
said.
kidogo Romeo, you are coming back. No, I want to nataka tu hiyo so niliajulia. Uhuru at one time said that we lose 2 billion in a day. Question, what did Uhuru do as you people present?
That is what I'm saying. I heard him say, he was aware. He said, and then he said, akarusha mikono na akaenda pale kunya nyama. Akasema ati mnataka nifanye nini? That annoyed me so much. The bulk stops at the presidency. Uhuru had even room, like a total man, to sack the whole government, like Maraga had said. I mean, dissolve it and call for a fresh election. Because Ruto messed the whole of those 5 years, 2013. The worst thing that happened to this country is to have an Uhuru Ruto presidency. That is the worst thing that happened to Kenya.
So, my take, Julia, is a little different.
Yes.
We agree that the buck stops with the presidency. When Uhuru was in power, who was the central governor of central bank?
Who was that?
Charles
Who was it?
Ndung'u.
Correct.
Charles Ndung'u.
Yes.
Yeah, the current Minister for Finance.
Correct.
Okay.
All right. To me, he was an associate of Uhuru. So there's no way. What I'm trying to say is this: let's not play blame game or who did what. I'm not trying to do that. If the buck stops with Uhuru, I'm sure if Ruto was trying to do some monkey business with Kenyan money, Ndung'u would have at least called the boss and said, "Hey, Mr. Boss, I think your deputy is doing this thing here, and it's not good for the country." So when Alex said earlier that Ruto was the one stealing, while Uhuru was, I think Ruto was in power and Uhuru was asleep at the wheel or something like that. That's absolving Uhuru of his leadership and what he should be doing. And also, I think also just blaming one side, which is Ruto. I'm not here to blame Ruto or blame Uhuru. I'm not interested in that. I just want to find out who is it that we owe this money. But the way we are explaining it, it sounds like that one person took the money. And what I'm trying to tell you guys is it's not one person that took the money. Maybe they got a kickback. If you do 2 billion times what the exchange rate is, even at that time, it's an enormous amount of money. And so I'm trying to think that money is too much for even two people to die. Let's say Uhuru and Ruto colluded and took the money. It's too much for them to take. And that's what I'm trying to drive that. I don't think actually it's just them. If they participated in it, they got a kickback, some change.
Nani, wacha nikwambie kitu kimoja that you don't understand, Romeo. Do you know in terms of Kenya today, Ruto is a trillionaire, he's not even a billionaire. Do you know that?
Brother, let me also tell you, there's also being a trillionaire in liquid cash, and there's being a trillionaire everything combined. I think you need to factor that in.
And I think
when you're talking about 2 billion
what I'm
liquid
trying
cash,
to tell you is money has been stolen, looted in that country to a point. Now we used to think a billion is big. Nowadays corruption hazifanyagu in millions anymore. They are being done in billions.
Another thing, Alex, let me add something. Romeo, you are so retro. I don't know how you are taking it. Why are you taking it like this? Are you expecting that Ruto went to some bank and withdrew that money? I think you should analyze how is money stolen in Kenya. It is not stolen like someone receives a check, like Ruto received that check. No, it is about misappropriation, like budgeting for this, budgeting for hot air, budgeting. That is how money is stolen in Kenya. We are not trying to say that check.
We're not talking about two different things.
A minute, give me a minute. We are not saying that Ruto received that money as a check in his bank account. We are saying that Ruto had such schemes. For one of the schemes which came out when the army was given management of Kenya Meat Commission, is that Ruto's daughter was the only one that was supplying cows to that company. That is how Ruto was mismanaging Kenyan funds. Si ati tunasema ati hiyo check ya Eurobond ilipewa Ruto. That is very literal. You are literally taking the whole thing. It cannot work like that. Structures cannot allow it to work like that. It is like somebody takes over ministries, takes over budgeting.
It was state capture.
Yes, that's what we are trying to explain to you, Romeo. Don't say that Uhuru and Ruto may have received like pocket change. No. It is literally mismanaging the state resources through all the ministries, budgeting for hot air and all that, blah, blah, having ghost workers. That is what we are trying to say here.
Yes, Julia, next time you can just address it. You don't have to tell me how I think, okay? You can address.
No. I'm just saying that you are taking it so retro. I'm sorry, I apologize for that.
And I'm telling you that.
But I'm saying that you are so retro.
You're talking about two different things. I'm not talking about money that is swindled in Kenya. I was talking about specifically Eurobond. Eurobond is money transferred, liquid cash. Forget about budgeting this, and how they swindle that. I get that. What we are talking about is very specific. I didn't want to talk about budgeting or anything like that. Anything that passes through the budget and then they find ways through NYS to swindle the money. I get that. There are many ways they do that. Ways that I don't even know. I understand, Julia. There's ways that they do it that I don't even know. Eurobond is very straightforward. This is money that is supposed to go into Kenyan account, liquid cash.
But what you are forgetting is this. I told you that the companies that give this are what we call black investment. Sometimes you may not even know who gave it. Here in New York, we have black investment. For instance, I'll tell you that when Bush filed his taxes, when he became a president, he didn't mention that he has a baseball company because it was black investment. When Mitt Romney ran for presidency, he did not even mention some of the companies he has, which are in Nairobi Stock Exchange, because it's black investment. Black investments, you get an IRA number, and that number becomes your identity. It's not put under you. So what you're trying to say is that we find out. We can't find out. We can't find out, but Jimmy Wanjigi knows who has the money. And it's
Okay,
not hard to tell.
I'll pivot into something else. I'll let that go because I feel like we can agree to disagree then, if that's okay.
Let's go to something else. What do you want us to talk?
No, I was just going to comment about what Handsome asked earlier.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Remind me what the question was, because I don't want to go back into that Eurobond thing.
I think we have exhausted.
What did you ask about the Kenyan currency, Njiru? What did you ask?
Yes, Julia, nilikuwa nasikia mkuwa na discussion hapo, lakini you guys muadresiane vizuri, sio wacha kila mtu tu atoe tu point yake vizuri, hiyo haina shida. So
he's asking you your question. You had asked a question.
You had a question, yeah. So sikuwa nataka kurudi back to the Eurobond because I've accepted that we can agree to disagree on how we view it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I wanted to go back to the question you asked. That's what I was going to comment. But
okay, the question which I was asking, because naona ni kama unaelewa economy kiasi or much. Ukiangalia curve ya dollar during Kenyatta time and actually the whole of Moi time, that curve is going down. Then somewhere during Kibaki time, there is a very big dip. Unaona yani hiyo value ya dollar the value of Kenya shilling is highly strengthening. Then we now come post Uhuru time and post constitution time. Hiyo pesa inapanda up to now. Even during Uhuru time, unajua ni vile hatutaki kuongea hapa, the dollar was slightly climbing. Hata kama iko inapanda sana, but that value was climbing. There is no any single day ya Uhuru in the regime where the dollar was not climbing. But during Moi time, it was reducing. During Kibaki time, it was reducing. So what is the problem? During both Uhuru and Ruto time, the dollar is not behaving well. What is the problem?
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, thanks. I'm going to be honest. That question is a heavy question. I'm not an economist, so I might not get it right completely, but I can attempt. I think the fundamentals of the economics in Kenya during Kibaki time and why you're talking about that V-shaped recovery is probably because of how, one thing that Kibaki did was able to increase tax collection in Kenya by not increasing taxes, by increasing the amount of people who came into the pool to be taxed. The pool was bigger, so more tax was being collected. I think he collected more taxes. And I'm thinking he probably, the fundamentals as far as workers, as far as what is it called, interest rates, speculations was probably really down. I think right now in Kenya, speculation is very high when it comes to the dollar. So you find speculators.
We have lost you.
No, I'm getting him. Go ahead.
Romeo, we have lost you.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, he is talking. Go ahead.
Unamsikia Romeo?
Yes, I can hear him. Alex,
unamsikia Romeo?
Yes, I can hear him. Romeo, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I think Alex is the one having an issue on his side. But yeah, so the fundamentals, like for instance, interest rates, he was able to lower that. Right now, I think Kenya has really high interest rate. That is not helping. That's the many things that I mentioned earlier. For instance, currency reserve, inflation, interest rate, speculation, debt. deficit and surplus, so to speak. All those numbers right now is against Kenyan economy. Like Ruto has messed all those numbers. It's like, so sometimes it's okay if to say inflation is high, but you have lowered interest rate, speculations is low, currency reserve is there, it balances off. So you can find even in Kibaki's era, probably not everything was working against him. There were some areas that were working. But for Ruto, he has managed for some reason, I don't know how, because I'm not in the government. All those areas, they're falling apart in Kenya. Interest rates high, inflation high, speculation high, debt high, deficit. Out of the roof. Deficit, I mean, as far as import export. Are we doing a surplus or a deficit? We are doing a deficit because I think we're importing everything in Kenya, including food nowadays. And then you also asked another question about food. I don't remember if it was you or it was Alex that brought it up, or Julia. Food has...
It was Julia who talked about food security.
Yeah, food security is actually Julia. And again, for me, I attend other forums other than Kenyan forums. Every country, even European countries, you can see in Germany, farmers are burning tires, are blocking roads because subsidies that helps them produce food has been cut off, although they want to help fund Ukrainian war. So in France, farmers are also demonstrating and rioting. And it's not just Kenya. And this thing is something we all need to look at it globally. If you go to even Asia, there's food shortages in Kenya. And all this thing, for those of you who follow international, not just politics, but news, you notice that it's not only Kenya where food production started going down at the beginning of the 2015, 2016, even 2013 area. Food production all over the world started going down. And what I have heard, I'm not saying that I am an expert in this, but what I've heard many people say is that the seed companies that sell seeds that we produce food with, I have genetically modified these seeds so much to a point where now for a farmer, what we are used to and production that we were experiencing, other than climate change, which has also, it has played a factor because there was a time in Kenya, there was a period of, famine and drought. So there's that factor too that is playing as well. But there's these companies that are owned by billionaires of the world that are now taking over. Say that again?
The most notorious is Bill Gates companies.
Correct. The Monsantos and all these companies.
Warren.
Correct. They're starting to monopolize food that we eat. And so you find that to monopolize food, you kill production from different sectors. I'm talking about small scale sectors in other countries. And then you tell them, you can only plant this. And when you plant it, unlike how we were used to, kama uko mahindi yako kidogo unapanda, alafu ukivuna, unakula nusu inabakisha utapanda next year. Some of these seeds they're selling us, you cannot replant. You have to go back and buy. So they're monopolizing the food market. And this is why, for me, actually, I always tell people, the next frontier is food. And whoever owns a farm that they can able to do farming without depending on the Bill Gates and all these people that own these now seeds, and their patent. Listen to this. Wamechukua seed wakai patent. In other words, you can't take that same seed and try to reproduce it a different way. You'll be sued. So there is a war when it comes to food productivity. And that's why you find Ukraine war is a major. What does Ukraine sell to the world? Grain.
All the grains come from there.
Correct. But this grain that they sell to the world, who owns it? Who farms it? Because they're just farmers. But who farms it there?
It's Monsanto company.
Correct. These are the companies that are farming, and these companies are trying to monopolize food productivity. So I'm glad that Alex and I agree on this one. It's Monsanto's and big companies are planning to control the food we put on our table. They've already done it in countries like America. You guys know that your banana, if you look at, you go to Texas, you go to Maine, you go to California, your bananas comes from 3 companies. Okay? And most of those bananas, they're actually cloned bananas. Those of you who don't know, bananas eaten in America are cloned bananas. So you're not eating an original banana. So kama ile banana ya ama toke ya Kisii ile yenye imepandwa differently here. And with no time, this cloned banana will make its way to Kisii. So ile
it has already made it there. Inaitwa hii yenye inatoka South Africa, inaitwa aje? Tissue culture. It has made it to Kisii.
Oh, I'm not aware.
Yeah, it has made itself to Kisii.
So how is that affecting
bananas that used to grow for 2 years are now growing in 6 to 9 months?
Holy shit. Sorry, I didn't know that one.
It has already made it to Kisii.
So how is that affecting the indigenous Kisii bananas?
It has affected so much to a point that now if you have the original Kisii bananas, you get more money. These ones are sold for 200 shillings. But the original Kisii banana is sold for 1,500. You can't afford it anymore.
Okay,
you cannot afford even the sugarcane that comes from Suneka that used to be good.
Yes.
It has also been cloned.
Ile yenye ilikuwa inajaa kwa barabara hapo kwenda
Keumbu, kufika Keumbu, hapo ndio walikuwa wanauza sana. Na also Suneka. They've already done that. And now that Ruto is in power, you know, during the election I went home. I went to campaign for my friend Simba. And one of the things I told him, we need to make a banana factory for indigenous bananas so that we may not lose them. And true to his words, he made a banana factory so that our patent can do what? Our patent can remain original. So true to his word, he did that. But when Ongwae was there, Ongwae is the one who distributed the tissue culture bananas. The avocados that come from Kisii are the most original ones. Sasa wameanza kutuletea ile miti fupi kuniliko imeanza kutoa nini? Avocado.
I've seen them. I was once in Costa Rica where most of bananas are grown that are sold in the United States.
Murkomen alikuwa anasema siku fulani aje, grow avocado, you will make more money. He was right though. Because hiyo kitu inamea sijui ni 6 months, imeanza kutoa nini?
That's the fake avocado.
That's a fake avocado.
That's not the avocado from Kisii. I know the avocado from Kisii.
The avocado from Kisii is original. Ukikula na nyoyo,
yes.
Unasikia umekula avocado. What we eat here is not avocado. You know that? What we eat
so
here
that
is
avocado is in Kenya?
Unasema?
That fake avocado is in Kenya?
It's already there.
What do they call it?
My neighbors plant it.
Oh God.
The food industry in Kenya is already messed up. The Kenya Seed Company, once it was taken over by the Moi family, you know, the Kenya Seed Company is owned by Moi family. You know that?
I thought it was Kenya Seed is a Kenyan parastatal.
No, it's owned by the Moi family. So they wanted to change Linagu, Chinsaga, na the other one is called what? Nimesahau. Even the fish that is in the Lake Victoria is now the fish from China. Wame change out of the fish, they planted those planktons. Zikaanza kutuproducia. Samaki is not as original as it was. Omena sahi iko more whiter than it used to be. The food industry is already messed up, my friend.
So
we are coming in too late. We got this forum too late so that we could have discussed those things earlier.
So is there anything?
There's no remedy of all this destruction of the Kenyan stable mill. There's no remedy. Nothing can be done So are we now doomed?
It's
There are
really hard
people who
because
have,
let me just
out
really go
of
quick.
Minnesota, there are people who have brought the original seed for Linagu, Managu, and Saga. So we're still growing it here. We started growing it here. I think a person called Castor was the first one to lease land and started selling vegetables and a certain pastor. So we still have the original ones, but what we are saying, the Kenyan one is being destroyed because Kenyans also have a bad manners of liking cheap things so that they can make quick money. So if they can't be educated on how to preserve these seeds, that is how we are going to lose them.
I hear in your country, South Africa, where you love their politicians so much, 95% of their original seeds are destroyed. Is it true?
Yes,
So South
that's
Africa
correct.
is destroyed completely. I used to attend the EFF events, and Ndozi is my personal friend. Ndozi told me that the South African farmers, who are mostly the white farmers, have also destroyed the kind of food people eat, and that is why nowadays you find people getting diabetes and blood pressure at the age of 25, my friend. It was never normal. If you had to get that disease, kama uko sabini na, especially these grains we are buying. You know, 4 countries that sell grains in this world are America, which sells the largest amount of wheat, which is fake. Russia comes number 2. Ukraine comes number 3. India comes number 4. They have all gone under Monsanto. You people don't know that?
So, Alex, I have a simple question. You are saying you talk with EFF people in South Africa. What are these vibrant South African leaders, including Akina Malema, doing to rectify that situation? Like, is it out of hand? Is it undoable?
Well, for them, they have revived their original food. They worked so hard. EFF ilikuwa inaenda mashinani, inaenda university, ina recruit watoto wa university, ba wanafanya agriculture, wengine wanafanya scientific nini. They have already revived it. It was bad.
Alex, I don't know how. Please explain how they're doing it, because I saw somebody talking about this where they said most of these genetically modified seeds, when you plant them in your farm, let's say farm yako na yangu are next to each other, wewe umeplant your Sageti original, mimi nimeplant modified. As soon as cross-pollination happens between my farm and your farm, your stuff is also damaged.
Exactly.
So how are they able to keep the original?
What they did, they told the black farmers that the only solution is stop planting food for 2 years in their farms, and they made their land. You see, we used like plant in Kisi, we used to only plant once a year. We never used to plant maize twice a year. Unaweka, ukishaweka, unakuja unaweka mboga. So that helps the soil kind of change. You revive it a little bit, not so much, but if you leave it for 4 years, the land will be revived completely. Uache nyasi imee mpaka nyasi imee nyingi, and then you go to deal with it later on. But people became impatient in South Africa. By the 3rd year, they were back to their farms. And these were only black farmers who did it, because the white farmers refused to do it, because they said the food security in that country is going to go down. But South Africa had enough food in their, what do they call, strategic reserves, okay, to feed their people for 5 years. So there was no hurry in that. So that's what happened. But they were able, at least, not fully, at least, to make sure that their soil is revived a little bit. But Kenyans, I don't think we can be able to do that, because the land we have, especially in Central, ni kidogo sana. Ni kidogo sana. Nowadays, people have even started buying grass from Nakuru. This grass that is
Maita hii. Like for us, we buy in Mwea, yai michele. Like for us, people from Embu, Kirinyaga, we buy in Mwea. You have to buy hay in Mwea. Like if you have to do potential livestock keeping. Lakini kama ni ng'ombe moja Karimangova hivi hiyo tu unaweza tafutia tuko kwa shamba yako kidogo, but hay is now hitting the roof in terms of the feeding.
Yeah, so now we have gone the hay side. Julia, I feel like we are dominating. Tell us more about what do you know about this issue in Mount Kenya, because Mount Kenya is the one that feeds Nairobi.
Alex, Mount Kenya can actually feed the whole country if places like Nyandarua are opened up. Can you believe that Nyandarua has challenges of roads and connectivity? And Silmiona juzi wakisema wanapatia ng'ombe boga, cabbage.
I saw that. And kuna time hata Nyandarua ilikuwa inamwaga maziwa.
Yes.
Because it
so
can't reach,
Nyandarua can even feed the whole country. Nyandarua can feed the whole country. So what I would like to say is that we just have bad policymakers all through since our independence. Kibaki alijaribu, lakini we have not gotten somewhere. We just need somebody to decide. Unaona sasa, like what is annoying, when Uhuru decided to construct this Mau Road. This Mau Road was going to open up Nyandarua County. And some idiots like Didi Nyoro and Kebani Shingo wakaambia watu hatukuli barabara. And aside those roads, that road has been stopped. It's not even been constructed. So we just have bad policymakers who don't strategize. And I will still go back and say that however much the rest of the world is going through what we are going through, we had a different government today. Baba talked about one county, one product. Right now we have just specialized and finance Mount Kenya region, especially Nyandarua County, for food production, proper food production, corn, Irish potatoes, and things like wheat and milk, and that can feed the whole country. Then we got to Nyanza. We decided that Nyanza is gonna give us sugar, Nyanza and Western. We got to Coast. We decided what they're gonna give us. If we had thought about such policies, we were not talking about food shortage. And how do we do that? We do that through the through things like what you see. We had Mnaona history ya Kimorero Dam, the dams that had been started to be being constructed. You know, we cannot go on doing this subsistence production and just doing things the way we used to do. We cannot go on depending on the rain to do our agricultural production. How in this era that we are still waiting for the rain to rain so that we have enough food in the country, when we can do irrigation, when we can even harvest rainwater in dams. Now, mnakumbuka hii story hapa Nakuru, sijui ni Nakuru mani wapi. There's this man, I don't know, an Indian or something, who owned a dam that he was using for irrigation and all that. Yenye ilibeba watu. What about if the government comes up with such dams in our? We have so many places that we can come up with.
Build how many dams? 100 dams per month, something like that sort.
Kuna mtu alikama up with the dams. He had a very huge dam that was doing so good. Me, when I saw how much water that dam was having out of harvesting rainwater, I asked myself, hii maji huwa inakuja kubeba watu kuchini Tanzania. Okay, if you go to Mwea, one example of irrigation, do you people know that Mwea Tabere, there are canals, man-made canals. Alex, utapita Kirinyaga, utafikiri umepita mto. It is a man-made canal that they are using for irrigation. How about if we come up with such projects? Now, how about we stop this waiting for the rain and decide that we are going to harvest our rainwater and use it for irrigation? We should do what is basic first. Produce enough food.
When we put a minister for agriculture, mtu kama Linturi, who thinks about raping people's wives in motels, where can we go?
And the other minister is somebody like Aisha Juma. So our problem is not even global. Countries are complaining about their food services and the rest. Our problem is the kind of leadership that we have. And once we address that, we just need about 3 or 4 Kibakis following each other and Matiangs. We need a Raila Matiang government, Mother Karua, for the next 10 years. And then we need another set of them for the next 50 years. If we have such a set, I'm telling you, this country will go places because we have the resources. We have the rain, we can harvest the rain. And Kenyans si watu wa kuchagua kazi. Look at the Kenyans in America. Do you know Kenyans in America are go-getters? They just survive wherever they go. So we can decide that our young people and our Kenyans back home, just give them the resources, give them the rainwater, give them the tools, and give them the land, and they will produce food for the country. And once we have food security, we move to the next agenda. We say, tuko na barabara, tunabeba chakula tunaleta Nairobi, tunaletea watu. So our Kenyans can afford food at low prices. And then we can ask us, what else do we need? We need to provide education for our children. We need to provide health services. Tunakuwa tumebeat all the 3 targets that we need. We wouldn't need to build for them houses like they do for them in Middle East. No, they'll build their own houses. So unfortunately, Alex, I don't know. Romeo had said some time earlier here that the only solution here is to have Ruto step down. That is what I would like to say.
Here before, when understood a tea factory. Today, the people in that tea center, what wanakatwa pesa kumpay billions of money that he was given by the court, and he sued it. He never even used to supply tea there. I don't know how he succeeded to sue it. So the education sector is going to go down like a spiral roll. Na mtashangaa mahali itafika. Right now, we have not been able to even resolve the examination saga. We are not able because when ndio ulituambia hapa ama ni Shika alituambia that kuna student alikuwa na A asubuhi, jioni alikuwa na C+. How do they even change it?
It doesn't change. It's just somebody messing around with the systems, Alex. Nobody cares about what is happening to our children right now.
And if we don't take care of our children, because now you are admitted to go do what? Julius, sasa hivi unakuwa admitted uende kufanya nini? Uende kufanya nini? MD, that is a doctor, not the other doctor of philosophy. And you are a crook, you know very well you did not pass. And let me tell you, Julia, our parents are a part and parcel of that saga. You know, our parents did not resolve this.
Alex, unaongea ukipotea. Ama ni mimi simsikizi.
Ni wewe labda. So the stakeholders, unanisikia sasa?
Yes, I can hear you.
The stakeholders of education sector, NAT and teachers and parents and students should sit down and be serious, because the next gym of education is going to be totally destroyed. When we went to school during our days, I remember me carrying a complete and auto gateway. Na kuna ingine sijui ilikuwa inaitwa encyclopedia.
Kumbe hata wewe ulitumia gateway to the university.
Yeah, gateway to university. I used it. And they were so educative. There was no shortcut. I remember my teacher for commerce used to come and teach us so proper to a point that yani hakuna kitu nilikuwa na miss, because he was a good trained teacher, because diploma teachers were better than the teachers who have gone to university. Then decide wakawachukua primary. You know? So there are people who are properly educated. And I'm telling you, we don't have that gem of, you can remember your teachers for English and literature, how they used to be very smart.
At class 2, 3, we could write a good composition.
That's what our education was.
Like has it for private schools?
It's a job because of this man called hata nimesahau jina yake, the Minister for Education, anaitwa nani? He used to be an MP for Haruna ataniambia huko chini. This guy is a joker. We cannot
Machogu.
We cannot put people like those to lead. Another one is Murkomen. ati tuko na leak kwa roof ya airport. The airport has a roof leak, and then he hires 10, 11 people to just fix nini. I'm telling you, we have very bad crops of leaders that I don't even want to look at them sometimes. Me, what entertained me last week, the whole week, nilichukua break kutoka kwa sound card kidogo, ni meetings za Raila, how he was doing it. That man is a genius. Had he been given that country to control, I swear to you, hata kama Romeo and doubt, like every regime does that. Ukiangalia hii meeting yenye walienda ya baba yake ya Ofafa Hall, the guy is walking in the feet of his father, and he has even done better than his father. Why? Because the guy has zero tolerance. Mtu alisema tulikuwa na molasses plant. I was born and I worked in Kisumu for a while. That was the land that ilifanya partly Ohuko to die, because when they engaged themselves in the money that was coming to the molasses plant, Moi wanted to own it and be what? Raila fought for it. He never owned that. There are people who owned it. Wakafika njiani, wakadecide kuuza. Raila akauliza kwa nini? Hawampei jibu. Wanasema stock zetu zimeenda juu because ilikuwa imepewa IPO. Then Raila said, this is not a good idea. Akajaribu kuambia watu wake. Wadogo wakabaki, wengine wakaenda. And I think they were broke. And you can realize how poverty can make you. But that guy angepewa an opportunity to rule our country. And that's why I'm questioning if the Tugeges will vote for Raila Amolo Odinga, because we have suffered a lot. Because if the Kikuyu doesn't, Juzi Eddie Okech, the senator for Migori, alitueducate akatuambia, tafadhali mjue kuna red states na kuna nini, kuna blue state. There are places traditionally hata Republicans hawezi jaribu. New York and California, they have never ever time memorial voted for Republican. You know, and that is what we need to do. We need to identify counties like Busia. I'll give you an example. Busia, Vihiga. Naona dalili nzuri because of the incoming governor wa Nairobi, Tim Wanyonyi. Naona dalili nzuri ikiwa Bungoma tunaweza mshinda Wetangula huko. Tuangalie counties kama Kisii na Nyamira. I don't know why sometimes hata sisi tunakuanga wajinga, tunapea Ruto 40%. That is too much. So that we can change the narrative of this country. If we don't do that, tukiacha huyu jamaa hapa miaka 10, mutalia kwa. You are going to cry. Na naambia ukweli. By then we won't even have a country. Somalia will be better than us. And you can imagine what that means. Right now, Southern Sudan is doing better than us in terms of agriculture. And that was not something foreseen. Right now, Mama Suluhu anapiga kifua anasema kuna countries zingine hata hazina dola za kununua goods. Because right now you go to, if you are like my brother-in-law, mwenye ameoa my twin sister, wakati he needs money kuenda China kununua vitu, lazima apply, miezi 2 ifike ndiye apewe. Is that business sustainable? Na uwezi pewa mara 3 straight. Wanakufreeze another 4 months, tena wanakupea. That is the country now we are living. When Uhuru was the president, we used to give businessmen 3 million a day. You can take $3 million a day. That privilege is gone. Today you can't even be given 100,000 a day because we are short of dollars. And you know, people transact. Inaitwa sijui inataka kuwa alternative ya dollar. It will never become, because hata pesa yao bado still wanahesabu. Wanauliza how much money you have. Wanasema $3 trillion. So if you are still unahesabu pesa yenu in terms of dollars, so utaendelea kufanya hivi with the standard money of the world. Watakubali ni dollar, and we must invest on it. Romeo, ongea.
Oh, thank you, thank you. No, I hear you. I hear what you're saying. Changing what is going on in Kenya will take a lot, for sure. Can you hear me? Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, no, it will take a lot. I believe for sure the beginning of changing Kenya is getting rid of this regime, kwa sababu ime make all sectors, yani hakuna sector Kenya yenye tumekuja hapa tunaweza tuseme, you know what, hizi zote are doing bad, but this one, hii amejaribu. It's everything, kutoka chakula mpaka education to roads to infrastructure. Yani hakuna kitu. Alafu pia county government, nothing is happening. So I think it's just, we are at the point where you're right. We cannot wait. How many years left now? 3? We cannot wait at all. I think the big question that we should always ask, and I think many people come here, and and probably this is why I would say I don't come here often. Because if I don't have solutions, there's no need of me coming here. At some point, Alex, don't you get tired of coming here and just talking? Because I do. Because if I just keep coming here and talk with no resolutions on how we can help, then I feel like I'm just, I don't know. I just feel like I'm not doing the right thing. I think the right thing at some point is we start talking about solutions of how we can help. And the good daktari that was here earlier, I think it was Dr. Joseph or somebody, said that he asked Bernard, can we start coming up with solutions on how we can do things other than just maandamano and talking about maandamano? Because there are ways that we as a people can come together, and if we just talk about it, we can come together and implement and help. Hata kama it's not in the biggest way, in the smallest way we can. That is something that I'm always looking forward to, is we come here and start giving talking points on how to resolve this. Because I don't believe we just need to wait for maandamano, that maandamano will finally lead into kutoa Ruto kwa kiti. We need to do something, and expeditiously fast. I've seen where people now, Jimmy Wanjigi is running around, I think he was in Bondo yesterday, talking about how he's giving Ruto 2 months now. How the plan on what they have in mind, he's not communicating, but he just says we're giving him 2 months. Na akasema Raila akishika tumbo, mimi nishike kichwa, nyinyi mtashika miguu yake ndio tutoe yeye. Watu wanasema ndio. But what that means, it's up for interpretation. I don't know. And if someone knows here, I don't know. But to me, I think we are over-reliant on individuals. We are over-reliant on people. Tunangoja a savior akuje Kenya abadilishe uchumi. Tunangoja savior akuja tuambie vile tuta march or tutaandamana. We don't need to wait for Raila. We don't need to wait for Jimmy. We don't need to wait for individuals. This idea of anchoring our solutions on individuals will fail us again and again. That's why at one point Kalonzo alikuwa tunamtegemea, sasa sasa hivi tumemweka kando kidogo. At one point Martha was our savior, sasa sasa hivi pia tumemweka kidogo. Hata nilisikia, I think it was Shiko earlier saying mimi sijui Martha kwa wapi siku hizi. And then the next point, labda another one will fall along the way. Raila calls them victims of the struggle. They all fall along the way. And it's because we anchor our solutions on people instead of principles and togetherness. Tunangoja mtu mmoja, tunamwekea mzigo yote, tunasema baba akisema ni Thursday, sisi wote tutokea Thursday. I'm not a believer in that. I'm a believer in sisi watatu waine hapa, Julia, yourself, myself. We have the brains that we can storm. Na mwingine pia ingie, we storm. We say, this is how we can do it. This is how it has been done before in situations like this. I'm not saying that I have the monopoly of how to do it. No, I don't. But I'm thinking we don't have to wait for everybody. I mean, for one person to stand up. That's what I meant. But as a people, hata kama Raila and Jimmy Wanjigi are organizing something, that's good. Let us also organize ours. We know what the end goal is. We know what the end goal is. So at some point, our ideas and the ideas and another group's ideas and another group's ideas will merge at some point, because the end goal is to Ruto kwa kiti. You know, there's something that I actually want to talk about, and please allow me to say this. Muliona maandamano ambayo, and again, before I say that, let me say my condolences to what is going on to our sisters in Kenya, them being butchered like crazy. And I'm saddened.
They don't listen. They keep on going to A, B, and B. They know that A, B, and B has become a butcher.
Alex, I'm not going to say that, because some of these girls, they don't have jobs. And we know that the old trade of doing business is selling your body. So look, I'm a privileged Kenyan, so I cannot blame a stomach that goes to bed hungry. I understand the old trade that has existed is prostitution, and if you can sell your body for 500 shillings for that food for that night, please, I don't want to be the judge of that. Let God and your God judge you. Mimi hata mimi natafuta pesa kivyangu, it doesn't mean mine is better than yours. I will leave it at that. But that does not mean that they should be butchered the way they're butchered. Hata kama someone is using their body to get income, that's their business. The country should provide a safe environment for everybody to do their business, whatever they're doing. So long as it's legal on the law, it's not my place. But I'm saddened to see my sisters. These are younger girls, and I understand they're frustrated because the economy is not supporting them. They're educated. They're just from university. Some of them are in universities. Some of them need to pay school fees. Some of them need to pay rent. They can't, wameombaomba wanaume wao sisi. Those of us who tumebarikiwa, pia we can't give all of them. So at some point they have to survive. And so they're surviving. And I respect that. They're surviving. Kenya is in survival mode. But now our girls have to go through do certain things that, honestly, ukiuliza msichana akwambia ati mimi najiuza kwa sababu I just want to. It's not true. It's because they don't have. They want to make ends meet. And to make ends meet, you have to do what you have to do. Hata wewe, Alex, let's be honest. Wewe watoto wako hawezi lala njaa. You have to make ends meet. You make ends meet. Whatever you do. I don't care. So that's not what I want to talk about. But did you see how women showed up to demonstrate?
It was heartbreaking because it has become too much.
Yeah, but I was impressed. I was impressed at how they were organized and came out and in full force. In fact, these things being talked about internationally, the way they have come out to protest, So in fact, at some point I was like, maybe we should hire these ladies to help us protest, because they know how to organize a protest, man. They did some amazing work, The idea of going and saying the names of the victim and calling their names. When have we had a demonstration where we have named our people who have been killed due to political reasons? The Jacob Jumas, the what is his name? The guy from IBC, that was his hand was cut off. Musando. When have we gone to public squares and named them one by one, people who we have lost on this cause of the struggle, like Raila called it, you know? But I really liked what these ladies did. They really captured the essence of what they are demonstrating for and what they want the government to do. I'm really proud of Kenyan women. In fact, I'm at a point now, they should be leading our demonstrations from now on. Sisi wengine tu tukuwe tunaambiwa where we show up, because we are really not good at it.
In
It
the
was
book,
well
not yet
done.
Uhuru. In the book, not yet Uhuru. Remember Jaramogi said, if it were not for women and youth, we would never have gotten Uhuru. Why?
Mm.
Because the people who fought were not men. Men, of
Mm.
course, went to the forest, but they were less. But the women fought so hard to make sure we got. That one is well represented, and it's a fact that what is happening in Kenya today, it is the girl child that is actually doing. Even
Yeah.
nowadays, girl child they are hata mtihani nowadays. Why?
Yeah.
Because they are so industrious, they are so laborious. Yeah.
And it also happens that when the economy is struggling, the girl child also suffers the most, you know? And I think that's what is happening. And in fact, I'm actually surprised that Ruto hasn't said anything about this. Can you believe that? He has not.
Sasa kama yeye ndiye anawapeleka room 350, sasa uta expect aongee. There were things we were told here during the election, zingine nilizishtua. Robert Alai is the one who revealed the issue of room 350. And we thought it was a joke, only to find that it is true.
I'm not familiar with room 50. I'm thinking it's a place where he takes the women he.
Yeah, that's in Weston Hotel. He has one special room, whereby there's one special room that nobody cannot enter there. And that room is meant for him to do his things there. Not even Rachel can enter in that room.
It is sad, but again, I think our sisters fall into these crimes because kama kulikuwa na makazi where our sisters are employed, other than being mama na mtu anakuoshea nguo, or they wouldn't be doing this. You know, they'll be self-sufficient. You know, if they want to be married, good. If they don't, they can still survive and support themselves through legal means. But I think because the economy is so bad, okay, and so everybody is unemployed. Our women are trying their best to survive on their own for those who are not married. And actually, very many women in Kenya nowadays are not married, you know. So they have to survive the best way they can. And then some of us are taking advantage of them, like Mr. Ruto. But again, it's because of the economy. So we go back to Ruto. Ruto has to go so that our society can go back to how it needs to function, so that our girls are not taken advantage of, are not killed, kiunyama, that they are being sacrificed like on rituals by these Nigerians. And kitu ya kwanza I was thinking, how can Kenyan men let Nigerian men come to our country and use rituals on our girls, man? Kenyan men, tafadhali mwache ujinga, mwache upumbavu.
If you go to Roysambu,
we need to go and attack these. We know where they live. Tuwachome, tuwakatekate mbele yao.
Most of them, they
will
live
never
in
come back.
Roysambu.
Go ahead.
Most Nigerians live in Roysambu, Mr. Romeo. We know where they live. And you know, unasikia huyo mtu akituambia free visa thing. You know, hiyo kitu ilinikasirisha sana, because hii maneno yake ya free visa is going to destroy our own children. Yeah? And wacha nikuambie, kuna street Kisii ambayo Shivling supermarket iko inaenda all the way kwenda juu kwani cooperative bank is. You go there and find small kids, secondary. They don't have school fees. Wametoka shule, they have come to prostitute so that they can get money and go back to school. At least wakuwe na pads You know, it hurts me so much when I see the suffering of our children. Vile umesema, we need to talk about solutions, but these solutions will not come by sheer intentionality. These are things we need a think tank whereby we discuss them, maybe in Facebook, and come up with solutions that can help our women. You see, now our women are going to stop respecting us. Why? Because sisi tungewachukua hawangekuwa wanasafa. We love our women so much, Julia, tunawapenda sana, but in a short time mzungu anachukua mtu kama Akothee. Kwani Akothee ni mtu anaanza shida kuolewa na mjaluo mzuri? So what is happening in our country is sheer nonsense, and I feel like women are not doing enough to help our girl child, because as a father I have 2 daughters, and I thank God my daughter is in the Harvard University. She's privileged to be in a Ivy League school. It's because I used to overwork hard, and I go to work extra hours in order to provide for her. And at some point here in America, private schools are very expensive. I had to take them to private school. So nipate mtu amefanyia mtoto wangu hivyo, I can go berserk. You know, I can go berserk. Right? Right? So Julia, how do you feel about how can we help this situation of girl child as a woman?
Come again, Alex. What did you say?
How can we help this issue of girl child as a woman and as a teacher? Because our children are leaving school to go to do prostitution because they can no longer even afford pads, because women reps were told that's not their work. So they stopped giving out.
So the best thing is just to make the pads affordable, and then make education affordable. Simple. Just make it. When we were in college, Alex, I went to college through HELP. I went to Maseno University, and HELP paid for me. And after a few years in Teacher Service Commission, less than 5, I paid my HELP. I was done. And I didn't come from a wealthy family. I just came from another common family in Kenya, and I went to the university. So, and I didn't need any man to finance my education. On finance, I could go to another KCB to pocket money of 5K. So I didn't need a man to finance my education. So make education affordable and reachable for all Kenyans, and then those girls will disappear from the streets. That's a simple solution. And then also we need to make our laws more strict, because like if you look at things about minors and all that, nobody follows that in Kenya. And also like let's say university dons abusing their power and mishandling those girls sexually, nobody follows that. So maybe that could also help. For the mothers, I think a lot of them do really play their part. It's just that things get out of hand. Like these girls who are messing around in ni wale tu wameamini kwamba lazima wakue tu, but some of them are struggling, Alex. I don't want to justify what they are doing, but they are struggling financially, even to survive in those colleges. So make education affordable. That is the main thing, that we should go back. Even if we don't do what America is doing, let us go back to where Uhuru was before Ruto took over. Let us make sure these kids access help. And let us make sure that the government finances the education of those who qualify. Let us start there. That could make things better. That is what I think, Alex.
Can I get in?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, nimekuta mkiongea story ya girl child. Number one, all these things are economics.
Correct.
So to me, I think like, or what I feel is that we have a better life, like people are not struggling. Because, you know, saa zingine, we fail to understand that maybe Julia, I want to advance the problem a little bit further. It is not about watoto wa shule peke yake. Hata wa mama regular, mabibi zetu, they can't afford those pads, for your information. So I think if this thing we play on it on economics, whereby people have money, you have money in the pocket. I always hear that fallacy being talked of in Kenya, which is not applicable. I always hear the coconut head, who was even actually speaking today. Atilea anasema sijui alikuwa somewhere in Bondo ama ni wapi huko. I know you know the coconut head. Sijui anasema sijui nimesikia hata anafanyia watu chini hivi. So as long as Kenyans have pocket, have money.
Who was in Bondo today?
The coconut head, you know him. Stakagi kumutanja hapa. He is one of the design of our biggest problems. The golden bag boy. Okay. You know him. I don't know to talk about him. Hata yeye under rough time huko akijaribu kusema maisha ni ngumu. You don't know him? Alex?
I think I know him, who you are talking about.
Yeah, so unajua anajifanyanga he is a very serious economist, eh? You know, he always pretend that pale yote ambayo imefika ati kuongea uchumi yeye ndiye anataka kuongea. The guy who the infamous one, yule ambaye alikuwa ameshika chupa imeinama na akaenda kukunywa nayo maji. Hell on to him, ashindwe kabisa. Anyway, usinifanye nikumbuke yeye. Saa zingine nasikianga yeye, nasikia wezizimoko. You know something we call wezizimoko is like you don't want that thing, eh? So forget about him. I don't like him because he is a pretender. He behaves to be one of the greatest economists of all time. Na hakuna kitu ako nayo. So anyway, economics. Let me handle economics. So Julia, the issues of funds and some other basic needs which our women need, it's not about only to watoto wa shule peke yake. Right now, because of how economy has deviated na watu wana pesa mfukoni, I can tell you, even our wives, our mothers who are in that period, in that age, they are all suffering in equal measure. So I don't know what they are using. Sijui kama vitambaa zinaweza tumika in that thing. But I can tell you this suffering is bigger than kids. It's only that for the kids, it's a priority because they are in groups and they have to be in school with others and they don't want to expose that thing to others. But the truth of the matter is, even our mothers, our wives cannot afford this thing. It's that bad. So when it comes to availing of these social amenities to people, it is purely on economics. Nimewahi tumwa hiyo kitu nilienda kwa supermarket and bei ya hiyo kitu, I want to tell you Julia, you cannot afford a packet. Saa zingine unakuta mama anaenda kununua moja. These days even local shops wanafungua hiyo kitu, unaenda kununua moja. So you are in a family whereby you have like 3 girls. Na moja sijui ni pesa ngapi. At the same time hiyo pesa uko nayo hapo, I need to buy some unga, I need to buy some sugar, which are all priorities. So saa zingine so unaanzia sasa unakuta sasa you start now prioritizing sasa ni hizi vitu ama ni unga. Remember, no matter how vital these things are, haiwezi kuja mbele ya unga hii kitu. Utasikia hata mama anasema hiyo kitu enda ukimwaga. Because at the end of the day it is economics. So Julia, if our economy was working well, if vitu hata tuwezi kuwa tukiongea hapa, if people are in jobs, people are working, we have like the numbers of I was shocked actually. Hiyo kitu tulikuwa tunaiangalia leo with a very serious economist in Kenya. Ndiye hata alikuwa ananiambia, Bwana Njiro, are you aware that the unemployment rate in TZ is 2.3%, the same as some of the states in America? Nikamuuliza, what do you mean? Yeah, hata akaniambia. I was shocked as I was doing research. I thought that this thing was a Google fallacy until now. So we are actually trying to dig what is making unemployment rate in Tanzania to be in the same category as America. it's abhorring. It's unimaginable. A country which Kenyans say it's backward, ati watu wajielewi. Guys, I think Kenyans, we have to stop hii mushene mingi ya kusema our unemployment is 40%. TZ wako 3. Julia?
Yeah.
Something
So,
is working in TZ.
handsome guy, just to add on what you're saying, all this to me is tied, the vices that are rising in our society right now is economic related. I was on another forum and if someone knows of this story, please, you can add on the comment. I don't know if it's the exact amount. That a Kenyan girl was sharing on TikTok how she got paid 6 million for her kidney. I mean, we're so poor right now, we're starting to sell our body parts. Not just for prostitution. I'm talking about for organ harvesting, basically. That is how much poor we have gotten. I mean, mtu kama, yani Ruto, wenyewe hata kama tu uko na utu, anything left in you, you go to bed kulala ndani ya State House that us, we Kenyans are paying for 1 million shillings an hour. And you wake up and you look yourself in the mirror and you see a case like msichana wa nchi yako wacha kuuza your body is one thing, but we're starting to harvest our organs, selling them. That is how bad it's getting. I mean, at some point, I'm thinking, man, you wake up as a president and you say, look, I tried my best, but this scenario is messed up. Let me leave. And you just walk to a point where
Romeo, if you don't love your people, you can't rule them. Ruto is not patriotic. You must know that. Ruto wakikuwa na Jirongo in YK92 alianza kuibia Jirongo akikuwa mtoto mdogo sana. So huyu jamaa amezoea uwizi. The guy is thick, he's stubborn, and he was never meant to be a president because he doesn't know how to run an economy. I don't even think he believed in his own manifesto, because at least when you have a manifesto, you should do something about it. He said women were going to be part and parcel of his government. How many women are there in his cabinet? Very few. So don't believe in Ruto. It is Frans Fanon who said, if you do not love your people, you cannot rule them with justice. Ruto does not believe in patriotism. Ruto akiamka asubuhi thinks about stealing, na akilala he counts what he has stolen in the evening.
At what cost? At what cost when you're stealing in an economy that you can't even spend because your people can't even afford to sustain what you know, wacha nikwambie Alex. Kama we ni mwizi in a country that function, you enjoy the fruits ya wizi umefanya. Unaelewa? Hapa states ukiiba, you can take that money uende Vegas, uiponde, urelax. Okay? But when you're surrounded by poverty, hata spending your money becomes a problem. Because hata wewe utaanza kuibiwa. I mean, this is just simple. Yani, I'm trying to say, I'm not saying that Ruto is a good, but I'm trying to think to see how this guy thinks. Because in the end, hata watu wenye wanaiba watakwambia, hata kama unaiba watu, people who are in economies that function, the economy has to function. Ndi hata pesa yenye unaiba, ukienda kuspend, you enjoy it. Lakini unaiba mpaka hata inchi yenye unaibia has nothing left for you to spend in. Like it's stealing on a stupid rudimental level. Vile tulisema mkale yeye anakamua mpaka pass ndio inatoka.
Yes, that is what they have decided to do.
So huyu jamaa
kama Murkomen hajamaliza 2 years in power, he is already having 3 choppers. Achopa ni unaenda unainunua tu hapo mahali ni kama mkojo unaenda unanunua.
But that's also stupid, honestly.
Yeah? You can imagine Chirchir Right now he has 2 choppers. Eh? That is why Cheregai is so mad at these people. He says hakuna barabara zinajengwa kwao kule kwa sababu yeye na Cheregai wamekosana. Cheregai say I have to oversight for my people because hii maneno ya kusema niko UDA, if I can't oversight for my people, then who will do that? Because the governor there is also another one who is completely gone berserk. You know? Wakale wanateseka sahi, I will tell you. Hii Bitok wenye walichagua hapa Bomet, anatesa watu wao. Eh? So we have reached a point of no return. There is
And
something I wanted us to talk,
Mhm.
kwa hiyo, and
Go ahead.
it's how Baba paid tribute to his father and how he organized that meeting. That man is a genius. Through Anyang' Nyong, he was able to get Ofafa Hall, and what was discussed in that room just made me a proud Kenyan that we still have leaders left. But I want to go back at Orengo's speech when Jaramogi died. I was one of the few people privileged to go to Jaramogi Odinga's funeral because I was a scout leader in the whole of the country. So I was given the pass out from State House so that I can bring scouts because they slaughtered 100 bulls. But I want to read you something here that we need to remember. In 1994, it rained tears at Kangoka Jaramogi. The only thing that missed was a 21 gun salute, which I blame Moi because the first vice president should have been given a 21 salute, honestly. You could not do that. Many came. President Daniel Arap Moi, Democratic Party leader Mwai Kibaki, Ford Kenya chief Wambwala Kijana, the youthful Uhuru then, foreign envoys, religious leaders, rowdy university students, small and the mighty and the powerful, they all came to Nyamira Kango. The day was February 5th. Remember, Jaramogi died on the 15th of January. An estimated 300,000 people came. Friend, foes gathered together. Actually, it was not a funeral. The better word to put it, it was a festival, a celebration, a grand occasion where poetic dirges, incendiary speeches, historical and political wars, the church, religious melted into tapestry of the life and times of political colossus, whose voice and courage was never dimmed by detention. It was not a state burial, but the national flag was half-mast. And you remember Jaramogi's casket came from UK, where wood of 145 years, and many bulls were slaughtered. Now, this is where I wanted you to hear. The body was transported by road in a convoy of more than 300 cars. Charged mourners carried the twigs, escorted the hearse for over 33 kilometers to Awasi. At 3 p.m., Ogiga was laid, 10 meters of his own, not before Orengo, his voice cracked with emotion, paraphrased Shakespeare's Mark Antony, saying, I come here to bury Odiga, not to praise him. I say that my heart is in the coffin there with Odinga, and I pause until it comes back to me. In that coffin lies a great man. And no, there is this speech I want to read. It's not coming up. What he told Moi. Let me get it. Okay, I've gotten it. Tennessee. The death of Jaramogi had been subjected to the detention and torture by Moi, a reason why Orengo was icked by the president's presence in that funeral. So Orengo said, "Woe unto you hypocrites." Yes, I say, woe unto you, you hypocrites, who torture and detain this great man, and now you come here with false praises of his greatness. Inwardly, you mourn not. Hypocrites are forever swine of human civilization. Woe unto you, the veteran politician said. Before the funeral had started, Moi had instructed the police to barricade Orengo's motorcade and subsequently ban him from attending. Imagine, of all people. And Orengo said, when Jaramogi, that time particular, Jaramogi had told him to write to Nelson Mandela. Jaramogi needed a week so that Mandela can come to Kenya, and they have talks about whatever they were doing. But that week, he died in Aga Khan in Kisumu. And the last word he left, do not relent until the course is finished. That last part is what ilinishika sana. Jaramogi knew he was going to die. He said, do not relent until the course is finished. So, and what he said during the organized funeral on Saturday was also very powerful, was very, very powerful. So I want to give our people hope that, look, we have relentless leaders who have fought for our country and who we need to honor before they die. Because this honoring of our people when they die, I don't feel it is good. Raila should be honored right now. Orengo should be honored right now. Anyang' Nyong'o should be honored now. Should be praised now, not when they die. Because it is very painful. We are going to lose in the next 20 years the crop of leadership that fought for the second liberation of this country. The people who are tear gassed, whatever they did, they could not relent. Mpaka they had to bring in the second liberation. So I'm urging you, my people, I want you to know that you have leaders still. And they are going to stay with us for the next 15, 20 years. Let's honor them. Let us remember what they have done to us. In that meeting, Jaramogi was being honored. I felt like I wish Jaramogi was there to see how people respected him, how people loved him, how people felt about him. Julia, you being a teacher, let me tell you something. We talk about airlifts. Baba gave a powerful speech of how he took the guy went to China, from China, he went to Russia, from Russia, Yugoslavia, and all other countries, and negotiated 1 month, 5,000 scholarship. Among the beneficiaries of that 5,000 scholarship, I didn't know my father was part and parcel of it. So basically, Jaramogi educated my father. He took him to India, he educated him through the scholarships that he had written. Romeo, there's a book that Jaramogi has written called Due Ario China. It's in Doluo. I've read it. You need intellectually to read that book to understand how Jaramogi took a whole village that was totally in darkness and brought light to it. Jaramogi was never a tribalist. They said there's a couple of leaders from Central that he also took. There's one they said, I'm forgetting his name, So my uncle was a beneficiary of it because my grandfather used to be his personal constructor of whatever he wanted. My grandfather used to be a constructor of building houses. So they loved each other. My aunties went to India courtesy of Jaramogi Oginga. That is the aspect that many people forgot about Jaramogi, the teacher. That one man negotiated for 5,000. How impressive is that? Acha niachie hapo.
Alex, I totally agree with what you're saying. It's good to be celebrated while you're there. then after you're long gone and you can't see the appreciation that people are showing.
Excuse me, handsome man, what watataka link kwa comment section? Comfort wants to come in.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was saying what Alex is stating is totally true, and probably something that we we as Kenyans needs to do more. But I also know we have this taboo of we don't like to talk about people's passing, and I don't know. There's this taboo and fear that we have as Africans of the dead, but it's inevitable. We all die, and it's coming. All of my time is coming. Yours is coming. We all have an expiry date. So it's actually imparable to me, and expeditionally imparable that we need to celebrate these men and women while they're there, to see that we are appreciating them. You know, things like honoring Raila Odinga with a stadium that was built in Karachuonyo or in Homa Bay. Those are one ways of appreciating our heroes. And I want to thank Governor Wanga for doing that and making sure that we are celebrating our heroes while they're still around, and so that they can see we appreciate them and not be afraid of talking about their accomplishments and what they've done for the country. So I'm really in support of that. Yeah, I also think in conjunction to what you're talking about is I hope that spirit of the Orengos and Railas and the Jaramoges and the Shikukus and the Matibas and the Muges, that spirit is not dead and gone with them. I'm hoping that spirit is still born within us. Some of us who probably we are not the loudest, but I'm hoping that it's still alive within us. So that if you know anything about, okay, I'm not going to use the word democracy because Kenya is not a democracy. Please, I keep hearing people talk about democracy. Kenya is not a democracy. Kenya is a constitutional republic, just like the United States. Democracy is the word that you use to blindfold people when you want to do stupid things. Like, I'm not going to go into that. When the Republic constitutionalists formed American Constitution, after closing themselves inside a building for several months, I think it was one of the founders was asked by press, so what's the result? He said, oh, they've decided to go with a constitutional republic, but if they can keep it.
I can't hear you, Romeo, now.
Can you hear me now?